Yo. Whoa. What's up, everybody? God dang. God damn. Yeah, buddy. Just got back from watching Black Adam. Woo. Lord Jesus. Yeah, Marvel's in trouble. Marvel's in trouble. Yeah, that's better than anything Marvel has put out this year, especially this year. Both in yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do this sparingly, but or how long I'm gonna be up here. But I'm gonna say this. Yeah, yeah. Marvel's in trouble. Marvel's in deep shit right now, and deservedly so. They've been putting out poor ass, bullshit ass content. I'm gonna tell you, man. That dude, he got a big old ass. That dude did his thing in that movie, man. That was an action-packed movie, bro. That was an action-packed movie. What's up, Snowman? AL, I'm listening. Q Savage. If you haven't seen that damn movie, you need to see it twice. That's how a superhero movie should be. That's how a superhero movie should be. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck Marvel thought they were doing with Multiverse of Madness. I don't know what the fuck they thought they were doing with Love and Thunder, Thor, Love and Thunder. But man, The Rock did his thing, man. Did his thing. He did his thing. Keep telling y'all. Somebody give me a goddamn Black Adam suit. The way the movie even kicks off, man, when they're in conduct 5,000 years ago. And if you notice, this movie does not have a lot of white people in it. There's a lot of people of color, even though I'm just in it rightfully so because I mean the ancient people of that area could be a little darker, but hey, they're dark. I'm gonna tell you, man. Marvel's in trouble, man. After that, seeing that shit, I'm giving you my full disclosure. Marvel is in fucking trouble from all the bullshit they've been putting out. That action-packed fucking movie, I have to agree with Artisan, man. If you, man, they deserve to be the number one movie for a long time, for some weeks. They really. I'm gonna say this: they even Wakanda Forever. I was reading an article where Wakanda Forever is looking at some backlash because of how female centric that damn movie is. You're alienating a lot of black males who want to see more T'Challa in his own movie. Rest in peace, paradise and power to Chadwick Boseman. But even Chadwick says, if you want to honor me, even the family said, if you want to honor him, recast. Let the Black Panther T'Challa keep going. I don't need to superimpose my face over Black Adam, which I might. But it's a technicality. That's bullshit. They can argue over that shit. Get somebody who specializes in disability insurance. I'm gonna tell you now. If you haven't seen that movie, go see it twice because I am. The Rock looks like he jumped out of a goddamn comic book. Well, then again, he's always been built like a comic book character, hasn't he? You have to really look at it fundamentally. There was a lot of time when the heroes, aka the Justice Society of America, were actually being booed. And that's a representative of saying, wait a minute, if y'all really heroes and y'all let Gang take over our fucking country, where the fuck were you? And don't it feel good to see a brother in the lead? Don't it feel good to see a brother in the lead? From a scale of 1 to 10, I give it an 8. Maybe an 8.5, maybe a 9. It was action packed. It was no. Oh my God, I'm so happy that shit didn't have any woke shit in it. If you really think about it, it was pretty damn revolutionary. It had a very revolutionary tone. They didn't see anybody from the outside as heroes. Sorry, Marvel's in trouble, man. Marvel forgot. You go woke, you go broke. It's already made damn near 70 million already. I like the fact that they played it serious. See, that's how DC should continue with the DC ECU. Serious tone. Don't go Marvel. Unlike Marvel, the jokes, the slight humor that you had in it actually landed. It was timely. It was fucking timely. I like the running gag between Atom Smasher and Hawkman. When we get back to the ship, it's me and you. Me and you. I like the fact that he didn't play the hero. Sarcasm. I like the fact that he didn't play the hero. He played the guy, the protector. See, this is what Marvel's been hitting and really missing on. They really didn't have any. Okay. I'm gonna fucking say this. It's about to open in China around November 11th. Yeah, y'all better go see that shit, China. I'm glad that they have my girl back as Amanda Walder. Stay the fuck away from the Woman King. Stay the fuck away from the Woman King. Be Amanda Walder. And I like because it's kind of like Christopher Reeves back in the day. It's kind of like Christopher Reeve back in the day. It took really like a guy like Henry Cavill when you like, yeah, that nigga Superman. She plays Amanda Walder so well. And she's got the bitchiness down too of Amanda. Like Amanda is somebody not to fuck with. And that's how I like it. That's how you play a badass black chick on screen. Amanda Walder. Now, I'm usually not a fan of, racially bending people, when it comes to movies, but dude who played Hawkman was my dude. That was my dude. I forget his name, but he was cool as shit as Hawkman. And then they had my nigga Pierce Brosnan as fucking Doctor. God damn you, Rock. You had James Bond as Doctor Fate, and it made fucking sense. The one chick who plays the Wind Witch, I mean, she was cute as fuck, man. She was cute as fuck. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, god damn. Shit, be my little mermaid. God damn. Oh, man. And the kid they had played in the movies with the skateboard, man, I can honestly say this. He was the representation of comic book fans. Yep. And then the black guy was the leader. You're right, Kareem. Aldous Hodge, yep. Love that he was rich and he was leader. Great representation. And do you love the fact that Hawkman was black and he was not a coon? He didn't take shit off anybody. He never took a back seat off of anybody. Even though every time he got in a fight with Black Adam, it was like Rocky. I ain't hear no bell. I ain't hear no bell. I like the fact that they lived up to the Justice Society as well. How the Justice Society, especially in the late '90s and early 2000s, how they kind of played up to that, mentor new kids, experienced guys, and rookies kind of dynamic, which was always a great scene for that book. Do you think this is the movie that was needed to resurface DC Comics? Actually, the movie that was a resurgence to DC Comics was the Snyder Cut of Justice League. Marvel hasn't put anything out since the Snyder Cut came out that equaled it. Sorry. Sorry. You're talking to a guy who read comics for almost 40 years. Sorry. You didn't put anything out since the Snyder Cut that actually equaled it. Sorry. And that's including all your shows. The only decent show you really had that I enjoyed, with the exception of What If, was, you know, Falcon and Winter Soldier. And let's be serious, man. True comic book fans don't like wokeism. We don't mind certain topics if it's done correctly, but if you're doing wokeism just for the sake of wokeism, it doesn't sell right in comics. Comic book fans are like sports fans. I'm going to say this again. Comic book fans are like sports fans. We like our heroes to earn their way there. First name, last name. That's a hell of a moniker. Charles Faulkner Jr., did you peep the film because you like the comic or because of The Rock? I'm not into comic book character joints, so I'm curious. It's for both, man. It's for both. Let me see. I mean, Justice League, Snyder Cut, we don't talk about the Josh Whedon shit, that Marvelized shit. Justice League, Man of Steel, Hawkman, I mean, Wonder Woman 1, and Aquaman. I watched it for both, man. The Snyder Cut, I'm going to tell you this. Snyder Cut was the shit that HBO Max was betting on. If the Snyder Cut didn't do well, HBO Max would have been kind of doomed. But it did. It exceeded expectations, which was great. No Love for Moon Knight. I liked it. I wanted more action, though. I wanted a little bit more action. But then they got the chick in there, and that kind of killed it. I'm like, oh, come on. I mean, and I'm not, and don't get me wrong, like, I'm not a bigot towards female superheroes, but once again, they played up to the woke shit. You gotta have a female equivalent. No, I'm not looking for a Wonder Man, even though Marvel does have a Wonder Man. But you don't always have to have a female equivalent of a hero. You don't always have to have a male equivalent of a female superhero. And it's been a while since I actually did a comic book themed live stream. Might as well try this shit out because I'm kind of disappointed with the viewership, but we're gonna drive on and carry on. So make sure you share this with your friends and folks who love comics and who likes me talking shit while I'm smoking this cigar and drinking this cognac, please. Moon Knight was cool, but the point of Moon Knight was when they added that shit in, it was a little hokey. There was no reason for her to invoke a god. It took away from Moon Knight. If I wanted to see a female who gets their powers from the gods, I could look at Wonder Woman for that, and I'm gonna come out better off with it. Way more entertained. I don't think about this, right? This is what the DCEU actually does right. You had two Wonder Woman movies, and you didn't even see wokeism that much, if at all, in those movies. The one thing that I actually loved about Wonder Woman 84 is when she was a child and she was doing the chariot race, that little run with the horses and shit. I like the fact that when she was cheating, she was reprimanded for that. She was penalized for that, and that kind of saved it for me. That was like, you know what? I respect y'all for that shit because you didn't allow Wonder Woman to be a Mary Sue. She had difficulty. I like the see. People don't like Wonder Woman 84 as much as the first one, but I like it. The reason why is because Wonder Woman 84 was it was a remake and a love song back to Superman 2 because Superman chose love over his powers just like Wonder Woman chose love over his powers. And it was a thank you letter back to that. And by the way, the first Wonder Woman movie did pay homage to the first Superman movie, especially the scene in the alley where the first Superman he's with Lois and the guy trying to rob him and he shoots the gun, he grabs the bullet and he looks and acts like he passed out. Wonder Woman does something similar where she reflects it and that was kind of paying homage to it. Kareem said Black Adam was like Aquaman for me. Good comic movie, strong, powerful men as superheroes. The titular character is the star of his movie and not the side piece like Doctor Strange 2 or Thor Love and Thunder. Facts. And then you know what you have with Aquaman and Black Adam? You don't have a white guy in the lead taking over the movie. You just don't. Oh yeah, DC animated movies. Oh, trust me, they DC animated movies left Marvel's animated shit leaps and bounds, and I don't think Marvel had a good. Well, they did okay with the second Avengers, not World's Mightiest Heroes, but the second iteration of their Avengers cartoons. That was pretty good animation. I think the best pound for pound animation was the Power Hour where they had Iron Man and the Fantastic Four. I think go on Disney Plus and watch that shit because that was some beautiful artwork. Go on there and see that. That was some beautiful fucking artwork. Um, some of the X-Men 92 or whatever year they picked. X-Men 92 was pretty cool. But compared to Iron Man and the Fantastic Four, that was the leaps and bounds. I think that was the zenith of animation from Marvel, to me, in my personal opinion as a fan, that was some beautiful artwork because it was so comic book accurate. They had the movements, they had the gestures that made you love the Fantastic Four. And that Iron Man in that cartoon basically was the Force Works comics. Trust me, if you were a deep down comic book fan, you know about Force Works. And for those of you who don't know about Force Works is like um, a more aggressive Avengers team. And I'm gonna say this: this is how a comic book movie should be played. It would had a much darker tone. There was a there was a lead up to see, okay, what's this guy's powers about. There was a point where there was a misunderstanding or a fear of this guy being an anti-hero or possibly a villain. It played very beautifully. I like the fact that you couldn't tell who were the villains off the break so quickly. I thought I didn't even know the guy who was, yeah, there's going to be spoilers. So if you don't want it, get out of here. I like the fact that there was a lot of misdirection. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of misdirection in there, and I loved it. I like the fact that you had a hero or an anti-hero. Like he did his job. And as a guy who's a soldier and as a law enforcement officer, I understand that sometimes the way to save a life is that you may have to take one. So I respect the fact that he had a dichotomy between the quote unquote heroes or the licensed heroes, I guess, or the okay heroes versus, well, goddamn, motherfuckers, come back. Shit, don't leave. Shit, get the viewership up. Just go la 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 through some of the parts. Shout out to the electrician 408. Goddamn, man, you faithful, man. Support black male media. Woo! Yes, you do, man. Yes, y'all do. And I like the fact that it was action packed. I like the fact that you could tell a beautiful story and get back to the fucking action, please. I do appreciate that Tef Adam was a broken man. He was a very, very complex soul. He wasn't this one guy, okay, I got powers. Ooh. No, he had layers to him. He had layers, and I think that's what's missing from a lot of comic book movies is the layering. And this is what lost me about Thor Love and Thunder is that it was a comedy trying to play up the action. Well, was the action with a sprinkle or hint of comedy. Like it's kind of like a serious moment where somebody says something. It wasn't that off-putting as Love and Thunder, if you get my drift. The sarcasm bit kind of was for chuckles. That was funny as shit because it made sense. It was form fitting. It wasn't like Thor and a fucking his Stormbreaker, the new girl, and he's checking out the old girl, which is Monair. And no, that shit never made sense. I actually agree with Bit of Truth, aka Bay. The Thor God Butcher, the God Butcher should have been at least a two-part movie. I didn't feel an epic threat of gore. And it's a goddamn shame because, once again, it's a waste of a good damn villain. You didn't feel like an epic threat. You didn't feel like the world or the universe was in peril. It took away from it. One, Gore should have killed a lot more goddamn gods. He should have had a bloodbath, not just kidnap some goddamn kids. It could have been a two-part movie where shit's getting dark and it's getting real. I felt the same way about Iron Man 3 when he hacked the president's phone and they made that serious. I was like, oh shit, he ain't fucking around. What the fuck is Tony gonna do? You got a dude who's hacking the president's phone. He's serious. But then you go totally left. And you literally have the wish made to eternity where you could have played a lot more shit into that. It could have been a lot more serious. I like Russell Crowe playing Zeus, but it lost me. Whereas though Black Adam, you seen the layers. It wasn't trying to be a step or two below slapstick. It was like, this man ain't nothing to be fucked with. He was like Wu Tang, ain't nothing to be fucked with. He came from a time where it was a cratocracy. Might means right. You didn't go in there trying to negotiate with fucking dictators or, you know, tyrannical leaders. No, you killed them. So so when he went in there and when he was awoken by the enchantment, by the professor or the lady, whatever her name is, it made sense. I think she was also saying that as a prayer as well because she had a gun to her head. But when he came awakened, it was more so of, okay, you awaken me, okay, I'm indebted to you. Let me get rid of your enemies. And I don't know, Robert, I want you to listen to me closely. We don't mention the internals over here. That movie never exists. um, I'm going to tell you one little scene of the movie that kind of touched me was was when he woke up from his injuries from the metal, and he was talking to the son, and he was like, "Yes, well, those guys, inner gangs, are enemies." And he was like, "Well, you crush your enemies, and you make them beg for mercy. And right before you show them mercy, you crush them so you don't have to deal with them anymore." And she was like, "Well, no, 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 no." And he was like, "You're right. Your father should teach you violence." I was like, "God damn." Oh man, and it's funny because that resonated to me in so many ways. Yeah, that was his Conan line. Yeah, that resonated to me in so many ways because there are some things your father, and this is what's actually, if you haven't seen it or didn't notice it in the movie, go see it again and see that line. That spoke volumes to me because one, a lot of boys out here are missing those type of lessons from their father. Who do you usually learn violence from is from your father. And certain violence is actually needed. Okay? It's needed. Oh yeah, that was a great line. And it also put a point in there like there's an importance of fatherhood. And I love the fact that, oh my God, I love the fact that when he was in his room, he had every fucking DC poster known to man. I was like, dude, I was like, man, he got a collection like me. Because yes, next week, just in case if you're near the Baltimore area or if you're 4 hours or less, like if you're from New York, you can catch the goddamn bus for like $40 and come down to the Baltimore Comic Con this weekend coming up. Okay, fuck what you heard, fuck what you mean. I'm gonna be there, and I'm gonna buy me a whole rack of fucking comic book art. Crumb. Strong on his mountain. Yeah, Kareem, that line was very touching and funny, but it actually showed that fathers are important to a boy's development. The uncle, the uncle was funny with me. Baby, come back, 'cause I need you. I just wanna love you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was singing the goddamn song because I fucks with that song. That's a very good song, by the way. Shut up. Shut up. Don't you judge me. Not the Chinese bus, Charles. Yeah, you catch that motherfucker. Especially you, Kareem. $40 you're here. Come to the goddamn Baltimore Comic Con. You'll love it. Might take you out somewhere to get some crab cakes, girl. Come on. You know, I was singing that fucking song, man. That was a beautiful song. I felt dude on that one. I like the uncle because the uncle wasn't played as a dummy. The uncle wasn't played as a dummy. He was an electrician. Shout out to electrician. Hey, the electricians were represented in Black Adam, man. And the uncle was really close to the nephew, and he was respected by the sister. And they had a very close. Let me break this down for y'all. Let me go a little esoteric to y'all. I like the fact that it was a family of color that was very tight knit, and nobody was undermining or there was no throwing anybody under the bus. Okay, that uncle was just as fucking protective of his nephew as his mother. And he did everything to protect that boy. Salute for that. I think I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna go on a limb very early. I think Black Adam was a love letter to The Rock's father. Call me crazy, but I think it was a love letter to his father and how he viewed his father. I think this movie was a love letter to his father and how he viewed his father, Rocky Johnson. May he rest in peace, paradise and power. Because I got a lot of, if you're a black male and you have a good relationship with your father, you felt a lot of the shit in your movie. This shit was a love letter to his father, and it was done beautifully. And the villain of the movie, oh man, I'm so glad they used Inner Gang. Love those guys. Oh man. Was it just me, or was Hawkman's fucking mansion badass as shit, man? Gave me a little bit of 92, X-Men Xavier vibes. Had the slick ass jet on the plane. Hmm. I don't know what the fuck my cat doing outside. My cat's a hood nigga. Every time you open up the door, he wants to run out once in a while. And every time I park, he'll actually. I think he knows me by sight because cats could see in the dark. I'll put it to you this way: when I did my research, a lion in the savannah, if you took night vision goggles in darkness, you'll be able to see the silhouette of a person. A lion's eyesight is better than night vision goggles. They can actually see the air coming out your lungs. That mansion was slick as shit. And whoever did the costume designs, man, they deserve an Academy Award for that shit. Because the way his costume looked, man, that was some badass shit. It had a lot of Egyptian undertone to it too. I loved it. That mansion was good. Notice my man was wearing all the kente cloth shit, you know. And he had his boy Pierce Brosnan up in there with that slick ass Cadillac he was being driven in. Man. And that design for the helmet of fate, beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Oh, he was fly as shit, beastly nerd. He was fly as shit. Charles, are they gonna do a spinoff of Hawkman as well? I hope so. If not a spinoff, I think the JSA should get their movie. Should get a movie too. They should get their movie too because there's a lot I want to see. I want to see, Wildcat, and I want to see a lot of the other guys. I want to see the Green Lantern and you know the Jay Garrett and Flash. I want to see the Alan Scott, Green Lantern. I want to see that. I want to see the old guard. There's a lot of rich history they can always go back on. That fight when they confronted Black Adam, man, was Jesus Christ. That fight was what Warner Brothers will never learn. Bullshit. You obviously didn't see this movie. They pulled out all the stops for this motherfucker. I like the fight scene when they engaged him. And the fight between him when Hawkman was actually, that was magnificent. That was magnificent. Then Homegirl came in there. I think that was a Maybach. One of them had a Maybach. Shit. You had my girl. Wasn't that fuck played that? Who the fuck was that? The weather chick, the wind chick. Uh, man, I'm just thinking about it because her powers were done beautifully. The special effects for her was done beautifully. It wasn't cheesy looking. It wasn't. I mean, you could tell they actually put the money into CGI. Man, it was beautiful. They made the costumes, the actors. I think the actors just fed off each other so well that it really felt organic. The interactions between everybody. Cyclone. You got to forgive me if I don't remember everybody's names because I'm trying to go back to the comics. Oh, Adam Smasher was cool. Like he was like the young, maybe nerdy college football player guy trying to mac on Cyclone. Cyclone with the long curly red hair. Yeah, I met a girl like that in the IT, and she was like, uh. Okay, I'll tell you a short story, short army story. Two girls made me go, in basic training. One, she was like light skin like her, like light to brown skin with reddish curly hair. The second one was a black chick with like gray eyes, and I was like, I had to walk away from her. At first, it scared me because I thought she had contacts. I was like, I didn't know they let you wear contacts here. She's like, these aren't contacts. These are my eyes. These are natural. I was like, oh, I got to walk away from you now. She's like, why? I got to walk away from you right now. She was like, well, she ran up to me and was like, why? I'm getting heavily attracted to you. Not normal attraction, like, oh, she's cute. No, I want to impregnate you so my kids could get those eyes. That's why. But no, it was all good. It was all good. Now back to the show. For me, it would have had a Martian Manhunter fight scene with Black Adam. It wouldn't have made sense. It wouldn't have made sense in the movie. Cyclone is the apprentice of Red Tornado. Mm, mm, mm. I love the colors they picked for her. Very pretty. Her hair changed with the wind as she changed. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I liked it. Started to worry for you about your soul. Oh man. I gotta say that this was the best superhero movie to come out recently. I can't believe the critics are out trashed. Okay, so for you on that subject, okay. I gotta say this personally. Fuck Rotten Tomatoes. May it go to the pits of hell and stay there. That shit is the reason why the corporate machine is some bullshit. These are the same people that said The Woman King is a fantastic movie. No, it's a fucking lie. It's bullshit. There was no wokeness, there was no agendas, none of that shit. And you got people of color who are the predominant people in the movie, and it is going to resonate worldwide. When that shit start opening up worldwide, it's going to resonate with a lot of people of color because one, this is what Wakanda Forever is going to really screw up. It's not agenda based. You're not going to have a bunch of women running around, especially for black guys. You know, we only have so many fucking superheroes, so we want to see our superheroes be powerful. Like, you don't have too many superhero movies where the guy has literally the same power scaling as Superman and he's not taken as a joke. That's the one thing I appreciated. I'm glad they didn't take Black Adam as a joke. He was always looked at as a threat, as somebody who was like an extinction level event walking. So after they calmed down and they, got to their senses and they went on that plane, I like the fact that when Hawkman was trying to come up with a plan, Black Adam was like, "Fuck this! Oh, we need to go get the boy." Yeah, we gonna go get the boy, but before that, let's back up a little bit. That scene with the little bikes, oh my god, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. They made that motherfucker. They were going so fast. They went from conduct to fucking China. God damn. I like the one where Fate catches up with him and he's like, "Well, if you got the guy, I could read his mind and see where he's at." And then you see the guy falling. Uh, he didn't make it. That's how you do it, Marvel. If you got to do a little bit of comedy, that's how you make it get done. Kareem said it will make a lot of money internationally, especially in China. They love The Rock there. Of course. If you're going to put some comedy in that shit, I guess Black Adam needed to come out or have Cyclone take over and save the day. Oh, no, you don't need that shit. That shit was a good movie. Two Trib said, yeah, there are going to be some hate around trying to keep you out of the theater. Once you see the theater, I mean, the shit really sets off fast and keeps up with that pace. I mean, you know what, Lord Battles of the Feed the Flock, you know, Dr. Fate went hard, man. Dr. Fate went hard. And I mean, I hate to say it, but Dr. Fate had more personality than even Doctor Strange. But then again, it's Pierce Brosnan, for God's sakes. I mean, James fucking Bond, come on now. I like the fact I like the fact that he just sat in the chair with the helmet when Hawkman and Adam went at it, and he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna sit this one out." He's like, they got something to work out, and I'm like, I'll say this: when they were in the house fighting, was it just me, or when they were breaking up and destroying all my man's paraphernalia, I was like, no. Shout out to TD Taliban. What's up, bro? I got to get my copy of Madden. I've been so busy. I haven't played Madden in a minute, so I had to get my shit back in order. I gotta focus up on this Madden and get my Ravens team right. Oh man, that was a hell of a Ravens game too this week. This weekend pass. He said Hawkman was hard like baby shoes. Goddamn right. I was like, no, all that beautiful paraphernalia, all the shit that he had in there. Mm-mm-mm. That shit was beautiful. But when they got to that scene, and when they got on that ship and they started working together, and he was like, "Yeah, this is where you come in." And he just went out that plane. He went in there like a fucking Patriot missile, just fucking everything up. If you were at that compound, if you had an ass, it was kicked. My man was getting. My man was like, "Fuck! I don't even know what bubblegum was. I was asleep for 5,000 years, but I know what an ass is, and I still could kick it." Here's the beautiful thing about Doctor Fate. Doctor Fate is magical, so he can always come back. And it's a comic book movie. It's not like it's unbecoming of a comic book movie to bring back people in times of need or in special times to make you cry. I will say this for Marvel. If you didn't have a tear in your eye when Captain America heard on your left, you don't have a soul. When he said on your left, I was like, I ain't gonna lie, I got the sniffles a little bit from that shit. Man, and you saw how pain it was when he and I gotta tell you this. Whoever designed the villain when he got his powers from the demons, man, man, that motherfucker looked good. You talk about man, man. CD said, can we talk about the quality of special effects that made Black Adam look powerless? When he gave up his powers, they made The Rock look like me in real life. Some context to this hating is that Netflix slash streaming competing with the theaters. A lot of the Wall Street types, though, the movie was thought the movie was dead. I noticed a lot of bad PR for the move for good movies the last few years. Of course, they're paid off. But man, the design of the fucking final villain. Oh my god, that's how you make a fucking villain. Is it just me? Or does DC have the more fucking threatening villains? I've said this many of times, man. You put Steppenwolf in the first Avengers movie, that would have been the last Avengers movie. Fuck what you heard. Fuck what you mean. If Steppenwolf would have went against the Avengers, he would have killed every goddamn body. Mm-mm-mm. And then that fight, when they went against him, man, shout out to Fate. I got to pull one for my boy Dr. Fate. He said, you know what? See, that's a real fucking heroic thing to do. Even the Bible said there's no greater love than a man who laid down his life for his friends. And that was that Jesus, this shit evokes so many emotions. Jesus, it evokes so many emotions, man. The critics gave this movie a bad review, were obviously raised by bitter single moms at it shows. I'm not saying it, saying and just saying. Yeah, DC does have the more badass villains. They are scared. See, DC has villains that make you feel like, yo, we are fucked. If certain heroes don't show up, we are fucked. And I'm like, yo, that dude looks scary as shit. Like, I didn't know the fucking devil had the powers of Shazam. God damn. Like, they were like, yo. And Fate knew. He was like, no, wake up, nigga. And I'm sorry. The scene where he was inside that gulag and he was fighting them off, and I was like, man, he had to do what he had to do, and he swam to the shore. God damn, that was some tough shit. It was like, and then he had that one scene where he was out and he was damn near drowning, and he saw his family back in ancient Ken, like was it Kendall? What the fuck, Kendall? And he visualized his family, and his son was like, "No, it's not your time. Say the word, Dad." But we're getting ahead of ourselves. When we heard the story of how he got his powers, when his son was the chosen champion, it was crazy. And think about it. That father son moment was so touching because the son used his powers to save his dad. And notice when he said Shazam, who did he visualize himself? Because Shazam visualized himself as his father. Even Black Adam's son visualized him. It was a super heroic version of himself, of his father. So when he sacrificed his powers to his dad, and his dad went on a rampage, rightfully so, you understand. Like Shazam and the way they made Philly his hometown. Hey, it was so touching in so many ways. You saw him as a tragic hero, maybe even a tragic anti-hero. He was never truly a villain. He was the guy who saw power, and the only way to maintain power, you have to vanquish your enemies for peace. And unfortunately, sometimes you do. But when he came back and he was kicking ass, but Lord Almighty, Lord, was it just me? When he sat in that throne, I was like thinking of that scene in the comic books, and he had his hands and his fists when he sat on the throne. How does it feel? Wrong. It feels wrong. Yeah, even Incubus from the first Suicide movie was a badass fella. Yeah. And now we got to talk about that epic scene, the ending credits. Black Adam being approached by a little that little drone. Amanda Waller comes up, and what she said she don't want to stay at my prison. Kandar is your prison. And she was like, "There's no man on earth who could stop me." She was like, "Well, if I pull a favor, I make one call. I could send somebody who's not from Earth to you." And then when he destroyed the drone, and you saw somebody walking through the smoke, you son of a bitch, you son of a bitch, you son of a bitch. When Superman walked through that smoke, the fucking theater lost their shit. Black Adam, we need to talk. Oh my God. Jesus. Jesus. Oh my God. Oh, oh my God. I'm having a moment. God damn it. That was so. You son of bitches. Henry's back. Henry's back. They got Ben Affleck back too. Oh shit. Marvel, you fucked now, Marvel. Marvel, you done fucked up now. So I'm gonna tell you one thing. I got one news for you, Marvel. Is this your king? Is this your king? Is this your king? Is this your king, Marvel? Oh man. If you want me to open up this panel, give me a woo, man. We need to talk about this shit. I need my comic book heads on this one, boy. God damn. God damn. Whew. Oh my god. Is this your king? Hashtag Marvel is in fucking trouble. Why did he call the white boy on the black man? That's some gynocratic shit. Like, I'm gonna call somebody who died from birth. Fuck you. Man. Why did the black woman call the white boy on the black man? That's the most gynocentric shit, wasn't it, Gilbertson? The most gynocentric shit. Everybody in the theater lost their shit when Henry Cavill walked out there. I was like, yo, Marvel, you done fucked up now. He's Beastly Nerd said I had a hero gasm in the movie. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you, man. Marvel, you might be done. All this bullshit you pulled with She-Hulk, all this bullshit y'all pulled, you might be done. If not done, you're gonna have to sit back. You're gonna have to sit back. You're gonna have to sit back, man. Artisan, get your ass up here. Beastly Nerd, get your ass up here. Kareem, get your ass up here. TD, tell him, get your ass up here.
What's good, Charles? Can you hear me? My sound valid good? Yeah. I prediction that I'm not sure if Henry Cavill is done playing Superman, but it would make an interesting movie if they could make that happen. This clash between Black Adam.
He's not done. He's officially back.
He's back for real? Really?
Yeah, he just announced it today on Instagram. He's officially back.
I wonder if he hold that because they were going to put that that hidden part at the end of the film.
Who the fuck is that? Who do you think got him back, man?
The Rock?
Yes. Who you think he's been friends with for years now?
The Rock.
So it seems to me that they're gonna make something like that happen then, since he's back.
4 years ago, there was an Instagram picture. It's on my community tab where The Rock was sitting down with Henry Cavill and they were drinking together. Mm-hmm. It's on my community. That was about 4 years ago when they took that picture.
Wow, that's a long fucking time. 1988. Wow.
No, I said 4 years.
Oh, 4 years? Oh, 4 years. Okay.
Yeah, 4 years. I don't think Instagram was out in 1988, man.
Yeah, you're right. Anyway. But I'm gonna let the guys that knows the real comic books speak in. You know what I'm saying? I'm just mostly watch. I don't really read it, but yeah.
What's up, TD? What's up, Karine?
What's up, man?
Good night, good night.
Hey, that movie. Oh my god, that shit went hard. That shit went super hard. Oh my god, that's how you make it. That was up there. Marvel's in trouble. I don't care what nobody say. You go ahead and TD, then you go ahead and Marvel's in trouble.
Marvel's been in trouble though. Like since Endgame dropped. After that, Marvel's been in trouble. Like they've really fallen off. Seriously.
Mm-hmm. And you can see the fucking quality and The Rock was not gonna allow nobody to bullshit this movie. Think about it.
Mm-mm.
None
And
of
he's
the
been working on
special,
it for this long too. Man,
none of the special effects of fucking, none of the special effects were wasted.
mm-mm.
If I compared this to both Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness,
Mm-hmm.
and Thor: Love and Thunder, this shit blows them out completely out the water by itself.
Easily, easily blows Love and Thunder out the water. Love and Thunder was such a missed opportunity for Marvel. Like they how they lost with Love and Thunder just escapes me because like the fact that they were like out of all the original Avenger solo series, this was the only one that went for a fourth film. Cap didn't get a fourth film. Iron Man didn't get a fourth film.
Mm-mm.
None of them.
I can
So
tell you
with
what.
Thor, they
I
had
can
it
tell you
built
where.
in, like they had a built-in win, and they messed it up.
I can tell you where. How many people liked Ragnarok? Because so many people said they liked Ragnarok. That's why
Mm-hmm.
you got Taika Waititi. And I knew when I said I didn't like Ragnarok. It was too damn goofy. And so I knew coming in. That's why a lot of people that I'm talking now. Well, I didn't like Love and Thunder. I said I always asked. I asked and I said, "Did you like Ragnarok?" They were like, "Yeah." I said, "That's why. That's why Love and Thunder was so damn goofy because y'all enjoyed Ragnarok and you didn't call Taika Waititi out for the bullshit that he was doing in Ragnarok, and you got more of that same goofy shit in Thor: Love and Thunder."
I'm gonna say this: the best you've seen of Thor in the MCU was the last 30 minutes of Infinity War and the first 30 minutes of Endgame. That was the best Thor you ever got.
Pretty much
Prime Thor.
That was Wu Tang Thor. Ain't nothing to fuck with.
that part.
He was out for blood during that hour that you got, and it took 2 movies to get a good Thor. I mean,
Shit, that was the most masculine he was throughout the whole time.
mm-hmm. I mean, I, you know what? You ever ate somebody's chicken and you look to yourself and you were like, God, it was so good that you became angry. Like, what the fuck was I eating this whole time? Like that's how I felt
Now
when
you
I
finish it.
when I ate steak in Oklahoma when I was dating this chick in Oklahoma. Yes, at one point I did have them in different area codes. But I'm eating steak in Oklahoma is different than eating steak on the west or east coast because it's fresh. And you thinking to yourself, what the fuck have I been eating this whole time?
You're muted, Artisan.
No, I mean right now. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
And Kareem, come on, ladies first, ladies first. Ooh, ladies first, ladies first.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you. I love the movie. I was discussing I was in the chat in Dr. Dunbar's chat when he was doing his review, and I was saying I love masculine the Rock. I love the muscles. I love that he was strong. He was powerful on screen. I mean, come on. He's the star. You knew he was the star. You knew it was his movie. I hate movies where these people want to be shy and shit. I mean, I guess like those ensemble casts with like Avengers and all of that, yeah. But like when you're the main star of the movie, be the main star. It's okay. That's the whole point. So yeah, I love this movie, and I'm really hoping that they continue doing this and not like go crazy and put all these things that they're doing in Marvel and then replacing them with a whole bunch of female. Like, okay, if you're doing a female movies, they did the Bird of Prey, they worked. So I mean, they have to have good. Like Harley Quinn is good, but I think you could only take her in dosage. That craziness is only works on certain things. So
Yeah.
they have to just pick the right female. Like Wonder Woman is good, but pick a good story. Just don't do it crazy like Marvel with all this craziness that they're doing. So I love that.
Shout out to
women and rainbow characters. That's what they replacing everybody with.
shout out to Warner Brothers new management for nixing the idea of making the Trinity completely female, because they were pretty much going to put a bullet to their head of all their projects with that.
Yeah. And shout out to The Rock, shout out to Ben Affleck, shout out to Henry Cavill, reoccurring their roles, which were like very iconic roles. Like I love Ben Affleck as Batman, and I think that he and Jared Leto have a lot of good chemistry from that one scene that after that scene in the Snyder cut, and you saw them talking together, and I told everybody Jared Leto's Joker is gonna be so fucking good. It's so fucking good when let's have a truce.
Agreed.
Everyone that kept complaining about Leto's Joker in Suicide Squad, like I had to stay arguing with people. I was like, they were like, he just didn't do enough. And I'm like, he's not the freaking star.
Yeah, it wasn't his movie.
Yeah, I mean, this is how it is. When you got a guy who's willing to be just as kooky and creepy and deranged as the Joker, let him work. Because what happened was, I'll be as mad as Ray Fisher when I saw the Josh Whedon version of Justice League. You don't get no madder than that. Like, I know the word, nigga. You did what? When he saw that movie coming out. But then you understand why Ray was pissed when you saw the Snyder cut. Look what happens when you let a good director direct. You get a fucking classic. You get something that's marquee worthy. And as a comic book fan, it was nice to see somebody actually respect the source material for once. Mm-hmm. And the little tweaks that they did actually made sense to the movie.
That's the part I don't get about folks, Charles, is I keep hearing all this Snyder hate, but I'm like, but he gave you a pretty accurate depiction of these characters and how they would act if they were in the real world. So what are you actually upset about? That is dark. It should be dark. It's fucking DC. It's not Marvel. It's not Disney. They ain't selling stuffed animals and shit. Like, what are we talking about?
For all you comic book fans, what does DC stand for?
Detective Comics.
Thank you. Detective Comics was noir. That's where you get your noir comics from. That dark, gritty detective, black and white detective shit. That's gritty. When you looked at Superman when he first came out, he was gritty. He was fighting the common man's fight. He was down and dirty, gritty. When you looked at Batman, Batman originally used guns. Fuck a batarang. Fuck a batarang. Hey, Batman, use your utility belt. It's a holster, bitch. Pow, pow, pow. and see, it was you know what? I felt like Batman when I put my gun belt on. They were like, what's like that was my son when he was real little. He was like, Daddy, you going to work? Yeah. He's like, don't forget your Batman belt. I was like, utility belt? Yeah, your utility belt. Don't forget your utility belt. Where's your batarangs? I said, they're inside the gun, son. I said, my batarangs
Charles,
are
how
hollow
you think I
points.
feel when I put my carpenter bags on? I said, I feel the same way when I put my carpenter bags on and say, oh, we need such and such. I got it right here. Hold on.
Got it right here. Like, nigga, I got a knife on my shit, a girder, my magazine pouches, my pepper spray, my little hook for my S-band tune. They're like, what, where's your batarangs? Well, my batarangs, son, are hollow points. They're just, I think they're a little bit more effective than batarangs. But that's how DC was gritty. Like, see, a lot of motherfuckers don't remember that Marv Wolfman when he brought back the Teen Titans and they had the Deathstroke the Terminator with hallowed be his name, George Perez, rest in peace. That was a gritty ass comic. You sent an assassin to kill the sidekicks of the fucking superheroes. That's gritty.
That
Like,
part.
If you look at both the Teen Titans show, the first run, and the Young Justice show, they're dark. They're they're the ones working in the shadows, doing shit that's not seen in the public eye.
Yeah, they were black ops, and I was a black cop. It's like, but and little humor there, sarcasm. But it made it. That's the reason why DC is gonna sell, because guess what? Sometimes you do want your superhero movies to be played as, a little dark. Like, wait a minute, Amanda Waller. Is it just me, or she was born to play Amanda Waller? She got the resting bitch face out of all. I mean, she got the resting bitch face of all resting. She has the Kingdom Hall resting bitch face. Like, if God said,
she is the Black Melrose Street.
You threw a target, Charles.
She's the Black Melrose. Oh, whatever her freaking name is. She's the Black Melrose Street. So she's very good. She's a good actress.
Oh, she's a great. I mean, she makes a. I mean, she could scare a pit bull with that resting bitch face. Like, did you see the face of that motherfucker?
I still remember when they announced her that she was going to play Amanda Waller, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's perfect."
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I was like, "Oh, that's a perfect fit right there." Amanda Waller, Viola Davis, yep, Sloan. And then she lived up to it in that first Suicide movie. After they got to her, what did she took out the remaining staff? That was, she just killed everybody. I was like, damn.
And shout out to Atlanta for the Cash App support. Hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat. Thank you. Support your black media. We do red pill, black pill, red pill, black pill, red pill, black pill, comic book talk. I mean, Viola Davis, when God said, God must be a comic book fan, because he's like, nah, we're gonna get The Rock to play Black Adam. How you gonna do that, God? Watch me work. You forgot I do mysterious things. It's like, when I looked at him in that suit, I was like, yo, he stepped off the fucking comic book, yo.
Well, that was the thing. If he was watching them on Instagram the whole time they were filming and shit like that, he was working out and kept posting videos of him working out and how big he was getting, because he was saying he was focused on playing Black Adam. He really wanted to bring something to the role. I'm like, this motherfucker, how did you get bigger? Like, god damn, dude.
And I mean,
he
he's
was lifting. I'm like, dude, can you just go outside and lift trucks or what?
Yeah,
he was eating 4-inch French toast. That's what.
Yeah, the food he was eating, the French toast and all this shit. I was
I mean, like, this nigga built like the ultimate slave or some shit. Like, god damn. Like, he would have been like, we can breed them better.
Nope.
Better.
Nope. We're gonna pause. We're not gonna just sit here and just let him have said that man was built like the ultimate slave, like we didn't even hear that. We're gonna stay on that. We're gonna stay on that for at least 10 more seconds. My God.
Like, you could think, if you went back to 1829, boy, if you went back to 1829 and showed him a picture of this, look at that heinous motherfucker compared. God damn, he's picking up the horse.
Yeah, no shit.
I'm talking about they would have. Okay, they would have had him mating. I'm talking about they would have had him mating with every set of women in farms for like miles away.
Man, they would have wringed his nuts out like a washcloth.
Man, facts.
Coming out.
Facts.
I mean, man, like, god damn, that's what happens when you mix black with Samoan. You get super nigga.
Pretty much.
My God damn.
Don't tell the Chinese anything because they're gonna be making.
Bruh, we found the super soldier serum. We found the super serum for him. It's in his blood.
You can tell. I used to joke with one of my boys. I said, "God damn, look at the size of this motherfucker. Your daddy didn't pull nothing out except his dick." Shit.
Yeah.
I mean, he must have shot his shit up like a 50 cal. God damn. Like, you just looking at the motherfucker in the movie, like, the fuck? Like, nigga. Like you looking at the wizard Shazam. It's like, did you do this? He's naturally like that.
Right.
Hawkman looked good too, though. Hawkman looked good too. He was leaner, but he was nice, toned.
No, he was cut like a bag. He was cut like a bag. I mean, yeah, he was cut like Colombian dope.
He just couldn't stop getting his ass whooped the entire movie. I was like, God damn. I saw Artisan, I saw what you was talking about. I was like, damn, bro, let just fall back, bro.
He can't want to go in.
That's the thing I like. That's what I liked about Hawkman. Because, like, I got a friend that saw the movie before I did, and she was like, I don't like Hawkman. I said, why not? Because he's talking all that noise, but, like, he can't really back it up. I said, that's what I like about him. It ain't no back down in him. I said, this is Black Adam, bro. I know Hawkman can't be. I know the power levels in this, but it's no back down in him, and I like that.
I did like the fact that nigga picked up a fucking pickup truck and threw it at his ass. Like, I called too, bitch. He smacked him with a fucking pickup truck. I was laughing my ass off. He said, "Fuck this! I got like, when he first got punched by this, I was looking at Hawkman, and he probably was saying to himself, yeah, I was looking for a fair fight. But fuck all that, nigga. We gonna cheat."
I mean, he tried to hit a Mack truck with a Mack truck. I think it was kind of fair.
Mm-hmm. Like, yo, that shit was like
with trucks now, huh?
Oh, you want to hit niggas with trucks? Like, what's the strategy, Hawkman? Tank that fool. Let's jump this motherfucker. Like, oh my god.
Well, I had to laugh when they brung Adam back, and when they was fighting the demon dude, and they was like, and he showed him. He said, I came to help. He said, beat his ass. I was like,
ass.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Black Adam was like, you know what I have to do? Yo, beat his ass.
I said, that's what
that's the most niggerish shit. That was the most niggerish shit I heard in a while, man. Like, he was like, beat his ass. Like, somebody get this fool out of here.
And you know what? For everyone who tries to keep saying like DC's too dark and doesn't have like any comedy, any humor, I like the way they slid their jokes in. Like, at no point do the jokes overpower the scene and take you out of it. It's like it hits and it just moves it. Because, like, what was it? Oh, when Dr. Fate was like, I've seen the future and one of us doesn't make it. And he was like, it's Adam Smasher, isn't it? Oh man, I already know it's Adam Smasher. Surprisingly not. And I was like, wow. They just slid that on in there and kept it moving.
But that was a good scene because it's like it's two old friends just bullshitting about being heroes. Like, it's
I mean, if you ever seen two firefighters, two military personnel who knew each other, two police officers, we do the same shit. They're like, man, I had a dream and somebody was gonna die. It was the rookie, wasn't it? It was the rookie.
Surprisingly not.
I like the one scene where he chases the motherfucker. They were going so fast, they were in China.
Yeah, they ended up in Cambodia somewhere with the mountains and shit. Like,
yeah. And he threw him up there and it was like he threw him up and he was like, well, where is he? So I can reach his mind and find out the information. And all you see in the back row was like, oh.
What is it? You killed him. What is it? You killed him, didn't he? And you hear him fall. He didn't make it.
that shit was funny. Sorry, I laughed so loud.
That shit landed like, I mean, the joke landed like that nigga. Shit.
Man, hard.
Well, what was the other one, Charles? When he was trying to get the information out of him, he flew him up into the sky on that Brightburn bullshit, and then dropped him. And then Hawkman was up there, called and said, "No more killings." They look alive to me. It was like, right, you got a point.
Like, you got a point.
But you dropped him. You were up there. I knew
You were up there.
I knew you'd catch it.
Yeah. Hey, all facts. No lies detected.
No and see, you could tell there was a lot, like, I swear to God, if you look at movies like Avengers 1 and even the Josh Whedon fucking Justice League and the Zack Snyder cut Justice League, I remember reading that one time because what's up, Jason Momoa, he's the life of the party of everybody. He's just full of fun and love for everybody.
He the dude.
They said they had everybody on the fucking cast drunk as shit, including Gal Gadot. They said they came to this thing drunk as shit because they loved each other so much they went out partying.
Fucking Ben Affleck probably got everybody drunk. Ben Affleck, wait a minute. Ben Affleck and Jason Momoa got everybody drunk.
After that movie, they said they had to put him to rehab, right?
Yeah, he had to get back on the wagon. He fell off the wagon.
Ben is an alcoholic, so he can't have that shit. So they got him fucked up because of all that. I'm like, wow.
I mean, but you could tell the love and the chemistry. The same thing on that set. You could tell the chemistry was good. Like, dude, I'm in a movie with the fucking Rock. We're gonna have fun with this shit. I would think. What's up, BMT? And
hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, what's going on? Don't mind me. I'm just gaming. I'm just coming on.
All right, what's up? What's up, Passport? You didn't say much, Passport.
Oh, it was good. Nah, I'm just listening. Yeah, the movie was dope. The movie was dope. Yeah.
Oh man, you must be new. You new to the channel?
Yeah, I'm pretty new. I came to your channel once before, but yeah, I'm pretty new though.
Damn, I'm trying to bring motherfuckers back. Shit. Shit, motherfuckers. I'm like, shit, I gotta leave the light on for motherfuckers like Motel 6. I'm like this, I'm like DC. Are you not entertained?
Come to Faulkner. We'll leave the light on for you.
We'll leave the light on. Shit.
I do think the previews kind of they didn't spoil it, but they did kind of spoil the storyline in the previews just a little bit, because I kind of knew that the son something happened, but like I knew that the son had the power first because they showed that in the trailers.
See, the beautiful part about it is that's how you play a tragic hero.
Yeah.
You don't try to make him look like you give him somewhat of a redemption story, but you don't take away his edge. I love that.
Yeah, because the whole point was he wasn't trying to be no hero. He didn't even want the powers. They were given to him. And that's why you hit on the same point that I did, Charles. I said that people talking about this movie is just it's no depth to it. I'm like, dude, his fucking son's dying gift was to give him them powers. Are you fucking kidding me? Y'all must not have kids. I was getting a little Amistad tear in my eye for that. Like, oh goddamn,
like,
artisan because
y'all messed up. Y'all totally messed up.
Yeah,
go ahead. Who was next?
They don't remember artisan. These crazy ass woke millennials that are writing these articles and shit.
Yeah, I was listening to some reviewers talking that shit too, and I'm just shaking my head. They all about the same age. They in the millennial range. Not shitting on all you millennials, but they in y'all group. You need to start, herding your loose cats.
I'm gonna say this. Artisan. I'm gonna say this, Artisan. There's a difference between older millennials and younger millennials.
I understand.
Older millennials, we went outside to play. My knees look like the Jersey Turnpike because I fell down off my bike so many goddamn times. We had bruises. Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you how Baltimorean I am. I remember cleaning the steps because back in Baltimore we used to have a lot of marble steps, and you had to Ajax them bitches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think
with the
your
rough
mother, your mother and father told you to go play after you got finished watching your cartoons at and maybe kung fu theater. If you were cleaning up the house, and the reason why I love Frankie Beverly because shit, I thought all this shit was new to me. Kind of find out it was like 15, 20 years old back then. So it's funny because a lot of these younger millennials and A's, they sound like some godless heathens. Like they don't understand what it takes for to be a father. Like I said before, and I want to know how you guys felt because I felt as though this movie was somehow a love letter to his father.
I think, well, it definitely was. I went on my own to go see it, and the one thing that hit, it was that of a man telling like, "Yo, I failed my son, but I can definitely make his legacy right."
Mm-hmm.
And I definitely understood the conveyance that he was pushing out. That's why he kept staring at that statue. Like, I'm not no hero. Like he was like, quit calling me a hero. I'm not a hero. I'm not a damn savior. I'm just, if you want to fix your shit, you got to fix it yourself. Like, if you understood that of how the hint of how he told it to, he looked right at the man and he looked at the boy. He was like, listen, like, y'all want to fix your problem? Y'all need to fix it. Y'all need to start learning how to stand up and taking shit by force. I'm like, damn, that's like a ding of manhood. You know why? Because Dwayne Johnson's father was telling him the same thing when he was going out there doing football and wrestling, all that shit. So I'm like, okay. So he's talking about you got to be a man about some of your shit. You're not going to like the path. And like a lot of people were looking for, why isn't he being a hero? Well, there's no clear-cut subjective way for a man's path. Like shit just happens. And when it falls on your lap, you just got to handle what's dealt to you. So that's why I think why a lot of men who some were missing the lesson, while some others were like, damn, I get it, because nobody's going to fix conduct. Like if you got your own conduct situation, you got to fix that shit on your own. Nobody's coming. It's like, don't look for no judgment. Just do your own shit. And so I think that it definitely flipped the DC universe upside down. You know what I'm saying? I think that's why Henry Cavill, but he's been posting a lot of shit like, yo, I got new inspiration to get back in the gym. Like, I'm like, all right, Henry, okay. All right. I see you. You see Dwayne, like, they normally put padded suits on for the heroes, but The Rock's like, no, I don't want that shit. I'm going to work out, do X, Y, and Z. I want to be Black Adam. Mm-hmm. And Henry Cavill, if you want to be Superman, you got to do the same shit. Like, we got to do the shit right.
And you remember, like if you saw Cavill in Man of Steel, that motherfucker was huge. He was.
He actually enjoys that. He enjoys that.
Huge wasn't an understatement.
Look at him. Remember that scene when he came out the water? Remember that scene when he came out the water?
Yeah, when he had to grab them clothes and stuff.
I thought that motherfucker was gonna fly away with them wings. I'm like, Jesus.
What was it? The scene in Batman v Superman when he's cooking breakfast that morning, and that scene happened like right after Perry had assigned him to go do the story in Gotham, and Perry's like, "Don't let him take your lunch over there, Clark." And it's like, who's gonna take this motherfucker's lunch? Oh, fuck with this guy.
If I had to, it was like when I rate the DC movies, the Black Adam and the Man of Steel and the Aquaman movie. If you look at, there's a constant repeating of how the guiding stone for them is always a man. Like you always hear Kal-El father's always talking to him like, listen, dude, it's okay. You're going to fuck up. That's fine. That's why everybody, oh man, like Man of Steel, it sucked. I'm like, dude, like he's learning, like he's actually having to learn his legacy. Same thing for like Black Adam. Like when Hawkman's like, hey, bro, like you want to talk? Like I'm not as old as you, but I kind of know you, dude. Like, let's stop the bullshit. And after that, when he breaks down all his sins, I'm like, yup, God damn it, this is a man's movie right here. God,
it's a man's movie because
this is a man's movie.
It's like it's a movie. If you thought about Aquaman and you see a scene of him drinking with his father, my father doesn't drink, but I appreciate the times going to like Home Depot with him because my father, he does a lot of home improvement. So I'm not on his level, nowhere near. Even though I say I'm still the better shot, but I'm itching to get him back in the range with me. But see, there's a certain joy you have with your fathers if your father's still around, that men get. And people will be like, you're an arrogant bastard. I said, don't blame me, blame my daddy. First thing. And it's like, you always want to live up to your dad's legacy while carving out your own.
Facts.
Right. Like, I think, but I've been pushing back with a lot of people about, the women and the child made him soft. No, they really did it. They didn't make him soft at all. Like, this man comes from a hardship of a warrior lifestyle. Like, the first thing he came out was just killing. This man didn't give a shit. Like, this man was just frying. It wasn't like he was a mindless drone, but he was like, hey, I'm not listening to you. I don't give a shit what you got to say. You gonna be our hero? No. Get out of my way, bitch. And that was it. And I was like, God damn, like finally the DC universe is finally going back to making sense. But you have it where people want other people to fix their problems. And
exactly.
That's why there's such a weakness with the state of a lot of these movies, because they want a clear-cut fucking answer. And Black Adam wasn't that. Hell, even Fate was like on that shit too. He was like, no, dude, like these motherfuckers gotta want to be saved. Like, even if we fix it, it's not gonna fix the problem. So, there was a lot of undertones shit in there. Why a lot of woke critics are like pissed off at this movie. Like, I encourage a lot of men to go see it, man.
And I loved it because one, you saw people of color not looking for anybody of lighter hue to save them.
Right.
Facts.
Oh yes.
You saw a man, a black man at that, is the hero of the narrative. And you know me from years. One of the three things I say the black community don't give a fuck about. The third is being you're afraid to be the hero of your narrative. Like, he's actually telling them, look, why should I save you if you're not willing to fucking save yourself?
Facts.
Which is ultimately the thing about it is, it's like, look, the reason why he took to that kid because he reminded him so much of his son once he got to know him.
Exactly.
And think about it, even when he was killing all the people when he was taken out the tomb and the enchantment was lifted, he still had the wherewithal to save the people who were innocent.
Right. The ones that wasn't
But you're not. Yeah, I'm not going to put my wrath on you because are they your enemies? He says, well, you go out there and crush your enemies. I swear to God,
I'm telling you, that line, that scene was his Conan speech. Like, Conan, what is best in life? That was The Rock's Conan speech at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you go out there and crush your enemies.
Yeah.
But I thought it was really interesting that the one woke thing in there was is that the mother Isis tried to tell him, don't teach him violence. And, he pushed back on, yeah, you're right. The father should teach him violence. But I'm sitting there thinking in the movie, I'm like, but she just used violence to save her ass, didn't she? She called him. She set him free. So violence is okay if it's going to save your ass, but you don't want your son learning how to do none of that, right? Okay.
But that's how he kind of checked her.
My head at. Like, okay.
But that's how he checked her without checking her.
Exactly. She could back down gracefully.
Yep. He said, "Okay, you won't do it. Then go get the father." Oh shit! I'm like, message. Like,
Well,
was like,
look at the uncle first. The uncle says, "Shit, not me. I ain't his daddy."
it
No,
was, you could hear the men in there like, yeah, that's right, Tyler.
then when she was like, his father died. Oh, who do you want to teach him violence? Like, okay, look, he got to learn now. Who you want to teach? He got to learn this now. So who gonna teach him? Who you want to do it?
but if you notice, when the boy got into the altercation, Black Adam didn't step in at first. He just watched. Like, I want to see if this are they about their shit? Like, are they gonna at least try? Are they gonna just beg and cry out? Like, what are they gonna do? And like, I got into it with like a feminazi nerd. Like, I don't like how the women were so weak. No, it actually made sense. You didn't see women going around throwing mercenary buff dudes around and shit. Like, they just played support. For once, it actually made sense. They played the position. Like, literally, Hawkman and Fate said, listen, play support, Cyclone. Just throw shit around. Don't run up on Black Adam. He's going to probably rip your legs off. Just throw shit at him and stay away from him. I got you. That's all she did. Same thing with the woman. She's like, well, shit, I can't do nothing but just grab things and just keep and hide. Finally, women are making sense in the movie. They're not running around.
She wasn't weak, though. She wasn't weak.
No,
and she's a freaking scientist.
Both were like scientist levels. The one chick was the professor. So it's like, well, they were intellectuals. Is that not what you want to be recognized at? As you want to be recognized more for your brain than your beauty?
Facts.
Yeah. And think about this,
right? She got it in with the dudes that she could get it in on, but she wasn't trying to dominate everybody. That was the thing. Because if you take this whole movie and flip it to Marvel, what would you have had?
You would have fucking
everybody ass.
I got Black Adam. I'll take him down.
Okay. And think about it, that she was being appreciated. She was a very beautiful girl. God damn, she was. But she was more appreciated for her intellect.
Right. She was doing right. I think she was the medic. I think she was the medic on the team, with the nanos, as well as doing the research for the team. Like, that was her position. You didn't hear right.
She's a genius.
I'm like, finally, they know their team. They know their positions.
And was it just me? Or was my man Pierce Brosnan smooth as shit in that movie?
Oh my god, man!
Dude, he was doing his wire work smooth. I'm like, this motherfucker got Snyder on wire work.
like somebody said, normally Dr. Fate is more of a tortured kind of character, but this 007, man, he too cool to be tortured, so that's not gonna happen.
You saw James Bond with superpowers.
And I mean, he was sitting in the chair with the Fate helmet. I'm like, what? Shaking not stirred? What y'all doing?
I mean, what's the move here?
I think, man, and I like how they went to go talk to they went to go talk to Black Adam, and Adam Smasher had a bucket of chicken because he had to replenish his atoms and shit.
Right.
Fucking disappeared.
I was laughing my ass off behind that.
Not now, asshole. Not now. Don't eat in front of the enemy. God damn you.
And I like the fact that like I mentioned earlier, for all those who remember the late '90s and the early 2000s JSA comics, which were so fucking underrated, and you saw that mentor-mentee relationships throughout. You had Wildcat and you had all these other people who were so experienced and older, but they took see. This is what people don't understand. Those guys actually took pleasure out of teaching the rookies because it kept them young.
Right. Yep.
And the young ones love the fact they love the shit out of their mentors because they were showing them new technological shit. And Jay Garrett and fucking Alan Scott were some of the funniest scenes in those comics because we were like, remember the good old days when they had some good villains? And he looked at it like, what the fuck are good villains?
I like the Fonzie cameo in the beginning.
The Henry
The
Winkler.
yeah, the fun. It was cute. I
Oh,
like
the
that.
Yeah, that was totally unexpected. Like, what the fuck is Henry Winkler doing in this?
Yeah, and that was cool for him the way he showed up because like at first, and it's a blink and you'll miss it, but at first when he's like, yeah, I know you're excited about getting to do this that I used to do, but you make sure you take care of that suit. And at first you're thinking like, oh, he just worried about the suit, but then right behind that he says you make sure nothing happens to the suit and make sure nothing happens to you. You take care of yourself out there. I was like, oh, okay, so he care.
It pissed off a lot of Aryan fanboys because they wanted to see. No, that's why I called them in my. That's why I called the dude. I'd be arguing.
No, you're right.
Aryan,
You're right. I'm
Aryan
just laughing because I know you always say something triggering. So
because the Aryan fanboys, they're like, "That ain't no shit. Fate could have took Black Adam down," and I'm like, "Did you ever think he just wanted to say, hey, we got rookies. They need to learn. Like, they have to learn. Like that's why." Even though Hawkman was head of the mission, but they were trying to get the rookies up to speed on a mission. So, Atom Smasher, Smash, Cyclone, disrupt, do some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, you do this, you did it. Like for the most part, Fate was just playing tactical.
Yeah,
Hawkman was playing like they all have positions, dude.
That's the thing with Fate. Yes, he has enough power that he could probably take Black Adam, but Fate knows the future. He's not getting involved for a reason. It has to play out the way it's supposed to play out. So he's OP, but he's not there. He's using it when he can. That's why he went there and told Hawkman what was going down, but he took his place. He changed Fate. He's not supposed to intervene like that, but he did. Yeah. And because he intervened, it cost him something.
Right.
So,
he can
do that, but he's not.
And that's the point I'm making. I think they killed him off too fast, honestly, because it's like, damn, because he was a perfect Dr. Fate to me.
Yeah, he was.
And he also killed him off too fast, honestly.
It's a mixture with that.
Coming too.
It's a mixture with that. Like this is like that's why I say like you got to really study up on Fate. Like Nabu and Fate and Kent have an interesting relationship. Like Fate has died plenty of times. That motherfucker comes back like the Energized Bunny. Like whenever that's what's weird about it. Like this motherfucker survived the whole DC universe being destroyed. He just sat in nothing and said, "Okay, we're ready to come back now." Yeah, I think like he sits up there with the Spectre in them. So you kind of when you change Fate, Nabu's like, "Okay, bro, you already know the rules. Like there has to be a price. If you're changing it." You know that black dude's supposed to die, nigga. Like, what the fuck? Like, come on, man. That's my friend. That's my one friend. Okay, but you know the rules now. You got to go. Like, that's how it works. It has to be a give and a take. That's why you always see like the mystics, like John, any of the mystics understand to do one thing. If you change something, something has to go. And so even Black Adam, he said, "Listen, I'm going to help you." Because you're a necessary force of nature. Like, whether they like it or not, I understand this is your home. We didn't give a fuck about it. That's why Fate never had any pushback. You know, whenever he was listening to Hawkman and him talk, he was like, yo, like, he has a good point. Yeah,
he just right. Fell back. He just fell back.
Right. Yeah. He's like, I'm not stopping this. He didn't help his boy out. He just, you know what? Nah, Black Adam has a point. Yeah, we're not even supposed to be here.
We're not even supposed to be here. We gave a fuck. We would have done this 30 years ago.
Uh-oh.
and I mean, thank you, because I wanted to say this is one movie you can't say this. No Anglo-Saxon was harmed. Psych. But it was the fact of the matter was you can see imperialism being put back in its place. And it was like, look, a lot of times, if you did not intervene, one thing I learned as a cop, sometimes you let shit solve itself. You only get in there before it starts becoming criminal. And the craziness about it was I can understand Hawkman, because Hawkman was like, you're a villain. And he's like, who determines that? And he's like, look, you want to fight me? okay, let's go. And he was like, you know what? I'm gonna sit this one out. Fate will not intervene.
Because he knew. He let it play out. And to me, that's the hardest part. If you have a character who can almost do anything he wanted, the hardest part for a character like that is not having him use all that power all the time and just overpower everybody as he walks into the room. It's more interesting of a character if he's like, yeah, he could take everybody out in this room, but he's just sitting there. Why is he just sitting there? What the fuck? What's going on with him? Why is he just sitting there? You could end this right now, Fate. Why aren't you doing anything? It's supposed to be this
Manhattan.
It's supposed to be this way.
Yeah. Because the one thing he always played in the movie was that you got to learn.
Yes, that is Fate. That is Fate 101. Like anytime you ever see a Dr. Fate or any of the Dr. Fates get involved, they're just observing. They are not. They'll tell you like I can't step in unless it's like zero fucks mode. Like y'all are not winning this. Okay. And then Batman be like, are you going to step in now? Nope. You got like 2 more chances. Like, no. Like, they won't get involved. Fate will never get involved unless it is. That's why he's only doing like support shit. And I heard a white boy, come on, Fate, shoot a lightning beam. Nope. Gotta let the rookies fight it out. Gotta let the black man. He's doing pretty good. He got a few hits on Black Adam. I'm like, yup, this is Fate.
Oh, you had an angry geek in your show, and didn't you?
Oh, listen, I heard it. Listen, I heard him. It brought nothing but smiles and tears hearing them in the movie theater crying and screaming. Fate will never get punched like that. Why is he fighting back? I'm like, ha. Why Aaron's gonna die? I was right there on the other side, just laughing.
Hold up, damn, where'd you go see? Because the white guys in my movie was all cheering for that shit.
I was right over there.
I was looking at the, and as an artist, anybody tell you who draws or does any type of design? As an artist, I'm just looking at the colors and the wings and the mace. And I thought that was some cool ass shit when they made the bitch spin. And
he switched it to an axe.
And he threw the fucking lightning and he caught it with the nice metal mace and threw it right back at him. He was like, bitch, I know how to do this. And when he threw that shit to an axe, I was like, oh, he got him.
Well, that's why I said that Marvel got to step up their game with New World Order and Captain Falcon. Look, you got to step it up. Hawkman just raised the bar, dude. He was in there getting it. I mean, so
he was not afraid
to take a super soldier shot in the MCU, homie, because we're gonna need a little bit more out of you.
Yeah.
Yo, I wonder how many people is locked up in that underwater
Task Force X.
Yeah.
A lot.
That shit is crazy. I was like, yo, how many fucking people are locked up in that shit?
Waller has a lot.
For the scene cut.
I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for that cut when you get to read the names on those fucking cases, because there's gonna be some telltale shit. And I'm just looking at that. I'm looking at that shit. But I will have to say this because everybody was on the panel. When that after credit scene, when they brought that drone in, and he told her, "Look, conduct, since you don't like my prison, conduct will be your prison if you step 1 foot outside of conduct." And he told her, like, no man on earth can stop me. She's like, if I call it a favor and call it a big one call, I'll send somebody there who's not of earth. I was like, no.
Yeah, that was some cold shit. That was cold.
It was a good scene, but it shouldn't happen like that. I don't think it should happen like that.
And the way he said it when he came in there, though, he said, it's been a while since someone made the world this afraid. I was like, oh no. This can't be what I think it is.
I'm not going to lie. As a Superman fan, I lost my complete shit.
His costume is kind of different, though.
It's a plus, but it's one of the things. If you read the comics, it makes Batman right about what he says about the Justice League. Like, this is why we can't have no allegiance to any country or any government. because when they start pushing us or saying, "Hey, go fight that and fight that," you got to watch out. And the thing about it, everybody very looks down on Waller, like, "Oh, well, she's just a government." Like, listen, Waller is known. Like, there's a reason why when one of her secretaries came out and said, "Listen, we're tired of always having to put these gods in the dirt." Like, that's why when Fate and Hawkman say we've been doing this for a while, they go after these types of things. You know what I'm saying? That's why they have files on all these types of superheroes, metahumans, stuff. They know about it. It's just they send their own groups or certain heroes that even some of them are even in the Justice League to go get them. So Waller has an extensive
she got a dossier.
Yeah, oh yeah. She got people that she can call. That's why Batman's I can't trust the League. I don't know who's in here.
The thing of it is with Waller is DC's Nick Fury.
Yeah,
Waller will work with Batman. They will exchange information. So that's why I'm giving the ending scene a little bit of a pass, because you've never seen Waller and Superman meet each other, but you have seen Waller and Bruce Wayne talk to each other and exchange files. So she already knew that Superman and the Justice League existed. So calling him in could have been as simple as calling Bruce Wayne. Yeah, so that's the only reason I'm giving that scene a pass. Otherwise, these two characters ain't met before. So
and then you're what to them? And it's funny because I'm gonna tell you the coldest Waller scene was never in a movie. The coldest Waller scene was in the Justice League cartoon. When Batman said, "And if you ever think of doing anything," she's like, "Well, we all got our own secrets, don't we, rich boy?" I was like, that was
oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you get into the Batman Beyond, you find out that Waller was there messing with Bruce. She the one made Terry McGinnis.
Yeah, right.
The world needs a Batman.
Yeah, the world needed a Batman. She wasn't gonna let the world go out.
She was like, "Don't." She had to tell him, "Don't hate him. Don't hate him because listen, you're not like him, but you got a good heart in the right place like him." I was like, "God damn, Waller, don't get soft on me, you old bitch." But God,
that's just one of the clones.
Because my bad, man, my bad.
Yeah, she's responsible for Superboy too.
Yeah.
No, that was Lex.
That was Lex Luthor. But the thing about it, they know a lot. I think they knew about the Brainiac shit. They knew about the Metallo. Listen, this woman is the fucking puppeteer, like a Fury dude. I would be very interested seeing those two go head to head because they're the ultimate spies in their world, and they Waller has no problem killing her own people. She doesn't even blink for that shit.
Waller don't have problem killing anybody. Waller was a field agent for a long time before she ever got to that position. That's why they call it a wall, because she was always hard. She was hard before she ever got to that position. She just ended up in that position because she will do the dirty shit that needs to be done. It's not that she doesn't care. It's just you think of in Charles's BMT sense, you think of a damn super patriot. You know, he really believes in everything and won't question it and will do anything, even laying your ass down to make sure, look, hey, you ain't gonna mess up my flag.
We've had a few of them overseas. That's
who Waller is. She's a believer. But she don't have a problem using her tools, which metahumans fall into that category. These are tools. I will use you.
I gotta correct you a little bit on that one, Artisan. She's not a believer. She's a maintainer. She's like, look, she's gonna always acquiesce to what's best for business, and she's not afraid to put a fucking explosive in the back of your neck. So she's not afraid to do that, and you got to remember, is it funny that you never see Amanda Waller and Stacey Abrams at the same place at the same time? But anyway,
you are giving Abrams. You giving Abrams too much credit, man.
Man, you defaming Waller. Come on, quit.
Right.
Don't do that no more, bro. Please.
Blasphemy.
But yeah, that was a good movie. I will like it kind of gave me hope, like how Blade saved the which they'll never get Wesley Snipes' goddamn his homage, but how Blade saved the Marvel universe. That's how I looked at it for Black Adam. Like, thank you. They won't give you your credit, brother, but you definitely did that.
I had the biggest argument with a chick years ago about that because I was like, no, you don't understand. Blade is what saved comic book movies and especially Marvel. And she was like, no, it wasn't. It was X-Men because everybody had been waiting for X-Men. And I was like, if it wasn't for Blade, X-Men wasn't going to get made.
Comic book movies were not taken seriously till Blade. And I'm going to say that Blade didn't just save.
They weren't proven as box office sellers.
Yeah. Right. Blade didn't just sell comic book movies. Blade saved comic book industry. Okay.
But
Marvel was bankrupt.
Charles, it goes back to show that anytime when they're in financial strain and dire needs, who they turn to for salvation?
Call a black man.
Black man. The fucking black man. And black men don't know the power they hold when they say only we will have the power to save these non-blacks and their money. And it's going to come to a point that that's going to soon cease to exist.
I mean, it's called the NFL and the NBA. But anyway.
I look at it like, because this is why I'm like, okay, if you allow black direction to just take your hand off the Negro, just let him do what he does. Like, just let us run our own Blade movie. You might get some cool shit. You know what I'm saying? Just like you allowed Dwayne Johnson and the director say, hey, let us do it this way. I know we're already fucked up. We got shit to lose. Might as well just go ahead and just go balls deep and kill people. Mm-hmm. You know? Same thing for Blade. Hey, motherfuckers that thought, man, what the fuck can this Wesley Snipes nigga do? He said, shit, I'm actually the real deal. Hell, after a while, Wesley Snipes believed in real life he was just Blade. That nigga would walk around with 10 movies.
That was Sticky Fingers' ass thinking he was really Blade. Wesley knew who the hell he was. Sticky Fingers lost his goddamn
man, the Sticky Fingers one was the worst one.
It was all right. It was made for TV. It was a TV show, so you get what TV show get.
Man, you don't get Wesley, buddy. You get Sticky Fingers, buddy. Oh man! Shout out to making Iron Wars a movie and not a series.
Yeah, we'll see what that is.
Right,
the movie would be better, just so they can give Don Cheadle his respect.
Yeah. What's the movie that they're doing?
Armor Wars
is now a movie and not a Disney Plus show.
So
I'm gonna see. I'm worried how they're gonna do Rhodey. They probably please don't make him do some weird shit.
Like, so you said they're gonna make a movie of Iron Man? His friends?
Well, to be fair, Rhodey has done that's the thing that's so crazy. That's why I said Tony don't like a nigga flying his goddamn suit. But he ain't never upgrade fucking iron. He ain't never upgrade that Negro's goddamn suit. Like I'm like, nigga, you still flying the same damn suit since goddamn 1990, and like you getting nano shit, and I'm still using gas from goddamn BP and shit. Like, nigga, what the fuck, bro? How your white bitch get a new suit and I didn't get a suit? Like, what the fuck, man?
Look,
you like can get a white boy a little suit, bro. Like everybody got a suit, but goddamn the Negro. He's looking like, what the fuck, Tony? I'm still using a fucking chain gun, and you got a whole plasma laser. Get the fuck.
That's Mark III of Road. I believe Road suit is Mark III. That's how long.
Yeah.
That's how little he upgrades that suit. I said, damn, you got like 200 different versions of the Iron Man suit, and Rhodey only has 3. Like, what the hell?
You know why, right?
Basically,
you know why, right?
He got an iPhone 7, and Tony got the iPhone 14.
Well, here's the thing. You know why that is? Because Rhodey worked for the government.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Government.
Well, no, it's funny, but yeah, he's a government worker, so yeah,
he getting that government upgrade. Tony sitting in the lab the whole time, like, you know what? I need something else on this suit. What's something else?
Tony be like, I know Rhodey be looking at Tony like, yeah, how am I upgrading this War Machine suit? he was like, I don't know if I can. I'm working on this new suit. And I bet you the words came out of Rhodey's mouth was like, nigga.
I was just saying, bro. I would be shitting, bro. The little white boy got a spider Iron Man suit, and I didn't get shit. Like, what the fuck, bro? We fight Thanos. Like, why?
But
Yeah,
Why
Rhodey's not a
am
nerd. That's the
I
whole
getting
thing.
upgraded?
yeah, but see, here's also this. Remember, Rhodey has taken the Iron Man suits for himself at one point when Tony wouldn't go. So I don't think he trips about his suit getting upgraded because he said he already know. I'm gonna just wear one of your damn suits once you finish upgrading it anyway.
Exactly.
Once you get too
Yeah, but that's
drunk and
only in
your
the
ass
comic.
beat up,
That's
Hey,
only in the
look,
comics.
he go
I
further.
mean, he pretty much did that at the end of Iron Man 2 when he was like, yeah, my car got totaled in the battle, so I'm taking your suit so I can get home. Yeah, I'm not cool with that. It wasn't a request, and flew right off with it. So
Exactly.
Well, well, here's the thing about it. Pepper and Rhodey are his closest friends.
Yep.
Like when see, that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all, listen, y'all got the clean version of Tony. Tony is a drunk motherfucker. Like, he got some demons, man. Like
drunken asshole.
Pepper and Rhodey have to take that shit from him. You don't want a drunk Tony in a fucking suit going flying around and vaping shit. Like, he's done some fucked up shit that the Avengers had to check him on. Like, okay, we have to lock you out of the tower. You can't lock me out. Yes, you're drunk, Tony. You're trying to have a party inside of the fucking Quinjet. No, we got to take you
That's
out
why
now.
Robert Downey Jr. was perfect casting because he's actually did some of that kind of shit.
Yeah, that's right, because he a drunk himself. He take drugs.
I don't think he was acting. I don't
He
think
was.
he
Wait a minute. What you mean some of that shit?
Hey,
I mean,
some of it is not.
And there was no
confirmed.
proper script for the first movie, so they just wrote it
what's
out.
my
That was perfect.
what's my motivation? You in your 20s. I got it.
Yep.
No, I'm just thinking to myself, go home, Tony. You drunk. I ain't drunk. All right. Am I
Put
drunk?
it this way, man.
Jarvis, am I drunk?
The movie version of Tony is just like a cleaner version. The way the comic version, well, that's a whole nother level.
Like, Tony, Jarvis, am I drunk? Drunk as hell, sir. Oh shit. We found large traces of alcohol in your blood. For real, Jarvis? Give it here. Like that.
It has energy fuel and stuff.
Like, God damn. Like, I'm just looking at this shit and I'm just like, I gotta go see this shit again.
I know this random. I
I'm
still
going
don't
to see
like
it
the
again.
Flash
I already
shit.
talked to Black Bank today. He was going to see it again in IMAX. I said, yeah, I didn't see it in IMAX the first time. I'm going to go give Rock a tip. I'm going to go give him a $20 tip, put some cream on top of my regular ticket.
Okay.
I'm gonna see it this weekend. Yeah, I only saw the ending credits of it because they playing it online. So.
But yeah.
I'd be like, you know what? Nah, I'm so glad I didn't see the Rock bottom somebody in the movie.
Oh,
Bruh.
I was waiting for it, man. I was like, damn, he ain't gonna rock bottom people's elbow, no motherfucker.
You know what? You know what?
I wanted to see it one time.
The whole time, I never even thought about that through the whole movie. Damn.
Yeah, I'm so glad he didn't. Because I'd have been like, you would have killed the whole movie for me if I see you do that.
Hey, I can't front now. A couple of times he's done it in other movies. Like when he did it in The Rundown, man, the theater exploded on that one. So I mean, you know.
Yeah, but that was his first, lead movie from coming from wrestling. So that kind of makes sense that he would do it then. But right now, the biggest criticism outside of the movie is just action. There's no heart to it, which is bullshit. The other criticism is that people were saying that he's acting really stiff, and it's just The Rock being The Rock. I'm like, this wasn't The Rock. That's how he is. This was Thet Adam. This wasn't The Rock. The Rock had a whole different fucking personality. If you know who The Rock, Dwayne Johnson is, that wasn't who he was playing. He wasn't playing.
So would it be safe to say? So would it be safe to say if these people don't know, I'm not sure if they know what The Rock is cooking.
No, they couldn't smell what he was cooking.
I was like, hold on, acting. I was like, did y'all not watch the game plan? Like, did you not watch Scorpion King? He didn't play the same fucking character.
No, he hasn't.
Well, you know, so that's those little information a lot of people know about the characters that they playing so much. It was like, yeah, so they expect one thing and then they turn on another. But reality, like when you put so much high expectation on something like that, instead of just enjoying it for what it is, then you're gonna be easily disappointed. Like,
Well, it's not even an expectation. They wanted that shit to fail, and they know very little, very little about the character, very little about what The Rock is doing, and they just understand that they don't have to like The Rock, and they can't think of a really decent. I haven't heard one person have a decent reason why they didn't like The Rock. I haven't heard one. I don't understand that shit personally. And built yourself up from wrestling to this in 20 something years. I was like, that motherfucker got a grind that won't quit, dude. I'm serious.
Well, do you think it's because, you know, I mean, the comments, you know, before he was an anti, he was just a villain. He's more associated with Shazam. Do they think they was expect him to be fighting Shazam or something like that?
No, because they keep talking about all the killing that happened in the movie, and I'm sitting there thinking about it. Wasn't these the inner gang? Wasn't these the people that subjugated the whole country?
It was.
So
It was. He wasn't
getting killed.
He wasn't killing any. He didn't kill anybody that was innocent. All those guys were intergang. Yeah, they were the actual bad guys in the movie.
Those were the actual villains. He was killing the actual villains, so I don't see what we upset about.
So
he did hurt the kid though. He hurt.
Hold on, one at a time.
He did hurt the kid when he was trying to save him.
Yeah, not even worry about that shit. That's collateral. That's just collateral.
Yeah, and that was an accident. He took that really badly.
Yeah, and that's what made him. That's what made him call the name of Shazam and surrender himself. Once he recognized that, okay, yeah, these powers are a bit much for me. I was like, okay, he surrendered himself because he was not trying to hurt. That wasn't his intent. That wasn't his intent when he first got the powers. He was just went there to kill the king to get revenge for killing his son.
Well, if you think about it, that was actually the first time he had hurt somebody innocent.
Right.
And he felt something about it because he was relating to that kid like it was his son. And he felt that was somebody going through trauma, right, Charles? He went through the trauma of seeing his son killed, right?
He had PTSD.
5,000 years you locked in stasis. Then you pop out of stasis 5,000 years later, you back to fighting some other people, and then a kid get hurt while you doing what you're doing. That fucked him up. That was like a trauma thing right there. It's like, no, I can't do this. I can't.
That's why if you listen to Hawkman,
I'm sorry.
Right. That's why if you listen to Hawkman is actually coaching him when he's fighting Sabak. He's like, listen, you can do it. Just control your anger. Like, you can do it. You can rip him apart. He's like, you just got to learn how to have temperance of your anger. Like, I get it. You're angry because you're looking at your home. And if everybody that understood him was like, could you imagine somebody waking up from a horrible world and not knowing that everything that you know is gone and your country is still fucked up? Yeah, you're not going to be all there. So that's why they were like, we got to move on him now. The longer he stays out, the more grounded he becomes. So he's not fully all together. He's going through traumatic issues.
Captain America. He's a man out of time. He's 5,000 years late to the party and adjusting to this world the way it is now. But it's still in turmoil. The people that he knew are all dead, but the people that are still here in the same country are still being subjugated. So they're still being treated like slaves. Like, I'm sorry, it must have just hit different for me being black. It's lame. I'm like, look, a former slave getting the power of a god and taking it to the people who was enslaving them. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't.
That's why he said, I kneel to no man. Like, y'all, this shit is over with. Like, y'all can kiss my ass. Like, you gonna have to take me. Like, I'm not going down. Like, that's why every time they kept coming, he's like, yo, I got a lot of anger, dude. Like, we can do this all fucking day unless you can make me say those words. And they knew, like, yo, he has to be willing to want to say it. Other than that, this motherfucker ain't gonna stop. You're not gonna stop. I mean, Hawkman already knew, well, I guess I'm going to just keep dying and coming back for this motherfucker. And Fate was like, fuck, I don't feel like fighting this nigga. Like, these two kids are gonna die. Like, I think that's the thing about it. Like, this man just had a lot of shit. Like any other man pimped up in him of trauma. And what do you do with a man like that? That's like, yo, man, like, I don't want to be used by another person ever fucking again. Like I don't want to ever be used by a person. You can't be mad at. That's why his son was like, "Don't be mad at yourself, dude. It happens."
Yeah, that's why I couldn't get these reviewers saying they didn't understand his motivation. I said, okay, so you didn't understand the fact that his wife got killed in front of him. The
Right.
son became a hero of all the slaves. His wife got killed in front of him. He was dying. His son gave him his power to save his life, and then his son got killed in front of him. How do you not understand the motivation that everybody after that gonna get it? Who is oppressing his people? How do you not understand that motivation? I don't.
I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. Those reviewers were obviously raised by bitter single moms. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Say it for them Negroes in the cheap seats.
That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, that's the part that was making me upset when I was listening to these people talk about this on Thursday, on Friday. I'm like, it don't seem like y'all watched the same movie I did, or you really just don't care because it's not being fronted by who you want to see there. And you've seen it, for the last 2 years. Every time there's somebody, a little bit of ethnicity from the movie, you always got some slick shit to say about it. Oh, it's failed. It's a terrible movie. Maybe it could be. Maybe it's not. I've seen plenty of garbage ass movies with a white front in front of it. So what are we talking about? Stupid.
It makes me think back to that movie Solo. I'm not sure if anybody remember the movie Solo with the cyborg, black cyborg.
Van Peebles.
Yeah, and oh god damn it! Like you get those good black stoic heroes that are like, "Hey, I got to clean up a city or a town." I'm like, okay, all right, I get it. He can do the same shit also. And ultimately, it definitely. I'm surprised more comic book goers didn't understand. It opened up two worlds. One, it opened up the demon in Hell world. So that means they can now go into the mystic universe for Trigon and anybody that deals with mysticism. Because
I thought that was Trigon that was showing up at first. Came out with the damn horns.
Right? Now, if Trigon had came out, I'm like, okay, Black Adam, you're probably fucked now because now you got Trigon. You're not going to survive that fight, dude. Like you might lose conduct. It is what it is. But I definitely am excited. But I'm like, okay, so now we got demons, and like I'm saying, like, listen, DC universe, they deal with like the satanic universe. Like, oh shit, like we need mystic people now. Like we Superman, he can do some good shit, but he's like, all right, we need somebody who can throw a spell or two. So I'm actually excited. Shout out to Dwayne Johnson for doing that, opening up the portal of hell with that movie, because now you're going to see more mystic shit happening. You're going to definitely see that in their universe. So that's actually pretty good.
I think they kind of bit off of Hellboy when they broke the horns, because it's always the horns. You know what I'm saying? Because Hellboy, once you break the horns, the portal will close, and they broke the horns with this one too, and the portal closed. But actually, no, he ripped them in half.
He ripped them in half. Yeah, he was just a straight up demon.
Yeah.
So it wasn't tied to his horn.
Hellboy, that's
ripped his head in half.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. The quote mystical. He ripped it from his ass to his appetite.
Yeah,
right. Like, yeah. The portal was not. It had nothing to do with us. Like, it had something to do with that of like their tie, like how the Black Adam and Shazam are tied to the Rock of Eternity. Like that's they're tied to that. Sabak is tied to that of the portal to hell. Like that's how like Spawn and all of them. Like, hey, when they die, they go back to hell. Like, oh, you're back. You failed. Okay, so we need a new acolyte. That's how it works. Like, but for them, like Hellboy, Hellboy, he is part of their universe, but he's a son. He's actually the son.
He's
Dark Horse.
That's a different universe. That's a different
universe.
Hasn't he met up with Batman and different other people? Or they just had a crossover?
That was a crossover book.
No crossover.
God damn it. Let me
like
have
that
it.
just to put those two characters together. Like, I think right now Batman and Spawn are showing up together in the comic book again because
once
McFarlane
again.
likes doing Batman, right? But
He loved
Spawn
their
don't live
cake.
nowhere around fucking Gotham City. Gotham City ain't nowhere around that city. It's just not. It's just one of those weird one shots that happens or them crossover.
Like
books.
Batman and Ninja Turtles.
I swear that Cape Crusader, he shouldered running to a lot of motherfuckers, man. That dude just be running.
You know why?
Yeah, right.
Because Batman sells comic books for DC like Deadpool sells comic books for Marvel. That's why you can sell any comic book with fucking Batman on it. You can sell Archie and have Batman in that book. That motherfucker would be the biggest seller Archie ever had.
God.
Showed up
biggest
in
money maker mascot is Batman.
Batman.
Oh God!
For Detective Comics, Batman make money. That's why he has so
Not
many freaking titles on the shelf.
Not that Archie. What is it? Archie and Batman and the Punisher. Oh God!
Yeah, they had that
Archie and the Predator. That was funny.
And the Predator. Exactly.
Oh my God!
What? They had an Archie and the Predator?
Yes.
Yes.
It was the
90s, man.
No, it wasn't the 90s. It was 2-3 years ago.
Oh wait, I'm thinking about the Archie, the one from the 90s with what is it, the Azrael Batman? That's the one I'm getting confused with.
Archie comics. Sonic has met Spawn. Like that's the thing about it. Like that's the thing about Sonic. Yeah. You can pull that up. Like the Archie, shout out to Archie comic like this. Toon Force is amazing. Dude. That's what I said. You're right about that. Like Batman has met a whole plethora of people. I mean, one, he's a detective. It kind of scares me because nothing freaks him out anymore. I guess when you've seen it all, like what the hell is there left to like throw you off? You know, I mean,
if I lived in Gotham City, a war zone would never scare me.
Y'all remember that scene in Justice League Dark when I forgot that damn chick's name when she came up to reading Batman. You went through pain, blah blah blah. No. It was them demon spirits that fucked around him. Like I said something in you. They came in Batman's face, looked at him and said, "Boom!" They got scared. I'm like, scared some damn demon spirits.
Oh yeah, you're talking about in DC. Even your heroes are scary as shit.
Hey, even Superman said himself, man, he's the most dangerous man alive.
Darkseid show up.
Well, that's the first time I've seen Batman shoot a gun.
Man, Darkseid respects Batman.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What was it when he played that gambit on him about the hell spores on Apocalypse?
The Supergirl from Krypton.
Yeah. And Darkseid was like, "Well played, human. The Kryptonian and the Amazon would have never had the guts to do this, but your kind kills its own people. Take the girl. I shall make no move against her." I was like, well, damn.
That's what he assumed, but he just know how to play a big bluff. Like, fucking, like.
The thing about it is,
he respected Batman's gangster. He saw it on his face. He's like,
he was like, this guy, right?
I don't need to find out today.
Matter of fact, it's like if you, I know you heard the story about 50 Cent and Suge Knight. He tried to intimidate 50 Cent. Suge Knight looked down like, "What the fuck you looking at, motherfucker?" Like,
you have. I think that's why. Is that like I said, Darkseid and different gods, they respect Batman, but his tenacity, he's like, I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna just keep coming. And that's why Superman's like, yo, that guy's he's not gonna stop. Like, there's no such thing as rules to a ninja. That's why I don't understand when people are like, oh my God, like Batman cheated. Like, nigga, I'm fighting gods and demons and fucking things beyond my understanding. Like, you think I'll throw a fair one? Like, hell, I'm a human. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I gotta do.
He is shooting him a fair one. Hell, just because he used kryptonite, it's still a fair one. Hell, I mean, the kryptonite will weaken Superman, but Superman's still this big ass dude.
The fair one is that he wound up having one up over his opponent. He always have a plan C, D, F, E, whatever ahead. He thinks 5 steps ahead. So
You have to think his weapon, and that's why I always encourage people to go read the Batman comics. If you look at his training, a lot of it was teaching him how to always think. Like you can't beat everything. Like Bane knows martial arts also. You can't just run up and just let's go barehanded fist with Bane. Like you gotta outthink him. Like you gotta think. He teaches the Bat family, like, listen, you're gonna have opponents that are bigger than you.
I was born in a
You're not gonna brawl them out.
Exactly. That's how Bane beat Batman, because he outsmarted him. What he did was just tired him out to the point that, you know what? Now I'm gonna fight you.
He had been tired. He had been out there for like 3 or 4 days.
Exactly. No sleep, no rest, no nothing.
He strategic himself also too. Yeah. So.
He used Batman's ego against him because he knew that Batman would not get anybody's help. He wouldn't take a break. If he had called anybody for support at the time, he could have actually, beat Bane in that fight. On top of that, in the comic, at the time when it happened, Superman had just died. So it was always implied that Batman was shook from the fact that Superman was dead. So he definitely wasn't on his A game at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I think the story that exposed Batman was Injustice.
Which one?
Injustice.
Exposed him for what?
What?
That Batman is just self-righteous and full of shit. Because he could have been killed Joker if he wanted to.
Batman
Injustice, Superman said, I'm done with all this, and he just kills Joker and it's over.
But you saw what happened when he
after
crossed the line like that.
Yeah,
he ain't coming back.
Batman has a line, and it's killing because of his trauma, but he does everything else to figure out how to beat these people besides killing them.
Like,
okay, because Batman is not running around with the strength of Deus Ex Machina, where he can always have enough power to punch whatever he needs to. He's not running around like that. He's a regular human being, so he has to use regular human being skills. Killing the Joker would never have been a good idea for anybody. Reason being, something will take Joker's spot, and it'll be worse than Joker. It'll always be worse than the Joker. Who
Matter
the DC universe right now?
Let him finish.
DC universe right now. Who's worse than the Joker?
Yeah. The Batman that laughs. The Batman.
Exactly. Who is the Batman that laughs? And who is the Batman that laughs?
That's
Bruce Wayne.
Bruce Wayne.
Batman. That's what's worse than the Joker.
And yes. And the Joker actually, right? And the Joker actually helped Batman. Hey, Kim, he said, "Whoa, this guy's way worse than me. Yo, we gotta get rid of this one, Batsy. Like this guy is way worse than me."
And if you remember what is the Joker's primary goal, he is always trying to get the world to be more like him and say the one bad day. You're always one bad day away, and that in the Injustice, that's what he proved. He couldn't get back, so what he do? He went to the next dude. Superman. He went to Superman.
Yeah.
Because Superman always runs around with a weakness, and the only way you really hurt Superman is not kryptonite. You get at the things he fucking cares about, which is Lois and the kids. That's why the Batman Who Laughs, which was Bruce Wayne, how did he get Superman fucked up? He
made Superman kill his family.
Go tear apart Lois and them.
Yeah.
Traumatized his ass. Superman's biggest weakness is his heart, but that's his biggest strength too.
See, I disagree because that's the point that Superman was making in Injustice. Say, if you'd have just done away with the Joker a long time ago, Lois would be alive today.
But see, that's him thinking of his own.
That's him. That's him pinning that shit on Batman because he can't handle the fact that Lois died.
Exactly.
Right.
The whole world got to go to hell because Lois Lane died. Fuck that bitch.
I mean,
I don't think the world was going to hell. I think Joker would have been dead, and I think Superman was right. I think Superman was right in Injustice.
Hold on, let him finish his point. Come on, guys. Go ahead.
Who you talking to me?
Yeah. Go ahead and finish your point, man.
No, I think Superman had the point. I think he was the one that was right in the whole thing. And granted, he took it too far. But I think he was right and said, listen, if you'd have done away with Joker long time ago, how many lives would have been saved?
But see, here's the problem.
You let it get to this point because you couldn't do what was necessary.
Here's the problem.
You can't.
Wait, hold on. Let me say this.
Joker killed Jason Todd. When he came back from the dead, when Jason was with Joker and him, Batman actually admitted to him, yo, I've been thinking about killing him for a long time, for a while and everything. The Joker was even happy that Batman said that. But you know what? Batman was like, if I do that, then there's no coming back. He would not be the man he is today at all, period. He would not come back. And matter of fact, we saw that plenty of times. If you've seen the 5-part Crisis on Infinite Earths when Kevin Conroy played that version of Batman, killed everybody.
Even Superman.
No remorse. His moral code's going everything. And most likely, his closest allies would get caught in the crossfire.
And like you said, with Superman, let me say this real quick. And like you said, Superman took it too far. You saw in the game, what did he end up do? He started killing his own allies. It wasn't until he killed Shazam, Billy, that's when Flash and was like, hold up, wait a minute. We ain't supposed to be killing our own people. This shit's gone too far. That's what made them switch up. So killing the Joker solved a lot of problems, but like Artisan said, it created a whole new list of shit that they had to deal with, to the point where they had to go get another Superman to fight their version of Superman just to stop him.
And you can't blame Batman for not killing. If you're gonna blame anyone for the Joker not being dead, blame Gotham's justice system. This mug's been locked up. The government in Gotham has had countless times to execute this criminal. Batman is essentially, I get that, but still, after so many times, it's like, look, this guy is obviously not only a threat to just Gotham, he's a threat pretty much to the entire world. At some point, you guys got to do what you got to do. Batman is essentially, an empowered cop. He does a great job of catching the Joker and bringing him in. But like once I bring him in, y'all need to do something with this guy.
Yeah, and he keep getting out. The thing of it is that, look at it like this: Batman's greatest strength and is his greatest weakness. Batman's greatest strength is that he is super determined and has a will that will not stop. He will keep going. He will keep fighting until there's nothing left in him. Right? If you take that and turn that into somebody who actually kills, who is he going to not kill? He's going to kill everybody. That's why that line for him is so important. It's more important to him to hold that line than it is to just kill the Joker, because Superman wasn't saying nothing new in Injustice. Injustice is a recent idea. Jason Todd been telling that shit to Batman forever.
Still does. Yep.
Still does. It's one of their points of contention between him and Jason. Yep. He'll beat the shit out of Jason for killing somebody, but Jason will tell him, like, man, all this shit and you still ain't never killed the Joker? Look.
And Jason,
I want to add also too what Art was saying. There's another factor to that also too. In the story that what was it, the 3 Jokers? Was it that one? Yeah. At the end of that story, Batman met the man that killed his parents.
Joe Chill.
Yeah. And he showed them remorse. He was dying from cancer. He could have, but he's like, you know what? He showed them remorse.
Yeah, that's why I said it's more interesting to me to have a character that, even if you have all the power to do something, you don't. Why don't you? That's more interesting to me. Like, well, I could have killed him. Yeah, and I did kill him. Okay, well, that was anticlimactic.
Think of Batman as not just a dark figure and everything, think he might do this murderous stuff. That's what makes him opposite that way. People think that way of him, and he's not. It's like he's a scary looking figure. He has a heart of gold. There's a comic panel in there that's like he meets a bunch of kids that he's saving. He pulls out a lollipop from his utility belt and comforts them, and they hug him despite he looks scary.
Look, Batman.
I like Magneto better if we're gonna go with an anti-hero type person. I like Magneto because Magneto, he's gonna get things done.
Okay,
Batman just self-righteous at the end of the day.
You got that mixed up. Magneto is the one that's really self-righteous. Batman doesn't do that shit for fame or notoriety or none of that shit. Exactly. He's not trying to lead a country, none of that. I love Magneto. Magneto is a self-righteous son of a bitch. Because he wants everybody to know what he's doing.
So the thing,
how is Magneto during the recent years now? You know, when they on Krakoa now.
I mean,
they off of Krakoa now.
He's the same. He's the same Magneto.
No, he's not. No,
Magneto originally was a villain, so you can't that new anti-hero shit is some recent shit. Because if you read early X-Men, he was doing some villainous shit, and he was doing it for like what artist said, some self-righteous bullshit.
He's always done it for his own self-righteous reasons, and Magneto has always flipped back and forth between being a villain and being a hero. That whole publication history, he always does that shit. But Magneto's always doing shit for his own reasons. He's always doing it for what he claims is his people, but it's always him sitting at the top. It's never him not sitting at the top and doing it for his people.
Yeah,
like he's the leader.
Righteous.
No, he's
the leader.
He's not doing it for everybody else.
Let me hit it at this.
Everybody else to help him.
I would definitely say, like, okay, so for the Batman issue, listen, like, you've already had a Batman that crossed the line. It's called the Owl. That when they showed the different, like, they're not called Justice League.
Owlman.
Right. Like Owlman, that dude literally was manipulating the whole Justice League and said, like, I plan on getting rid of all the Earths. Like, that's extreme Batman. That's when I give zero fucks. Everybody's got to go. But mankind is just evil. So that's when you have it where Batman doesn't care. And Batman's like, whoa, shit. You did kill, didn't you? Yep. And I liked it. And I never stopped. He's like, fuck. Now I see, Robin, this is why you don't kill. This is what you get. Like, that's the whole reason why even Talia gave Damian to fucking goddamn Bruce. Because the boy needed to learn control. Like, the thing about it, and that's the thing about it, where even Damian's like, I can't figure out my dad. Like, this nigga be like beating the shit out of people he don't kill. Because Alfred and different people, if you listen to what they be saying in The Dark Knight, sooner or later, Bruce, you have to give the city back to the people. You can't be the one man. That's why he said, hey, The Dark Knight, Harvey needs to take over. You got to let the people do this type of shit. Why you think Gordon gets on Batman like, hey, man, you put the motherfucker in shock. How the hell am I supposed to actually get the people to do shit? You're giving people goddamn cranial damage.
To television shows and cartoons, you're going to get this whole Batman shit mixed the fuck up. Because every one of those different mediums keeps tweaking Batman a little bit.
Yeah.
It makes it hard to follow what you're talking about.
Okay, I put it like this. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you see the preview of the Titans for this new season? There's a part they talked about with Batman because they're gonna have Lex Luthor in this one, and there's a part
I can't follow that type. Yeah, I can't get with that type.
When Dick was talking about with Luthor, this is the only man that Batman's ever been afraid of. That shit got me cringeworthy when you said that shit.
What?
I don't follow none of that.
That's why I say you have to be clear about which one you're talking about, because if you jump to talking about the Harley Quinn cartoon, Batman is a whole fucking simp in that shit.
Right. I use the Batman the animated series and the Dark Knight, but I'm using that brand of a Gordon and the interaction with Gordon and Batman, and how Gordon always like, hey, like, Batman, I get you do what you do, and we love you, but god damn it, we got to get these convictions. Like, we have to have convictions for these cases. That's why Gordon and Batman always had I think at some point he even figured out who it was. He figured out, damn, that's Bruce Wayne. But he never arrested him. He's a necessary nature.
Gordon always knew who the fuck it was. Gordon just let him have his damn secret.
Yeah. But put it this way. Story on exhibit. Oh yeah, the Killing Joke. Yeah. Even though when he shot Barbara and everything and tortured Gordon was like, we still do this by the book and everything. Like, you still believe in justice. They don't want to kill him like that. Yeah, because Gordon started to understand Batman's ways and like, you know what? We're not gonna let the Joker fuck with us that way. Nothing like we his bitch.
Well, that's the thing with Joker. That's the thing, right?
Comic of the Killing Joke, it was a whole lot more shit that was done to fucking Barbara, and Gordon wasn't on that shit. It was some we need to go kill this motherfucker because the Joker did some really reprehensible shit to Barbara Gordon outside of shooting her ass. Before he shot her, he did some shit like pictures and all kind of shit.
Like I said, man, like I said, you have it. Like I get it. Like people, oh yeah, Magneto. Listen, I don't got nothing against Eric. Eric got fucked up by humans as a kid. The motherfucker survived the Holocaust. Yeah, you find that you got powers. I get you. I get you, Magneto. You're going to, but don't ever think Magneto is a coming of righteousness. No, he's like, no, humans are evil. They're bad. When they do horrible things. This is a kid that grew up in the Holocaust. So you're gonna be pretty fucked up.
The funny thing about Magneto
this way.
He was in concentration camps and Holocaust stuff, right? But what does he preach? He preaches that same, we are the superior race over everybody else. He still preaches the same shit.
Yeah, he's fucked up.
He's no different from the Nazis. That's how the Nazis.
Yeah, he's fucked up from that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's just about these people, just people who are mutants. Yeah, it's about them. The rest of y'all are weaker, lesser forms of life now. It's like, oh well, that don't sound much different, does it?
This is where Professor Xavier to check his ass.
The whole story, the whole moral behind all of that with Batman, Superman, the X-Men, Magneto, all that is the idea of you fight the oppression and the bad guys, but you also resist the temptation to use your power to where you become the very villains that you're fighting against.
Tell him,
Nietzsche quote. The Nietzsche quote.
I mean, but seriously, like the dichotomy between Lex Luthor and Superman is that Lex, he doesn't have superpowers, but he's got so much wealth and intelligence, so he might as well have superpowers. He has an unlimited reach, but he doesn't do these things.
Lex has a god complex. Lex Luthor has a god complex.
Yeah.
He can't.
But that's the thing. Lex is doing things not for the benefit of the people he does it for. Lex does it to serve his own ego.
Well, you got to realize
that's why he favors Alexander the Great.
Well, you got to think about it. Is that when you have a guy like Lex, if he actually used his intellect, he would benefit the world, if not the universe. But his singular focus is on Superman because he's not the big man on campus anymore.
Right.
And he's been on not even an ego trip. He was on an ego vacation.
He was on an ego sabbatical.
Like he's on an ego retirement fund. Like, he literally became president just to fuck with Superman.
Pretty much.
And then because he's president, he can't really do anything like it. Like Magneto is complicated. Like Magneto has the worst case of PTSD known to man. I mean, you got to think about it. He's Jewish, so he grew up in a Nazi occupation, internment camp where powers kicked in because of the stress of watching his family and all his friends literally get put in ovens. So he has an axe to grind against fucking humanity.
Then they killed his wife and kid. They killed his wife and kid again. Yep.
And they killed his wife and kid when he ran to be a gypsy. And I mean, he just, he's the man who can't get a break. So he's like, fuck all this. I'm gonna fuck humanity up and put a fucking metal rod up his ass. So
did they retcon Polaris not being his daughter also now?
Polaris is his daughter.
Yeah,
she's still his daughter.
With the twins.
Even though I'm like, eventually they're gonna make Quicksilver and Wanda Maximoff his kids again. Doesn't make sense, but it doesn't make sense. Like, well, what sense would that give? Like, some things just leave in the comments. Actually, Maximoff and Quicksilver would have made more sense once you brought him there. It would explain their powers a bit more than just experimentation.
Right. Like that's the thing about it. Like that's what I said. Like you're dealing with two different ideologies when it comes to the X-Men with Charles and Eric. That's why Eric was upset with Scott, with Cyclops, when he killed Charles. He's like, what the fuck? And Cyclops like, well, you didn't like him anyway. Motherfucker, that was my best friend. I may not agree, and that's the thing about some men don't agree. You may not always agree with your friend, but you still have respect for him. That's why you never see Magneto ever personally just go attack Charles. He's like, no, like we battle on a mental, intellectual level. Like you let your warriors prove my warriors wrong. You see, Charles? You see that? I'm sure he'd be calling him like when a mutant kid gets fucked up. See, Charles, I told you, man, we gotta work. Fuck that Jesus shit, bro.
That's his favorite line to him. I told you.
Yup,
like
he always said it to
like
him.
they trying to finish a long running argument. Like I told you, nigga. See what they doing? I told you.
And then that's just like in for what they say about X3. For as bad as they talk about it was, that one really good part is when Pyro tells Magneto, I would have killed Xavier for you if I'd known it, would have made you happy. And Magneto quickly puts Pyro in check and tells him, Charles Xavier did more for mutants than you'll ever know. My only regret is that he had to die in order for his dream to live.
Exactly. And you saw that even in Age of Apocalypse. Who founded the X-Men when Charles got killed because of what's his name? What was Legion? I said, what happened?
Yeah, his son. Yeah.
Magneto created the X-Men during the Age of Apocalypse because that's how much.
But he's done that multiple times. Like every time Charles has been like dead or something like that
or
in
gone.
X-Men comics, Magneto will usually step in and run the whole team.
Yep.
And that's the time when he becomes kind of a good guy.
Didn't he kind of hide his body? Didn't he hide his body one time?
He'll kind of run the shit.
Didn't he hide his body, Artisan? I believe he had like Charles disappeared. Nobody could find him, and Magneto was like keeping his body safe. Like, listen, like Magneto, you had his body. Yeah, of course. I'm not gonna let nothing happen to Charles. Like people always think he's going to hurt him. He's not.
No,
like he doesn't.
They're not going to hurt each other. There's only one time.
Only one time.
There's only one time. Tell me what universe.
Hold on, one at a time.
Yeah, there was only one time, and actually one universe when Magneto actually killed Charles, and that was the Ultimate Universe and Ultimatum. He snapped his neck.
No, you also had
clusterfuck though.
Exactly.
You also had.
That's why it's having a good time killing Charles.
Yeah, we don't talk about Ultimatum.
Hold up. You also had the one time that Charles went at Magneto, and you ended up getting Onslaught.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one time.
Fatal Attractions.
There's only one time Charles lashed out at him when he pulled fucking Wolverine's adamantium through his pore.
Yeah, he didn't like that shit.
It was like, yo, you fucked up, right?
Hell, I didn't like that shit.
Shut his mind down.
He
just shut his mind down.
I'm not gonna lie. Magneto did humble the fuck out of Wolverine with that movie.
He did though. He was tired of that shit.
When I first saw that issue, I was trying to understand what the hell Magneto was doing to Wolverine. Did he wrap him in some damn metal or something, or some liquid?
No, he just was tired of his shit.
Yeah, I didn't even know at the time when I first read it. And years, I ain't gonna front till probably 3 years later after I got that comic and read it and researched again. I was like, wait a minute, that's adamantium? Oh shit!
Yeah, I mean it's metal, and you're gonna get a guy with metal bones and claws against the master of magnetism. Motherfucker, he puts you a mile away.
Yeah, and this way, Wolverine slashed the wrong person too many fucking times with them goddamn claws, and Magneto was tired of that shit.
Yeah,
it's like, look, fuck this.
I remember
them Jim Lee panels. I keep seeing it.
I still remember.
Slashed him, sliced him in the chest. Like, oh my god, dude.
He told him, he was like, I think that's the thing about it. Like people always say, well, he just deals with magnets. That dude's a whole omega. Like it's not like the omegas are like they're in their own league.
Like he's actually beyond that.
Yeah, he's done pulled himself through space back to Earth. Like this motherfucker can feel a lot of shit. Like that's why he
Electromagnetic
feels a lot of stuff all over the universe. He just be sitting.
Just put it this way: you're limiting Magneto by keeping him on the planet.
How you
You put him out in space, he's gonna do all kind of extra shit.
Gonna do a show on it, man.
What up,
I know,
Alice?
folks.
Come on, man.
Birthday.
You
Happy
always have
birthday,
these
man.
fire ass goddamn screams. How you gonna do this?
I mean, it's your birthday gift, man. It's your birthday gift.
You could have told me you was going to talk about Black Adam, and I would have. Y'all already had the conversation to come and gone, didn't it?
You can still jump in.
Kind of.
Yeah,
I didn't see the movie either, too. But hey, fuck it.
I'm
gonna
gonna
see it this weekend.
I'm gonna put it to you this way: we came and gone, but anytime you want to jump in. But I'm gonna say this about Magneto: if we go by quantum physics, if you can control magnetism, you can really control time and wormholes and shit like that.
Facts.
He's done that. He's done that with
you got to realize something. Anything metal, he's pretty much approaching like flashlight speeds when he's around like a metal tracker conductor. He can really superheat shit because of the magnetic fields. I mean, he can stop your fucking heart. I mean, he can do a lot of shit. Like, you gotta think about it. Like, if he's in space and what's around space, a bunch of
electromagnetism. That's what I said. He's limited by being on the planet. Out in space, he would be worse.
Remember when they had the X-Men versus the Avengers, right? And I actually got that big ass book and autograph. Shout out to Ed McGuinness, one of my favorite artists, and a couple others. He actually fought Iron Man, and Iron Man said, "This fight would be 3 seconds if I was actually in what about that
versus."
Yeah, and he hit him with the force. He literally took the magnetic force of fucking Jupiter and hit him with it. God damn.
Yeah, because I remember how Tony was like in his mind thinking, he was like, this guy is so powerful that his just being this close to him is shaking the fillings in my teeth.
Yeah.
Facts.
You got, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you have the comic books, like, when the Avengers had like the registration shit going on, who did they go to? They went to the X-Men. And what did the X-Men
said? Leave us out of that shit.
They said, exactly. As just like how it was for, the Black Adam. Like, listen, you fucking with us when the Sentinels and the government were coming after us. We didn't see the Avengers try to help our children or help us get out of the mansion that gets blown up every other fucking year. Like, y'all don't ever come to help us. We gotta like spend it for ourselves and go run off to fucking Genosha with the Morlocks. So don't call us now.
X-Mansion got a building fund like a black church.
Yo, Deadpool
and
I mean shit so
with
accurately, like
roof on the side.
And I mean that roof ain't never straight.
Deadpool be hitting that shit. He's like, yo, how many times has this building been blown up?
I'm gonna tell you what's really fucked up. It's like, man, I'm gonna tell you, like, I don't know which universe is worse to live in, DC or Marvel. Like, goddamn.
I'm gonna tell you, just imagine, Charles, if you were
definitely Marvel,
if you were downtown Manhattan, and all of a sudden you heard the fucking Hulk roar. Do you know how scary? And in one leap. The Hulk could be a midtown Manhattan to downtown Brooklyn. If that motherfucker took a
that's why
running start, like, how do you?
That's why I say it's definitely Marvel.
I don't know, because I don't know if I can, as much as I like Superman, I don't know if I can live in Metropolis. Like, nigga, you like
I'm gonna trump you with Hulk. I'm gonna trump Hulk with Doomsday. You would have to deal with Doomsday in the fucking DC universe. And you can't kill that motherfucker the same way twice.
Like, the thing about it is that I would like, because here's the thing, right? At least for me, I would like to believe that the bullshit that will come out of DC is more spaced out, because especially when you talk about Metropolis, a lot of what you're dealing with Superman will be intergalactic or interdimensional, right? Whereas Whereas if you look at the Marvel universe, right, there's a lot of shit that's happening, man. Like, think about it, man. You're talking about, look at the gangsters like Silvermane, right? You know what I'm saying? The gangsters like Silvermane, Jigsaw, or the Punisher's Rogue Gallery and all of that other shit, man. You
What
want
Rogues Gallery?
You want no parts of New York
Right.
City. You much rather live in Metropolis than to live in Marvel's New York
Man,
City.
fuck
The
that.
reason why.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute.
One at a time.
Wait.
One at a
Wait
time.
You got Gotham's fucking Rogues Gallery to deal with. You got to deal with the fucking Joker. You got to deal with Two-Face. You got to deal with fucking Killer McCrock or Solomon Grundy's creepy ass popping the fuck up out of nowhere. Then you got to deal with the
I think I would.
You got to deal with
got the
Zach.
court of owls. Shit.
Then you got
assassin.
wait a minute. Then you got to deal with fucking Constantine and the little fucking demons that he's always trying to fight, popping out of nowhere, trying to take over
But that's what
people's
I said. But
souls.
that's New York. Again, you got Doctor Strange. You got the Hand. Right. That's what I'm saying. You
Gotham is
Tombstone.
You got
Gotham is Chicago. Like, yeah.
You would
Technically, Gotham is his own city. Yeah.
You would much rather be, because you'd much rather be in Gotham than to be in Marvel's New York.
The reason why I say the DC universe is, and this is the reality that people don't understand. And if you watch Justice League Dark, or Justice League, when they had the last movie, the Flashpoint is inevitable. Wally is going to always have to run that goddamn. They're going to always have to trigger a Flashpoint, and they can never fix it. That's why Batman's like, yo, like, stay the fuck off of that goddamn treadmill. Like, they literally do not like him on that treadmill.
Well, he only started the Flashpoint because he went back in time and tried to save his mother, because Flash's biggest problem is he can't deal with losing people.
Yeah.
And because he saved his mother, that caused the Flashpoint. It's not running on the time treadmill. It's him not being able to let people go. And she has to die. It hurts, but it happens.
That's fair enough, Artisan. But just like Wonder Woman said, listen, it's okay. People die. But that does not give you the right to play God and try. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to learn how to just deal with it. When you change something,
that's kind of DC characters failing, because if you think about Hal Jordan, what made Hal Jordan turn into Parallax?
He lost
Coast City.
Lost Coast City.
Lost Coast City. What did he do? Lost his fucking shit. Went and killed other Green Lanterns to take their rings just so he can bring all of it back. It's like, dude, some people sometimes they gotta go.
And
they
then
don't learn how to deal with loss.
I'm gonna tell you what's the most fucked up thing about the Flash. This nigga can run back in time and change goddamn continuity, but niggas still got bad credit and can't get reparations. Ain't that a bitch?
Well, see, that's the irony. Like, if whatever he changes, there has to be a ramification. Like, I was like, God damn it! Like, this motherfucker. You need to stop changing time, Barry. Like, you and Wally don't do us no justice, man. Like, every time we come back, there's some fish people, got the aqua people running up and doing shit. The fucking the Amazonians now want to take reparations. Like, no, nigga, like, just stop, bro. Like, stop. And fucking Reverse Flash, he loves that shit. I think that's one of the worst villains. Is that all he does is just want to fuck with you?
So, I mean, think about it. He went back in time to kill his best friend when he was a kid, just so he could grow up alone. That gotta be the most hateful motherfucker. Right? Like, God damn, I hate you and only you.
No.
He's the one that killed his mother.
Hate your existence. Like, Jesus.
Charles, even better. He made Barry pre-ejaculate with a girl just to fuck up his confidence. Like, that is an evil motherfucker.
That is hate.
Pause.
That is an
pause. Pause.
That is Reverse Flash. That is Reverse Flash. He does things. That is him. Like, that is how he thinks. Like, I want to fucking break down Barry. Like, just to have him to myself. That's how he thinks.
I'm just like, damn. Like, I thought it was bad when Lex Luthor had like some kryptonite salt and put it on Superman spaghetti or some shit. Like, god damn.
Hilarious.
Like, fuck. But god damn, make you pre-ejaculate. Like, I'm the fastest man alive. Now you are.
Reverse Flash is underrated.
Which explains why you can't. Which explains why you can't get a date.
Yeah,
Like,
but Charles, I sent you something on WhatsApp, man, because we look, because Danny Garcia, The Rock's wife, who's Henry Cavill's agent, right?
Ex-wife.
Yeah, his ex-wife, right? And so she was on Twitter, right, talking about she made like this little meme on Twitter about bringing Superman back, and it's her walking in the phone booth and changing. But the dope shit is that the Hans Zimmer Superman theme is playing for that. So she respects the fact that the Hans Zimmer shit too is iconic. And it's because I was talking to Artisan on Instagram, right? And I was like, the reason why, here's the thing. You and I been said it, right? That Zack Snyder was ahead of his time.
Yeah.
And I told people, I said, listen, man, I love Marvel. I'm from New York City. Marvel is, Marvel is main. A lot of it is about us. And the thing is, I told people, you have to be careful, because I'm certain Artisan knows this, Charles, and you knows it, because a lot of dudes aren't fans the way we are. When Marvel acquired Disney back in the early 2000s, the actual Marvel
Disney acquired Marvel.
Ape shit. We went ape shit when we found that Disney had bought Marvel, because you're like, how the fuck does Wolverine and Mickey Mouse go together? That doesn't make any sense. But again, shout out to Marvel, because again, they have done good work. But when people were getting up there talking about, oh well, the DC stuff doesn't have universal appeal. And I'll never forget, I told somebody this, and I said, listen, man, when you say general audiences or universal appeal, you mean women and children. And men, women, and children don't always like the same things. Right? Yeah. And so the stuff that's made for Zack Snyder is highly masculine, right? So everybody's complaining about all the SJW stuff in Disney and this, that, and the third, and everything else. And I was like, well, it wasn't in the Snyderverse. Why did you tear it down?
Mm-hmm. And look what happened when they got rid of President. What is it, Hasada?
Walter Hamada.
Can I say something real quick?
Well, go ahead, Hardison, and whoever said they need to say something after Hardison.
What was I gonna say? I was going over this Sunday. You look over the roster of what's in the Snyderverse. You look at Ben Affleck, Jason Momoa, Henry Cavill, Ray Fisher, Gal Gadot, Ezra Miller, goofy ass is a throwaway. You look at all those people. Those are people who look like fucking superheroes for the most part. They look like superheroes. That is a masculine presence. And if you look at everything else that they were trying to throw in your face other than that, it was going down from Ezra Miller, smaller and smaller and girlier. So, yeah, Marvel's problem is they're going too female. And this and Warner Brothers or DC's benefit is that they're doing stuff really masculine. I think that's why Admiral was talking about it. It's like, look, man, that's why they're coming after the Black Adam movie. It's too masculine for them. And that was just blatant off the face of it. It's like, nobody's elevated and they're not kowtowing and putting us first. No. It's called Black Adam.
Yeah. It's
not funny. Black Amy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, artist. I'm gonna go see Wakanda Forever, but I've already read the article when they said there is a lot of black men are being turned off by this movie because it's so funny.
I'm gonna still see it. I'm gonna still see it. But I my love and passion for comics. I'm just hard headed like that. Like when motherfuckers or the space and the mythos, like when they're showing Dungeons and Dragons and all that shit. I didn't care. I'm gonna go see that type of shit because that's my passion of what I grew up watching. As far as it goes for like DC, I have faith in them. You know, a lot of people didn't want to see Ben Affleck as Batman, but you know, I'm like, well, no, this is old Batman. He's perfect because Batman gets stabbed a lot. He gets cut. He gets hit by crowbars and shit. Not Batman. Yes, he does. Like, why you think Alfred is a fucking doctor? He patches him up and he goes right back on patrol.
Ben
So yes,
Affleck is the most comic book accurate Batman we ever had, and not even that. In all the comics, can you please show me anything that fucking tops that warehouse scene in BVS? Nah.
They straight out of Arkham Asylum, like Arkham City.
Well, yeah.
That saved that movie to me, in my opinion. That warehouse fight scene when he went to go save Martha.
Well, that's one of my big favorite scenes was the warehouse scene. Yeah, like that's Batman we need. Yeah.
I mean, he was fucking them motherfuckers up something.
And he got stabbed and different other shit, and they were hitting him in the back. And I'm like, okay,
that's
right, he was getting shot and stabbed.
Man, like, damn.
You know, Batman would have dodged that stuff. Yes, but he does get hit when he's fighting 36 people. Like, somebody's going to get hit. Somebody's going to get a hit off on you in possibility.
The only other thing that was as hard as that is, I do have to say this line before we begin. Does anybody want to get off?
Oh shit!
Oh my god!
I would have been like, "Excuse me, this nigga got a gun, Hell Hydra. See you at the cookout. This nigga know like 4 different. He knows some space kung fu. Get the fuck out of here. Excuse me."
Immediately.
Like, I'd have been like, you know, a nigga that confident with all of us in here, he knows something we don't.
That was gangster though.
Well, you see, they tried to get the shield from him, shit, because once he got that shield, he knew it was over.
It just lets you know. It just lets you know how strong, even though he's based off the Ultimate version, how strong that motherfucker was when he fought off fucking magnetic fucking handcuffs.
That part.
Facts. You know, that's the one franchise in the MCU that progressively got better because you know, because like for me, I always said, for me personally, Captain America: First Avenger was one of my masterpieces, and then whoever hated on the 2008 Hulk with Ed Norton could kiss my ass, right?
I loved that version of Hulk, man. A little better than Eric Banner one.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? But you know, the MCU fan base really didn't like it, and Kevin Feige got rid of him.
Yeah. But what I hate about what they did with that version of Hulk,
they got rid of Norton because of his own.
Yeah, they didn't get rid of anything. They didn't get rid of Norton, and they didn't get rid of the Hulk movies. Hulk was still tied up with Universal, so they were giving them static about using it. And Edward Norton didn't want to do an ensemble piece when it came to the Avengers movie, so he stepped off the project.
Yeah,
but the biggest thing I hate about the whole thing with the MCU is like how they've said, though, so many of the fans of the MCU have been like they got to the point where they wanted to pretend like the Incredible Hulk movie didn't even freaking happen.
Nah, Archie. A lot of dudes shitted. A lot of MCU fans shitted on that Hulk film.
But the thing is, but that was one of the best films in Phase 1.
They did use it.
Shitting on it. That was critics shitting on that.
Well, yeah, but they did use it because you had the general in there, and he was like, "Oh yeah, like you know, Ross was there." So so you know, they didn't get rid of it, but they kept the same cause.
Yeah, it was
Ross. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they never changed. It just changed. Like, well, let's just get an actor. But regardless of that, you know, I don't think they were doing wrong because they were still building up. You still saw Stan Lee, you know, goofy ass, you know, doing shit. You know, it is what it is. Like some things, like everybody like Winter Soldier. One of the things that Chris Pratt and I'm thinking about something else. But the thing about it that Chris Evans wanted, he said, "Listen, I want our fight scene to be better. let's go hit up the people that did the Born series, and let's get them in here to help us with our combative. Guess what? It worked out pretty damn good. Because if you looked at that, you looked at the expression of how they were fighting, you were like, damn, they're fighting like whole goddamn soldiers now. Not just throwing around shields. Because that's one thing he was good at, combatives. So you gotta start you gotta go put in the work for these kind of things, man.
Yeah, like the only thing that that's left over from the Incredible Hulk to really connect it is the character of Betty Ross and stuff, because she hasn't made a comeback yet. They still bringing back General Ross, but his first girlfriend. See how
No,
he's trying to
that's not the only thing.
shove the love interest of Black Widow with Hulk. Like, what the hell? Like,
what has Ed Norton done since then?
He's done a bunch of other movies, but he's done a lot of stuff that's you guys probably wouldn't even fucking watch. Like if you saw what was that Wes Anderson movie he was in? He does a bunch of other ensemble pieces. He just didn't want to do an ensemble piece for his next movie with Marvel. That was it. He just didn't want to do the Avengers ensemble because he probably wanted more money than they wanted to give his ass, which is probably what it was. Because you go from starring in your own solo movie to then you get to this next movie and you in it with 5 or 6 other people.
You're getting a less of a
pay cut. He probably wasn't feeling it.
Hey, we ain't got Ed Norton money, but we got what's the guy they got now?
Mark Ruffalo. We got Ruffalo money.
We got Ruffalo money.
Ruffalo was better.
No, he wasn't. Ruffalo wasn't. I like Ruffalo too. I've seen him in other roles that I really like him in, but he wasn't a better Bruce Banner. He brought a little different thing to Bruce Banner, but he got that role because he was friends with Robert Downey Jr. And they good. That's why if you watch the Marvel movies, they have a lot of scenes together doing stuff because they play off each other really well. Same thing with Robert Downey Jr. and Gwyneth Paltrow. They're friends, so they already have a camaraderie there. So when they have their scenes, it kind of comes across more natural.
Yeah, like I said, I enjoyed it where you would have it where whenever he would look in the mirror, he would always be having that of a conflict with the Hulk. It's not. Well, yes, that's why Bruce has a big issue with that, because he had to start learning how to. Hey, the Hulk is his own individual, just like you are. Like you don't need to try to suppress him, which I do need a lot to exist. Like that actually, I mean, that's why I always find it interesting. Like, I know for some of us who grew up watching the Hulk series, I'm like, are you gonna go back to being? I was like, come on, man, just go back to being on the road, man. Like I think he could bring him.
I will say this: as bad as a series as She-Hulk was, shout out to them for the last episode paying homage to the live action.
Oh my god, that was beautiful.
That was actually a beautiful.
No, fuck them for that. I didn't like that.
Well, I like that last episode too.
Because what they did was they say they were paying homage to it, but they made a joke out of it.
Yeah,
and I didn't like that. That's not. To me, that's not paying homage and doing respect to it because you copy something to make it look stupid. Clearly put a guy in there instead of a girl. You just want to take it for yourself is what it is.
I see this Twitter page. I was like, damn, that was a goddamn.
And also shout out to them for making me think my Disney Plus fucked up in the middle of the fucking show.
Hell yeah, how many y'all fucked for that?
Look, I knew it was coming.
Like, what the hell?
I had already saw the plot leak, so I was like, I already knew this shit was coming. That's why I was just like, okay, let me just go and get this fucking episode over with, because I watched it 2 days after the shit came out. I was like, let me just pull the Band-Aid off and get this shit over with.
Y'all familiar with the Shield comic, the John Burns one? She did that in the comics also.
Yeah, she did the job. I mean, how do you fuck up such a great writer / artist with John Burns material? And trust me, John Burns did some awesome work on She-Hulk and Wonder Woman. I mean, that motherfucker. If you want to revamp a fucking female character, you get John Burns.
Yep.
Well, the thing of it is, they could have got anybody's. They could have used anybody's work, not just John Burns, that has worked on She-Hulk over the last 20, 30 goddamn years. But they didn't. They stuck with John Burns stuff and just bastardized it.
Yeah, and that was the
because
bad
they
part.
didn't read the shit like most other people didn't actually read the shit.
I think
You know,
that's the
yeah, I
worst.
mean, yeah, the actress that played her, she was perfect for the role. Just the director and the writer and shit. You know, yeah,
I
don't
mean,
kill
that's
her
the.
and everything. Director is like,
I mean, it was a lot of like interjection in there that you just like. Thank God for Black Adam, man. Shit.
Facts.
seriously,
Hey
that
guys,
last
I'm gonna
episode
get
of
out of
She-Hulk,
here, so I'm gonna
that
check
last
you
episode of
guys
She-Hulk
later.
was so weird that
All right, man. Later.
Peace, Beasley.
yeah, that last episode of She-Hulk was like, she's so weird. Y'all got trolls and trolling me and everything. I'm gonna make fun of y'all. Almost like how the fourth Matrix was so self-aware. Damn.
Well, you
But
gotta
it's where it
understand.
was hella meta, which was stupid because
Yeah.
one of the things, if you're supposed to be a professional about doing anything, you never really answer your critics. You don't. But what this woman did, who's considering herself a writer, she sat on YouTube and Twitter and shit like that and got pissed off about what people were saying about the show and what it could possibly be, and then just sat down and wrote that shit. That means you're not creative to me.
Yeah.
You wrote a response that you could have put in a fucking Twitter response. Fuck you.
Matter of fact, did you see the actress that played Tatiana doing the same
I
thing?
know who Tatiana Maslany is.
Yeah, that was the character she played. Her name Tatiana. Jamil. Her
Fuck
name,
that
yeah.
chick.
Yeah, she was doing all. She was actually responding to Twitter trolls online, dissing them and shit like that, like getting real ratchet. I'm like, you
Well,
ain't supposed to respond
she
like
went
that.
off and attacked the trolls, and then it just made it something bigger. It's like, you a public figure. Some of the shit you don't answer. I don't see The Rock sitting up here answering anybody who's saying he sucked in his movie. I
Right.
don't see him
We
answering
damn so don't
anybody.
give a
He's
fuck
thanking
about
the
that.
fans. All he doing is thanking the fans.
Matter of
Thank
fact, he actually pokes fun of himself. He's like, "Look, I know I had it hard. You seen Doom?
Yeah, exactly.
Woo!
Same thing
Hey, I
Ryan
still
Reynolds
fuck
does.
with
Ryan
Doom.
Reynolds
He
teases
tried.
himself about bad movies he's done all the time.
Yeah. You got to be able to learn how to laugh at yourself if you're going to be any good, because sometimes you're going to be like, wow, that was bad. But I mean, with all that, you're coming from Doom and you're coming all the way down the stretch to Black Adam. And you're like, man, I'm glad you took this seriously. And you got to appreciate a guy who was dedicated, like, yo, we're going to do this fucking movie. Whether you want to or you not, whether if you're ready or not, we doing this goddamn movie. And we're bringing the stars too. Like.
But you know what the
And
thing about it, Charles?
One of my favorite things about Black Adam, man, was Hawkman. You know what I'm saying? I like how they I liked how you know what I'm saying, I liked how they represented Hawkman, man. I like how my man was like, yo, if we gonna fucking throw down, we gonna throw down. I loved it, man.
Yeah.
Which Hawkman is he? Is he Carter Hall? Which one is he?
He's Carter
That
Hall.
was Carter Hall.
He's
always Carter Hall.
It's like,
like I said, he did good. I can respect the nerd in Dwayne Johnson, but he's trying to do video games and cars, and he has the G4 spirit where he's just like, hey, I want to do stuff that I watched when I was a kid, and I'm like, keep going for it, dude. Like somewhere you're gonna hit, and I can't get mad at him for trying.
Bring back Zack Snyder. Rock will bring back Zack Snyder, fam.
Well, he's trying to help build that universe back for him, like because they've already started to dismantle it, and I'm like, well, let's try to rebuild it. Like if we build it piece by piece and show that it can sell, then Zach. Hey, y'all want more of this? You got to get Zach.
Really dismantled it. They tried to move away from it. It's still there because all those characters still exist. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a Flash or Aquaman movie. But what they tried to do was move away from it by doing those one-shot movies with Joker and the Batman. Give you a different version of these characters in a different universe, so to speak, and it move you away from the stuff that Zack Snyder created. But Zack Snyder as the director for Warner Brothers ain't coming back, but the characters will still be there.
But Artisan, me and you are both waiting to see that vision that was shown where Batman promised the Joker, I'm going to kill your ass before we close our eyes. I'm going to fucking snap your neck. I promise Harley.
That's
nightmare
never
future.
gonna happen.
I definitely. I'm just waiting. I'll
wait a long
I
time,
bet
man.
you're gonna.
Good.
I bet you're going to see it again. They're gonna take what Zack Snyder did and just open it up and just expand on it. So again, in the beginning, it was a 5-story arc from Zack Snyder because Warner Brothers wanted to get the Justice League as soon as possible because again, they looked across the street and saw the Avengers. But the Rock and them, they're gonna take this shit and they're gonna fucking open it up. Zack Snyder was on Vero. Look, I'm gonna tell you something. Zack Snyder was on Vero for like Thanksgiving, and he had notes and he had a book, Final Crisis, in the background, right? And the fan base, and the fucking fan base went insane. So at some point, he's gonna come back. One, he's
not, brother. Sorry about that.
I bet you he's coming back.
He's not coming back. I don't want him to come back. I'm sorry. I know y'all Snyderverse fans.
Hold on, Mel. Sando, he's not coming back because the people at the new regime over at Warner Brothers does not want him back. Walter Hamada, goofy ass, and left, quit his position because he's so strong against Zack Snyder not coming back, which I don't give a shit about anyway. Walter Hamada should have been gone. Right, but he's not coming back because the rest of the people, the fan base, don't want Zack Snyder. They want that universe. They don't want him as a director.
Exactly, that is true.
That's not true.
It is true. I am one of that fan base. I don't like Snyder's vision.
No.
Yes, I understand. Man of Steel was good, but it wasn't great. I don't like that version of Superman.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
I'm gonna make this point. Look, again, I'm gonna make this point, and that Zack Snyder might be controversial to you, but Zack Snyder has a worldwide. There has never
and nobody don't like that worldwide vision, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I liked it.
Hold on. I gotta ask Mel this. Hold on. What don't you like about the Steel?
That's Snyderverse was amazing. God damn it!
I've never seen a overly depressed Superman in my life like that.
He's not depressed.
Overly optimistic and stuff like that. Yeah, like overly dark. Like, damn, you're questioning him like, oh, why he's here? Like that would make the Reed version so perfect and everything. Because the fact is, even though he went through some tragedy, but he still had optimism in his heart.
But Bell,
I understand that that was the beginning. I didn't have no problem with him killing Zod. I understand that part, yeah. But look what happened from there to BVS. No actual plan.
Charles, I gotta let me finish my point. Because here's the thing. Again, so because I talk to a lot of the guys that's on the internet that have certain ties. I talk to them. That's one. Okay. Two, I was a member or entrenched on a YouTube channel. Mm-hmm. I was a member and I was entrenched in the Release the Snyder Cut movement. Mm-hmm. And here's what's hot. The people that don't like Zack Snyder for some fucking reason, the majority of them are in America. Because when you get to other look, I live outside. I'm telling you,
you gotta make your point so I can make mine and go to bed.
Exactly. The Release the Snyder Cut movie. The Release the Snyder Cut. Come on, now, damn, man. Look, the Release the Snyder Cut movement started in China with this one girl.
Bell, hold on.
All right, go ahead.
It expanded globally, right? So at the end of the day, here's the thing: to include the fact that Zack Snyder is gone. The Zack Snyder films made more fucking money than anything else that came after it. His film made more money than fucking Birds of Prey and all of the other bullshit that they tried to do that even came after it. I am fucking telling you, again, from the people that I know who are entrenched in this shit, who talk to some of those people there or whatever. It's not going to be immediate, but bit by bit, Zack Snyder will return to this shit. He will.
Go ahead, artist.
Let's
I'm
say
gonna
what
let
I'm
you.
going to say.
Well,
Okay, recent regime change with David Zaslav. David Zaslav wants Batman and Superman out there, but Zack Snyder is problematic for that company because most people, most fans who complained about the movies that he made will not support that shit. So they're trying to make money now. I'm not saying I don't like Zack Snyder. I like Zack Snyder just fine. I like the movies that he made just fine. But for Warner Brothers, they have already stated that they ain't bringing Zack Snyder back. Now, The Rock can't change their mind on that. The Rock was about bringing Henry Cavill back as Superman, not about bringing Zack Snyder back. Now,
we'll
the Man of
see.
Steel 2 movie,
Time will
that
tell.
let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. The Man of Steel movie, the Man of Steel 2 movie that they're working on, it's not being directed by Zack Snyder. Somebody else is going to pick that up and do it.
Thank you.
He's not coming back. They don't want him back over at Warner Brothers. New regime, not people who on the internet entrenched in some bullshit. Look, I listen to the same news every fucking week. Everybody want to be an insider. Listen to the people who talking about the shit, the people from the company who running and shit. They're not bringing him back. We could want it all day. We could want it all day.
Give me something official from Zaslav that says
Smoke. David Zaslav and the new regime said themselves that they regret bringing out the
David
Snyder.
Zaslav is the CEO of
Exactly.
Warner.
Matter
Look up
of
anything
fact-
on Dateline. Look up anything on Dateline. Look up anything on Vanity Fair. Any of those trade mags, look it up and see what he is saying.
They said it
Let me
themselves.
finish. You can't hear me if you're talking at the same time.
Let's let him finish, guys. Just let him finish.
Look
Go
up
ahead,
any
bro.
of that shit. Far as I know, there is a DC investors call coming up in another couple of weeks. Listen to that one, and you hear it. I'm not saying I don't like Zack Snyder. I do, but understand he's problematic for Warner Brothers to bring him back.
Yeah,
that's it. That's all I'm saying. You can disagree with that shit all you fucking want to, but I'm not seeing him coming back. Even if I want him coming back, he's not coming back.
right.
Then you got to understand this also too. I want to mention also too. Despite the money that Man is Steel made, it was still a 50-50 critique. Half people didn't like it, half people did not like that version.
But that's the thing.
The
money.
I wanted to finish this real quick before I lose my thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
But also too, they realized, we got the big daddy of superheroes, and he got beat out by Captain America. That was as what he was saying in his head, like speaking out. He don't want those 50-50 critiques. He wants to see them $1 billion numbers for one of the top superheroes we got in the world like that. They don't want no 50-50 audience. No, they want like a 90%.
What I was going to say on the Man of Steel thing, to add your point, Mel, Man of Steel fans loved it, right? The fans of Superman loved the shit. It didn't make the money back that they spent to make it.
Okay,
so
I want to make this.
That's why they were trying to walk away from it.
I'll make this.
And they were saying themselves, like, when it came to the Snyder Cut, also too, they regret bringing out the Snyder Cut, but they see what he's doing right. You see how we going back and forth now with the Snyder Cut fans and non-Snyder Cut fans? It's like that on the internet, on Twitter. Snyder Cut fans, Snyderverse fans, which is non-Snyderverse fans, they don't want this divisiveness. They regret bringing out the Snyder Cut. As a matter of fact, they took over Warner Brothers years ago.
What it is that some of the
we would
Snyder,
never had a Snyder Cut, period.
Some of the Snyder Cut fans were actually sending death threats and shit to people, and that's why Warner has to walk away from Zack Snyder, because parts of that Snyder Cut movement were really fucking what they call nowadays toxic, because they were doing some really crazy shit. That's why they can't bring Zack Snyder back, because some of that fan base was actually sending the actors, producers, and shit like that death threats and all kind of crazy shit.
Yeah,
that's why they can't bring Zack Snyder back. They don't want to bring that fan base back with them.
You do
that's on the internet, and Twitter and shit, doing this goofy stuff.
So hold on. So here's the thing about it. So okay, and hold on. I'm gonna explain how that works, because one of my favorite games is Metal Gear Solid. If you know the creator of that, that's Hideo Kojima, and he wants to quit. He said, "I don't want to do this no more." They threatened him, and they threatened his wife and his child. All because he wants to like nobody. Listen, some people want to do it for fun and passion, but if it's affecting the money and the people around there, they're like, no, it's not worth it. Like, and there have been shit that's happened to actors just going to their fucking vehicle or just want to go get a fucking drink with their family. And the last thing you want to hear is somebody run up on. We live in a crazy time, you know. Don't get me wrong. Right, like people just take shit too far. Like I'm a bodyguard, so I know some people don't have a filter of stop. Like, don't get me wrong, I like it, I do like that, but sometimes, hey, it's just not going to happen. You know, you have that kind of stuff that does happen. Do like how they do on YouTube. Like, if you truly want to see it, go do a fan thing on YouTube. Go build it. Like, you got it now. You can go do your own production out there on social media and shit. Like, we're thankful that Dwayne Johnson is trying to get shit back, and that's cool. You know what I'm saying? But as far as some people, you just can't bring back. That's like people want to have Robert Downey to come back. Like, hey, we want him back. Disney's like, fuck no, we can't afford that motherfucker.
Yeah,
like,
can't afford that.
Like, we can't afford this motherfucker. Y'all buy him.
Have him and nothing else in the movie.
Right, exactly. Like, all y'all gonna see him sitting down drinking.
I don't think he wants to come back because you know what? I want to do other things because I don't want to remember being typecast as this character. Like I did my thing.
No.
I want to do it.
He likes it. Oh, he likes Iron Man.
He was talking about it on Joe Rogan. He's like, he thinks he left it in a good place, and if he came back, it would cheapen it. But what it actually, for business wise, he cost too fucking much. He would cost too goddamn much to bring back. No, business wise, no, goddamn.
Right, like him and Johnny Depp. Like, you know how much Johnny Depp makes Pirates of the Caribbean? Do you know how much like Robert Downey makes fucking Disney? Like they're not cheap. They know if they just at all. Like motherfuckers like, God damn, like can we afford this CG goddamn lighting anymore? Like, no. Fucking goddamn Robert. So you got to doggone start making some cuts. Like I said, man, like that's why they say, hey, this last Avengers, Tony, we killing you off, bro. We're killing your ass because we can't afford you in the next. It's good for you, buddy. We got to get you out of here, man. It is what it is, and I know some people feel some type of way about that. I'm sure they could have done other stuff, but hey, there's a lot of things that Iron Man is supposed to be doing in the up and coming universe, but however, we can't afford it. And he's not, and I don't blame him for not coming down because he's quality. You know what I'm saying? So it is one of those things.
You never sell yourself cheap.
Mm-hmm. Don't know. Why don't you get at it?
Especially for a man that, you know what, he was on a down spiral and this movie franchise made his big comeback. I don't want to fuck that shit up again. Like, yo, he's not falling back to his bad habits again, but
no, he's never going back to that shit. He's a whole different person from where he was then. But financially, for Marvel, it wouldn't benefit them to bring him back. They would have to offer him too much goddamn money to bring him back, and that's the negotiation. And once they offer him all that movie, it's going to have to be a big enough movie where they can understand that they're going to get that money back. Why the fuck would you pour $200 million into a movie and then one of your stars probably going to get $50 million? What do you got to make on that damn movie then? That movie going to have to do numbers, nigga. You got to make $1 billion.
I say put it this way: some of his co-stars might wind up envying him a little bit more behind it. You see what happened with Terrence Howard. You think they gonna really envy him even more because he's getting paid more than all the other actors? Like,
that's not it. I mean, the other actors kind of have to understand that shit. Robert Downey Jr. is the one who got this MCU cart rolling with the Iron Man movies, right?
Yes.
So the way he structured his deal was really smart because he took a lot of stuff on the back end of it. So it wasn't that he was coming in the door, oh, I got 30 million coming in the door. No, it was that he was getting some money coming up front, but then everything else was on the back end and it kept raising. That's why he showed up in Spider-Man, but he only showed up a limited amount, real short, because it was costing too fucking much. it was just costing too much. He had so many points and stuff like that on the back end. He was getting a hell of money. That's why after Scarlett Johansson's movie came out and they fucked her over with putting it on streaming and she sued their ass, they killed all those contracts. All them legacy contracts with money on the back end, fuck all that. Mm-hmm. That's why she sued them, because they screwed her out of money she was supposed to get on the back end. Yeah. That's why they killed all that. All the rest of the stars now don't get those contracts no more. That don't exist.
You know what? Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that with the contracts, because I was just thinking about someone's mentioning this about with why it's taking so long to actually put the X-Men in it yet right now and everything. Someone once said that might be true, because I got me thinking. Just like you said with contracts, some of those actors from the Fox X-Men signed contracts to be in multiple sequels, even though they expect the last one to be the last one, so they have to wait till they contract.
That's Fox.
They're still under contract, so they still have a movie to appear in, and since Disney took over the contracts from Fox, they took all that stuff from Fox, they own those contracts now too. So those people are still under contracts. If you make another X-Men movie and they were signed up for 3 and they only got 2, you got to put them in another movie. So
until the contract expires,
until you can expire. That's the same thing with the Hulk with this Universal shit.
Yeah.
They're
reverted back to them now.
Hell, man. Their ownership of the license for Hulk is running out. That's why they finally did the She-Hulk show, and then brought the Hulk in it, and then brought Scar in it, and then hinting at all the rest of this shit, because I believe it's next year or so that shit is up, and so Marvel the Hulk back, and then they can make Hulk movies again. Solo Hulk.
Don't they have to give Sony a percentage? They have to give Sony a certain percentage.
Sony doesn't own the Hulk. Universal owns the Hulk.
No, but I'm saying, I forgot which group is supposed to get a certain percent. One of the groups is supposed to get a certain percentage.
They that's
Spider-Man. Spider-Man
is owned by Sony.
So, your Art, let me ask you this question. So, do you think that in Spider-Man Homecoming, that because I think what Iron Man had featured in it, right? So, do you think that they lost money because Homecoming didn't make $1 billion by putting Robert Downey Jr. in it?
Here's the thing: these movies don't have to make $1 billion to be successful. The only reason they have $1 billion on the brain now is because Black Panther came out and did $1 billion, and they never thought that motherfucker would do anything.
And they
since then, everything has to be about $1 billion now. Everybody got their sights set on the pie in the sky now.
I think the Avengers started that shit, to be honest.
The Avengers didn't make $1 billion. Black Panther
no, Black Panther did. Black Panther did that.
I don't speak from ignorance on shit. Okay, I don't speak from ignorance on anything.
Yeah,
Black Panther was the first one to make $1 billion, the first MCU movie to make $1 billion opening. That's what it did. Second one was supposedly Captain Marvel.
The Avengers made $1.5 billion in the films. It made $1.5 billion.
No, we're talking about opening. We're talking about opening. It did something that nobody Here's the thing.
You're right. Yeah, they're right. Yeah, Black Panther made $1 billion during the
So because what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is I'm not trying to subvert what you're saying, because what I'm saying is that what happened was, when you look at the Warner Brothers executives, right? When Avengers made the $1 billion that it did, not what Black Panther.
It didn't make $1 billion.
I'm looking at box.
It has made $1 billion now. It did not make it on its initial run.
I'm not speaking from ignorance. It made $1 billion then. It made $1 billion.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
What the fuck ever. All right, I'm getting out of here.
Because I maintain the data. I'll send you the data. I'll send it to you.
The reason why here's the thing about it. Here's the thing. The reason why Black Panther was so historical, it was a standalone.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay, so let's unite all the heroes. That's different from you just have one hero, a singular hero. No other hero it has nothing to do with your world, and you made that by yourself. That's why Black Panther, they're like, whoa, can Iron Man or Spider-Man or anybody do that? No, they can't. That's how much playtime it just got by itself, and it did something like it got. I think where was it? Dubai or what country? They never play foreign movies, but
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Now Saudi Arabia opened up their
All right, I
movie.
got the numbers right now. Black Panther made 1.348 billion.
Yeah, like they opened up their movie theaters.
Avengers made 1.519 billion. Avengers Endgame is still 2.7898
Yeah,
billion.
like they made that. Like you understand, like that's when you're uniting. You know what I'm saying? You're uniting all your heroes to do some shit.
Yeah,
Black
but
Panther did it by
what
itself.
BET is saying is the game changer.
Not. I wouldn't
Black
even say it
Panther,
for a superhero
BET
group.
is
It's more
saying that
like
Black Panther is
pertaining to
the
a certain
game
crowd.
changer because he did it. It's a solo film. No other superhero film has, as a solo feature, made $1 billion out of the gate. Maybe in their sequels, but nobody else. No one superhero by themselves made $1 billion out of the gate.
The closest to that was Winter Soldier. That was the closest. You can pull
Yeah.
up the Winter Soldiers. And you know what I'm saying. And again, that's what I'm saying. Like Black Panther is its own standalone anomaly about that. And again, when it comes to doing something like they can't redo that anymore because T'Challa's dead, and you got Killmonger. Michael B. He wants to go do other things. Right now, he's more invested in Creed. So them trying to get him back over there to Disney, he's like, I did it. I did it. It's out of my system. Y'all gonna have to figure something out. And like I just wanted to say I did it. So they kind of, I think they even tried to make him seem like he was gay because he was hugging Chadwick Boseman. Yeah, no, there was a picture of him and Chadwick Boseman holding each other, but everybody misunderstood.
I get it.
Yeah, everybody misunderstood the photo. Michael B. knew that Chadwick Boseman was dying, and yet he didn't say anything. That's the thing that kind of scared, that fucked with everybody, because while he was doing Black Panther, he was going through treatment, but he still did the whole movie. So he was still. So that's why it hits even harder, because damn, I don't think you're gonna make it to see it doing Black Panther 2. So these kind of things. That's why it's like, okay, like they're never gonna be able to replicate those numbers like that.
No.
So put it this way: Black Panther was like a big cultural phenomenon, that the way they was marketing and everything, and it worked and stuff. If let's say people don't even know about this being a superhero movie, the cultural part itself, the way it drew to us, they know their target audience and everything. Yeah, that's what made it definitely a phenomenon the way it is, and stuff with its numbers and stuff.
Yeah, and that's why Warner Brothers was scratching their head, right? Because Warner Brothers is like, again, and that's what I'm trying to say. So what happened, again, because Warner Brothers is like, well, fuck, we got Superman, Wonder Woman, and all of this stuff, and Black Panther came out. Black Panther came out and made $1 billion. But at the end of the day, right, it didn't move. Look, here's the thing. It's just that the guys at Warner Brothers are not intelligent with their IPs. They just don't know how they just don't know how to use them. So if they would have used their IPs in the right way, right, a John Stewart Green Lantern film possibly could have done the same thing. But
because
it's not about the characters, it's about the directors and writers. That's one of the reasons why they don't want to bring.
Okay, but okay, hold on.
Let me finish the point, because for Warner Brothers to, again, Mel, you and I are saying the same thing. So what Warner Brothers was thinking was, okay, we got the IP. Everybody knows what Superman is. Everybody knows what Batman is, what Wonder Woman is. How come they're not selling it? But to your point, Warner Brothers didn't make the same investment in terms of character development or a universe. So had Warner Brothers made the same investment in a universe or character development, guess what? Guess what? John Stewart would have made $1 billion. Because I'll say this and I'll finish the point. Because look at what happened with Black Panther. The first time you saw him was not in his own film. You saw him in Civil War, right? And so, because I live in the United Arab Emirates, right? When Black Panther came out in Civil War, right in the Mall of the Emirates, there's a Barnes and Noble's bookstore that sells toys. When Black Panther came out and got them Civil War, all the Black Panther toys for Civil War sold out. Sold out. Sold out. When the actual film came out, it was a wrap. All the kids, where I live here in the Middle East, all the kids of every color and nation, whatever you can name them, the T'Challa mask, the claws, the figures, they were gone. And so what helped Black Panther was that, again, he was incorporated in the universe. You got to see him in Civil War. Everybody said, holy crap. And then, he goes into his own film. So it's like what you said, Mel. It's not the same. It wasn't the same treatment, approach, or an investment for Warner Brothers side. So for Warner Brothers, they ended up selling themselves short.
No, I was saying no.
Yeah, I was gonna echo exactly
they don't have
that.
the proper. You got to understand everything. Kevin Feige has everything planned and lined up, even with the directors and writers. From the Infinity phase, I can say, like that phase. I know you know nothing about this phase now, but that phase back then, he had everything planned, set up, and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Warner Brothers, as much as I know y'all like Snyder's vision, but even those numbers and everything was not put together.
That wasn't Snack. That was the executives. The executives.
And it was Snack also too part of it because they tried to not bring back Henry Cavill. And unfortunately, that wasn't his fault. The way Superman came out.
Let me get in on this.
Let me finish. That was not Cavill. Why the Superman movie was people making criticism about him as much as people love him. I want Cavill back as Superman. I just don't want Snyder doing Superman movies.
That's you.
Period.
That's you.
That's a large percentage of people.
No, but
just
that's
like me.
And so, but
I'm not the only one.
Yeah, but that's great,
I go on Twitter every day. There's people that don't want to see his vision. I know you want to see his vision, but I don't.
But that's fine.
Exactly. And unfortunately, that's the reason why I'm right because he's not coming back.
Mel, I got one question.
Let it go. Nobody don't like Snyder's vision, period.
I have one question. This is a.
Let me put it this way, brother. Let me put it this way. Did you actually read the script for his other two Justice League movies? Because I actually read that thing online. They made Superman a damn cuck. Why the fuck we want to make Superman a damn cuck? He smashed Lois Lane, has Bruce's baby. He comes back or whatever, and then he forgives Lois.
Let me. I'm gonna say this, right? I'm gonna say this. At the end of the day, I'm gonna be very honest with you. With DC properties, it will be very difficult. What you would have to do in general is you would have to take any version of it and just rock out with it and give it to people. Because the issue with DC is this. So 20 years from now, when Marvel reboots Iron Man, they're going to have people having the same fights. You know why? Because Robert Downey Jr. has built up a massive fan base for the Iron Man character. So where Marvel benefits from is that a lot of people on the general audience scale don't know who these characters are. So for somebody like Superman, what you make probably will always be controversial because Superman has 12 different fan bases. Smallville, Reeve, cartoons, Lois and Clark, everything else. So, for example, when Superman
show some do better than others.
Let me finish my point. When Superman Returns came out, I loved that movie. Superman Returns was a sequel they were trying to pick up from where Christopher Reeve left off. And guess what? People didn't like it. You know what I'm saying? People didn't. You know what I'm saying? People didn't like it. So had they continued with Brandon Routh, the crowd over time would have adjusted. So one of the struggles with a character like Superman is that he has multiple fan bases. So
they ain't got nothing to multiple fan bases. They don't know how to write a proper movie for him completely.
Yes, it does.
Because they did it with the Reeve version, period. The first one.
Well, did you like Superman?
And Smallville also too, the top Superman show, despite he didn't even wear his Superman costume throughout the whole show.
I think he gets it way at the end.
Tom Welling did not want to wear the Superman costume at all. He didn't want to be typecast. That's why he had a problem wearing the costume. He didn't even want to play the role at first, but they convinced him.
I think it fit pretty well, but you're watching Clark. Yeah, you're watching Clark.
Yeah, they CGI'd Superman look when he was flying in the plane, but you never see him in full costume at all. Even when they brought him back for the Crisis event, You saw how they written
Why
that version of
didn't
Scarf off.
then
He
again?
gave up his
Why
powers
didn't
to
Superman
become a family
Returns-
man.
Why
He was
didn't
never gonna wear the
Superman
suit.
Returns
Period.
Continue the franchise. We should still be watching Brandon Routh now. Again, I love remove Zack Snyder. I loved Superman Returns. How come I'm not watching Brandon Routh right now? Because the audiences
Because they don't want the right. That's why they booted it. It failed in the box office. Matter of fact, Henry Cavill auditioned for that role, and he got beaten by Brendan Routh because they wanted to do a vision to continue that franchise from the Reach version, and it failed.
So again, so
that's how we got Man of Steel.
Again,
and you already see this version of it also too. There's still a percentage of people that don't like it. Warner Brothers don't want to see a 50-50 no. I want to see a large percentage of critic base. That's what base sees.
You know, it was like when Joaquin Phoenix did the Joker, and people were afraid, but they're like, "How can you do a Joker without Batman?" And they were like, "Well, let's try. We'll never know until we try." And now he's not a Heath Ledger, but damn it, the man literally has put himself up there in the sun. And so, because the one scene where he's dancing in the bathroom, or some of the quotes that he does, or shit like that, you're like, fuck, I get him. I understand. Like, are we going to get more of this Batman? Like, where are we going to see this Batman? I mean, this Joker ever come in again? And the only way I can see it is Batman Year 2. You know, because the way of how they're putting that world together. I think sometimes you have to trust the process. That's what DC kind of messed up at.
Exactly.
Like,
bingo.
You have to, like, the Marvel universe wasn't built in 3 or 4 or 5 years. It was an accumulation of, I think it's 15 years old. And so, and you got to think, like, you didn't start seeing it until after Iron Man, where you started seeing Nick Fury sitting in the goddamn living room and saying, "Tony, we need to talk." And then from there, he started going out there seeking other people. And then you saw Black Widow. But the thing about that takes time. DC messed up because they tried to catch up with something that was done in 15 years. Mind you, what? Captain America's suit changed. Iron Man had to go get revamped over. Like, their outfits went through changes. You know, if y'all go watch, I'm not sure if some of y'all have the cable network called Fox, or FX. You can see those old movies of the Avengers and how damn that outfit was corny as fuck. But guess what?
I got all the Marvel movies. So I know.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. But y'all remember? You remember the old Captain America outfit that the agent.
Oh, you talking about the '80s one from 1980s with that?
The one you remember the Shield agent? He picked that out for Captain. He said, "Hey, I got this outfit for you," and he was like, "Okay, I'll wear it." And everybody was like, "God damn, that was an ugly ass outfit. Thank God they got rid of that shit." That's all they can say. That's America's ass. And I'm like, thank God they got rid of that shit, man. Like, that shit is so horrible.
That ass don't do nothing for you in that.
But that's the thing, and that's where Warner Brothers has messed up, because I'm sure people in here probably remember when they were getting ready to release the Avengers. People were asking the Warner Brothers executives, why haven't you guys copied this? Why haven't you guys done something similar and set up a Justice League movie? And I'll never forget, whoever that executive was, he said, because our characters are strong enough to stand on their own, they don't have to do a team-up movie. The Avengers came out, made all that fucking money, and that's when DC and Warner Brothers said, we're going to work on a Justice League movie. Right after Avengers. Right fucking after Avengers.
And you know what, TD?
See, that's where they messed up also too, because you got to build up so audience could get used to these characters.
And that's the problem. And that's the problem. Exactly. That's why Superman has never worked like that, because each time it doesn't work, they kill it. It doesn't make $1 billion on the first fucking go round. Exactly. You have to put several movies in front.
Did you see how they kill Superman off on his second appearance movie?
not even that. No, not even that. You made your second Superman movie be a team up with Batman. There should have been a Man of Steel 2 damn near 7 years ago.
Yeah.
There should have been a Man of Steel 2, then a Batman v Superman, or a solo Batman movie with Ben Affleck, then a Batman v Superman. But there should not have been Man of Steel, then Batman v. There should have been a movie between those two films.
And then had Wonder Woman and then the other Justice League members like pseudo Justice League.
If you had just put that one movie in between those two, you could have brought in everything else because it becomes a slow burn. The other movie that y'all didn't mention when y'all talk about what made $1 billion, Iron Man 3 made a fucking $1 billion.
Correct. But that was after 3 films. Like I'm saying,
that was after 3. That was after 2 films and the Avengers.
Yeah. But the thing is,
at the same time Civil War came out.
Hold on. And then but before even that, the money that Man of Steel made was the same money that Iron Man 1 made. And then after that, Iron Man 2 came and it made more money. It's a slow build up and a slow burn because no one talks about, even though they'll say, well, the movies didn't work. How they didn't work? Man of Steel made a decent amount of money. Batman v Superman almost cracked $1 billion. Suicide Squad almost cracked $1 billion. Wonder Woman hit Wonder Woman hit 700 million, and
only
then Justice League
was the only one that made $1 billion.
But that's the point. It was the slow burn. Everybody that was still invested in that universe came and saw Aquaman also. If Justice League hadn't been tampered with from the start, it would have cracked the $1 billion. But it didn't because they tampered with it. But once they got back to Aquaman, which was closer to what they were originally doing, everybody came and saw Aquaman, and it hit the bill. Come on, man. This Aquaman hitting $1 billion. Come on, man. You can't front like that build-up didn't help.
I heard an interview with Cavill, like old one, like after he filmed Man of Steel 2, and he had actually good ideas for the next sequel if they would have made it years ago. Like, he understood, okay, now that the next film of Superman be more defined, he learned from a mistake, from the destruction that he did. And Krypton, from when he's fighting Metropolis, he learned to be more passionate about people. I mean, let's find that video. I'm like, this, now you can redeem him in this one. This would be perfect. But see, you got leaders in Warner Brothers. Baltimore want to put blame on Cavill. I'm like, Cavill ain't his fault why the movie didn't do because I'm glad
it's not even that. It's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is they don't. Nobody, and it's not just Warner Brothers. When Universal tried to do that monster universe and they quit after the movie didn't work, after the Mummy didn't work, nobody understands you will not crack $1 billion on your first damn movie. You don't crack the bill until you hit the 4th or 5th film in the series. That's how it works. You have to build it up. Superman Returns was a good reintroduction to Superman, and you could have done a sequel to Superman Returns, but they got scared because they wanted it to do Batman Begins, Dark Knight numbers. You can't do that from the jump. It's not possible. You have to slow burn it.
That TD, that is another problem too. That works for Batman because he's a dark character. It doesn't work for Superman. He's not a dark character.
No, it somewhat works for Superman because the whole point of Man of Steel is this is Superman if you put him in the real world.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work. That's the whole point.
If you take hold on. If you take wait.
I watched the show, the John Campion show. That's a bigger fan of Man of Steel as Charles is.
Wait, man. Let me
admit it himself. It did not have heart.
Hold on. But listen, man. This is the thing. It's a different time, and this is part of the thing about different. Man. Hold on, bro. Let me finish.
Relatable character.
Wait.
Relatable character,
bro. Let me get this in here. I'm saying it's a different time because a lot of people are still holding on to Christopher Reeve's version of Superman from the late 70s. That's a different time period. It's more optimistic. So it's more believable for that time period. But you bring Superman to 2013 in a post 9/11 Patriot
cynical.
Act world, more cynical. Everyone's less trusting of this guy. But part of the story of Man of Steel is them eventually beginning to trust this guy. It takes time. That's the thing. If you look at the John Byrne reboot of the Man of Steel comic in '86, even that is not as optimistic as the Christopher Reeve movie. It was more reflective of that whole greed is good in the mid to late '80s. You have to move Superman with the times to match it. But that's the thing. And that's what they were doing with Man of Steel. It's Superman in the real world. In the real world, a man with that kind of power from another planet, the world is not going to trust that guy like that off the top. They're not. They will come to trust him based on his actions and his heroism as he proves himself. But from day one, no, they are not going to trust that guy. It's just not that. That's not the world we live in anymore. It just isn't.
That's what Henry said himself. Like, if we made a sequel to the next one, he learned from the mistakes he did in the second one. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. They rushed everything to another gloomy Superman over something, and Batman versus Superman, and then rush a fight like that, like the way it came out. I'm like, what the, like, Snap's vision, he's just about cinematic. I understand that he's all about cinematics, but when it comes to certain storytelling, it doesn't come together.
But even Zach didn't want to do Batman v Superman next. Even he wanted to do Man of Steel 2. The studio made him put Batman in the movie because the studio felt like Man of Steel didn't make enough money. But if they go back and match it with phase 1 of the MCU, which is what DC was with Man of Steel, it clearly competes handily with phase 1 of the MCU. It's perfectly battling it. It does, exactly. It does. Because one of the big things that they complained about when the first set of when MCU phase 1 came, before the Avengers came, I remember reading Entertainment Weekly, and they said, here's the risk that Marvel is taking with the Avengers.
Robert Downey Jr.
No. They said the risk was, as excited as everyone seems to be for this Avengers movie, none of the solo Avenger movies have cracked 500 million by themselves. None of them had cracked 500 million. None of them. And that was the thing that they were worried about. But then you did the Avengers, and the Avengers pretty much wrote its own fucking check.
Yeah. You know what, guys? For Mel and TD, I want y'all to Google this. You want to laugh at Warner Brothers? In 2001, same time as Smallville, George Miller, the guy who did Mad Max and Mad Max Fury Road, guess what? He was going to direct a Justice League film called Justice League Mortal. There was a cast.
I remember.
They had the costumes and everything. Then there was a writer's strike, right? So right when they were going into production, there was a writer's strike. And when Warner Brothers canceled the film, you know what the executive said then? Nobody wants to see a superhero team up film. This is what I'm saying. Yeah. So Warner Brothers in and of themselves, it's not at least the leadership that they had in the past is not a visionary studio. So even if you go back to Richard Donner himself, did you know that Warner Brothers fucked over Richard Donner? Which is why, if you go back now for Superman 2, Google it. There's a Donner cut.
Yeah, I have that on Blu-ray.
Yeah, and do you know what Donner said? Donner said, Donner even himself said, I wanted to do a darker film and I wanted to do Brainiac, right?
Yep.
But the Sal Kines and Warner Brothers and the same thing with Tim Burton. Tim Burton gets kicked off.
But Batman Returned, it was like it's too dark. So they went and lighted up for the last two.
Something about that goddamn studio. There's something about the executives at that studio that's a problem. So even if Warner Brothers had their own Kevin Feige, they would sabotage him.
Right.
They would
that smoke. Funny you mention that. This the whole controversy with the Blade movies making out right now, like Marvel trying to do. And you see how fast the director quit and everything. I heard a person on the YouTuber say, "Yo, this is something that DC Warner Brothers do." Not Marvel.
That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. Because the thing is, just like you said about the Salkinds and 70s when they made the Superman movie. Well, I forgot the writer's name, but even he said it in an interview. He said to give the Salkinds credit. Nobody at Warner Brothers ever thought to make a Superman movie. The Salkinds came in and said, we could make a Superman movie. And then Warner Brothers didn't even believe in it. Warner Brothers said, okay, here's what you do. You finance it. You put it together. If you get so much of it together, we'll match the money and help you out. But until you reach this amount, we're not going to touch it. And they did it. It came out. It was a fucking hit. And then Warner Brothers jumped on it. But Warner Brothers, again, and the 1970s version of Warner Bros. I understand because you got these people. You didn't have the culture that you have now. Like you have the nerd culture now. So now you'll have someone who grew up on like the older comic movies and TV shows and cartoons who will eventually become an executive who can have a little stroke somewhere in the studio and start putting something together to make it more accurate to comics. So I understand that in the 70s. But the way Warner Bros. They're too reactionary.
Correct.
And that's what's ruined them. And so now with this whole thing with Black Adam, this is a great restart point. Because the thing is, they've already come out and said, in order to get a sequel for Black Adam, it just has to make $450 million. It's already made $140 million worldwide. It's well on its way. The movie has legs. So they'll get their sequel, no doubt.
Exactly, T. That's why when Discovery bought Warner and David took over, he did his clean up the way he was. Yo, people was mad about the Batgirl movie, but it was like, we getting this shit. Yo, come on. Like,
Zaslav came.
Ben Affleck coming back as Batman. Like, why would Zaslav we have as the main Batman like that? No, we want Ben Affleck.
Zaslav came in and he specifically told them, I don't understand why there has not been another Superman movie in almost 10 years. And a lot of people were wondering that question. And as far as the thing with Michael Keaton, I'm excited to see Michael Keaton, in the Flash movie. But this is the thing though. The leaks about the Flash script, unless they've changed it, and I hope they have. The leaks that have come out have stated that this version of Batman that Michael Keaton is playing is not an older version of the 89 Batman. And I'm like, well, what the fuck is this then?
Nah. He's doing the 89 like in a different. It's a multiverse. So
I get the multiverse concept, but they're saying that version that Michael Keaton is playing is not an older version. Yeah, I heard that, and they said that it's like once you read the script, like I said, that's why I said I hope they've changed it.
No, they changed it. Yeah, he's the 80.
Okay, good, because the original go round they said he's not
like the main Batman. Because remember, Ben was actually leaving the DC universe and everything,
and
out during the old regime and all that stuff. Yeah,
and the only reason, and I hate that Ben left and they ruined what would have been a fantastic Batman movie.
He's coming back because he did some reshoot scenes for because this Flash movie was going to be his last Batman appearance. That's why they had Michael Caine. That's why he appeared in the Batgirl movie. There's pictures that he did in the Batgirl movie, like he transitioned to this universe as the main Batman. As you see, they canceled the Batgirl movie, scrapped the whole thing, threw it away, attached right off. Ben Affleck did some reshoot scenes for Aquaman.
And they've said that Batgirl movie was garbage.
Hell yeah! You see the costume?
I'm not even looking at the costume. I'm not even looking at the costume. They said that because a lot of us were saying, well, Michael Keaton, maybe he trains her to become Batgirl, and they said no. Her character gets inspired by Batman when she puts on a Batgirl costume at a Halloween party, and I was like, get this fuck out of here.
No, that's
get it out now.
She wore a Batman. That was her version of a Batman costume in the comics at a ball, and then she got into crime fighting through that way. Yeah.
But that's what happens with Warner Brothers.
Like, yo, and I'm glad you mentioned that too. Like, okay, how you giving a Batgirl movie? Before Batman get a solo movie in this universe.
If anybody needs
introducing Supergirl, which I don't think that's Kara Zor-El, I think that's the daughter from the other multiverse.
From that other universe, yeah. It's supposed to be Lois and it's supposed to be Lois and Superman's daughter. from that universe or something like that. But it was really weird. But basically they were going to use that Supergirl and Batgirl to just push Cavill and Affleck out. And I was like, this is freaking stupid. Why are you doing this?
Zaslav had to do what he had to do. How he was pissed off. I'm like, we got the big three: Trinity, Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. We need the 10-year plan. The world to revolve around these three. Start building. I'm glad the Rock did what he had to do.
Because Cavill isn't because Henry's had his cameo on Black Adam. Wonder Woman's going to show up in Shazam 2, and Batman's in Aquaman. Exactly. And the word is right now they've got the script for Wonder Woman 3, but they're looking at doing one of two things. Either Wonder Woman 3 will be another solo Wonder Woman adventure, or it'll be a team-up film with her, Batman, and Superman, or they will do a Wonder Woman 3 that is a solo Wonder Woman adventure and do a team-up movie with the Trinity. I'm hoping for the solo Wonder Woman and the team-up film at a later date because maximum exposure.
we need like a slow build up, just like you said, because you know what I'm saying. Just the people get used to this character. I'm still pissed off how Zach did the Man of Steel and then the Death of Superman, the second appearance. It's like we didn't even get used to this Henry Cavill Superman. You killed him off.
I would have been fine. I would have been fine with that if they had put another Man of Steel movie between those two
at a later time,
so that we could.
Never had him fight Batman like that. It should have been fighting off philosophies like World's Finest,
right?
Not Batman versus Superman, Batman, Superman, World's Finest, like the cartoon. Remember the cartoon? But
let me. Yeah, but again, that's Warner Brothers. Because, like, again, to your point, I agree with it. Like, for me, if I was over Warner Brothers, what would have happened was, because remember, you're coming fresh off of the Nolan Batman. So how have I made Ben Affleck different? I would have said, okay, you got Man of Steel, and then I would have gave you Batman and Robin, right? And so remember, Dick Grayson is going up. He's getting older. Him and Batman are starting to have differences of opinion, right? So instead of having Jason Todd and all of that, I would make it where the Joker kills Dick Grayson, right? And this is so
people would not like that period. And that was his original idea with that suit. That was Dick Grayson's suit. You know, one of us didn't like that shit.
Yeah, and so but again, so you could have made Dick Grayson Red Hood, and then from Red Hood made him Nightwing and all of this other stuff.
Just make him Nightwing separate. Make it Jason Todd. Jason Todd.
No. But the reason being is that because the reason why I would say Dick Grayson is because Dick Grayson is likable. So, like, for example, when you get to and I'm talking about a twist that I would have made for general audiences. I understand comic book fans like us, but what happens is that for a general audience, Jason Todd is not like people would despise. We hated him. If you go back in time,
they didn't like him as a Robin. That's what I'm saying. They like him as Red Hood. They don't like him as a Robin because they know Robin.
Yeah, that's why everybody called that 900 number and killed him off.
That's why they killed him off. They don't like him as a Robin.
Him being a Robin is
total opposite of Dick Grayson. So they killed him off, but they love him as Red Hood now.
He's a part of the Bat family. So him being, but basically, to you guys' point, right? Again, a Man of Steel 2. Then you do a Batman and Robin. You have Wonder Woman, right? And then when you get to, then you can get to a Batman and Superman film, and then maybe like a Wonder Woman 2, and then after that, Trinity. Because Trinity would have made them this is what I'm trying to say. So for Warner Brothers, it's a studio that doesn't understand its IPs. So again, to you guys' point, right? So to you guys' point, Superman, again, I love BVS. But for a general audience appeal, right? Having Superman die would have been more impactful in probably a Justice League film, right? Than it would have been in terms of the way that they forced Zack Snyder to do it. Because for Zack Snyder, one, they got him to do it, but then also the original villain for BVS was Metallic. You know what I'm saying?
They don't. They don't understand. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to.
But you remember the cartoons they had, like from
The DC animated
movie
universe.
cartoon when they had the Batman, that version of Justice League War and everything.
Yeah.
How many cartoons led to the death of Superman cartoon and movie?
Yeah.
It was a couple. It was a buildup. We got immune to these characters. A buildup, a relationship.
Yeah.
That's
Warner
how they
Brothers
did it. If they're going to kill Superman off, do it with
Warner-
a few movies later. and
Warner
stuff.
Brothers doesn't understand that,
That's Warner
and
Brothers.
this is the thing. They've been wanting to do a Death of Superman movie for years, but the thing they don't understand is you cannot do the Death of Superman in one fucking film. This story needs 3 fucking movies. That's the only way you can do it right. You have to do 3 movies.
The audience have to build a relationship with these
You
characters.
have to care about Superman first and get used to him.
Especially if you're going to bring him back on the next movie.
Yeah.
And I'm like, damn, now they just butchering the storyline to have the 4 different
you know what?
Supermans in it now and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't
But
like how
Mel,
they
to
do
your-
saying this one answer. Like,
That's what I said. But Mel, to your very point, so what happens is this is the way Warner Brothers sees it, right? Warner Brothers says, okay, we have Batman, and they believe that the name Batman by itself or the old regime should make the money. They don't understand that every time you reboot the character, although the IP is known, but every time you reboot it, technically it's a new character. It's a new installation. And so the audience has to adapt again to that new character, right? So even for me, right, you know, when you look at the Matt Reeves Batman, there were things I liked and there were things that I didn't like. But I'm cool. I am cool with that's just my one beef, because for me as a comic book fan, I respect the fact that there are several different versions of different characters. So it depends on where the director and the people take their inspiration from. Which run of the comics, what TV show or cartoon is going to influence it. And so for me, right, although I prefer Ben Affleck, this is just my grievance with fans and my grievance as a Snyder fan. So although I may prefer Ben Affleck, I'm still gonna go see the Matt Reeves. I'm still gonna go see the Matt Reeves Batman, because as a comic book fan, I know and understand that these characters have different takes to them, and there are just certain takes that I may like more than others. Right, so even now with the Superman and Lois TV show, right, I like what Zack Snyder has done, and I like that TV show. Right, you'll say, and I like that TV show, and I think that, like, so for example, what Warner Brothers did with Zack Snyder, I think that with a lot of Zack Snyder fans, because they were only going to let him do 5 films, and then what happens, Mel, was that in the 5 films that Zack Snyder was doing, those 5 films were ultimately a Superman origin story. So he was going to tell Superman's origin story in those 5 films, because that's how Warner Brothers had boxed them in. So what Zack Snyder said in interviews was, and he said this, he said, and I could send you the interview, and he said, you know, what he was saying was that, you know, we don't need to. He was like, because the executives at that time, again, what they wanted their $1 billion film. And so, and what Zack Snyder was saying was that, yo, you know, we need to do our own thing and take our time with that. But the executives wasn't hearing it. And so what Zack Snyder was saying was that what happens was, and my little brothers are a credit to what Zack Snyder said. When my little brothers were kids, my brothers were born in the late 80s, 86 and 87. And when I showed them the Christopher Reeves films, they were like, this is bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So for my younger brothers, so for those of you, so they're not products of the 70s or early 80s like some of us are. So when my brothers saw the Reeves films, there's like, this is bullshit. He is unrealistic. And so what Zack Snyder said was, well, what I want to do is I want to show you how he became the bright and hopeful Superman that you know. I want to, so that way, when you see him as the Christopher Reeve Superman that everybody knows, you understand how he got to that point, right? And so, and to the point where my youngest brother, when Man of Steel came out, You know what he did? He saw Superman and said, fuck that, I'm going to go see a Kevin Hart film. And when my younger brother, who's pretty much a 90s kid for the most part, right? So my younger brother, who went and saw Man of Steel, he said, now this fucking makes sense to me, right? He said, that shit you tried to get me to watch with Christopher Reeve and those Silver Age comics, that's bullshit, because Superman in and of himself is not a cynical character, but the world around him is. Right.
Yes.
And so that's what made him. That's what made it kind of, in a sense, or a lot of people feel, again, like feel negative. So imagine, in a sense, like being Martin Luther King, right? People quote Martin Luther King now, but when Martin Luther King was alive, he was the most hated man in America.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And so now when they play Martin Luther King on TV, you get the violins and shit and the whole speeches and everything else. But when he was alive, what did people do? They pulled their dicks out and they pissed on him.
They did. They really did.
So the idea of what they wanted to do with Superman was ultimately rushed by the studio. So for Mel and all these guys, like I said,
sorry, dude, man, I had to disagree with you on some of those parts also too. Part of it is the studio, yes, but part of it is still Snyder. And the numbers already proven that from the critics and everything.
That's cool. But
so you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I know you're a Snyder fan, super Snyder fan, but it's already been shown already. The percentage of people who like it like you.
I just want to say
some people do not like his vision like myself.
I'll say
but the point he's making is that the outcome, what you got, is not solely on Snyder. It's the studio so in that regards, if he had the freedom to do what he more so wanted to do, or if the studio had been more lenient and willing to let the story grow and flesh itself out, you would get a more palatable Superman to a lot more fans. So it's not just
that in his version of Justice League. Despite it's an improvement from Whedon's version, but that doesn't mean it's an overall still good movie. Period.
But let me. I want to make this point, and I'll be quiet. And this is where I had to battle and push back hard, right? And what Mel was saying with Zack Snyder, because you guys live in the United States. So, for example, like if you take Black people and other minorities in America, right? Because white people are the dominant society, you have insight into their lives, but they don't have insight going the other way, right? So across the pond, because again, the international money is now significant to American movies, correct?
Massive at this point, yeah.
Massive. So what I'm telling you is that across the pond, Zack Snyder is far less divisive than what he is in the United States. This is what I'm saying. So when you're talking about like money and all that stuff, so in China, which is a major market, they like his films. And you know what I'm saying? In South America and Brazil, they like his films. The divisiveness or the problems that exist with Zack Snyder is only in the United States.
We'll say it's mostly in the United States.
It's
yeah,
mostly
definitely
in the United States.
Yeah, definitely.
No. So you can't. So the fact that he's problematic, but he's bringing you top dollar in China, I don't know.
They could.
Like, come on, man. Like, yeah, I know you're a Snyder fan, but no, man.
No, I'm talking about money.
I'm not. It's not even so much that I'm a Snyder fan, but I saw what the studio did wrong. I saw what he was trying to do and even his mistakes with it. But overall, I see the vision. I saw it and I said, okay, I get where he's going with this. Because here's the thing that people don't talk about. The Justice League Snyder cut, a lot of people that hated, that were like that are heavy Marvel fans, that hated on the DCEU, the majority of them, they loved the Snyder cut. When they saw the Snyder cut, the majority of them even said, what was it? I remember one of my friends, it was so funny. She said, after seeing that Snyder version, I said, yeah. She said that original version needs to hide itself in permanent shame and exile.
Yeah,
I was like, God damn.
Way better than
I was like,
that
God
version, I like that about it. Maybe some parts like, you know what, it didn't need to be in there. I don't understand. Like, okay, they put Martian Manhunter, but it's like it was a waste from my point of view. I put him in there for what? For that.
But
like, you know what I'm saying?
Because
John Stewart, Green Lantern, like, you know,
wait,
like,
the reason
like,
the reason why
Snyder
the reason
like,
why
put
you
stuff in there because it
the
looks
reason
good.
wait the
Cinematic.
reason why
It doesn't
the
come
reason the
together.
reason why you put Martian Manhunter in that movie as long as it is like that is because you're building out that universe even more. With Black Adam introducing the Justice Society of America, that's building out the DC universe, because essentially what they're saying is before the Justice League came, there was a whole other team of superheroes that was out there doing their thing. Because with the Henry Winkler cameo, he confirms that there was a team of Justice Society before this team that's in Black Adam. So that's the point of why you're building out the universe, just like when they did the first Thor, and you get that little moment when he breaks into the facility, and who do we see in the shadows pull up that bow and arrow?
Hawkeye.
And he's only in there for a couple of minutes, but people lost their shit when he showed up. That's what you do. Because you're not going to give Hawkeye a solo movie at that point anyway, but you introduce him in someone else's. Nick Fury, you introduced him in someone else's. Black Widow, you introduce her in someone else's. They're not the main stars of these movies, but they exist in the show. Okay, this person is here, that person is there.
Justice League, you know, they didn't have to put all them characters like that. It was good to see them, but I think it was still a waste in that way. The way they were put together in that way. They could have did it better.
Well, I mean, everything could have been done better. Even Phase 1 of Marvel could have been done better. But I mean, you know, whatever.
You have a plan. That's what I'm saying. You have a plan, and you stick. So Phase 1 of Marvel, right, for a lot of people was mediocre. And then when the Avengers films hits, right, and this is what I'm trying to say. Sandor was there for all of it. My ass was in the seat from the beginning. From the beginning. And guess what? When I went to go see Iron Man and all these other films, the theater was not packed out the way it was from Avengers forward. So the problem is like you said, for Warner Brothers, if you have a fucking plan, you stick with that plan.
To it.
So again,
you see it to completion.
You stick with it. So Sandor loved Captain America, the first Avenger, but guess what? A lot of people did not. So if you're
a lot of people trashed it, they talk bad about it. I hate this. This is what I hate about the Marvel fans, not the movies, but the fans. This goddamn retroactive history where they want to come in now and act like they just loved every fucking movie in Phase 1. No, you didn't.
No, they didn't. And like I said, again, they hated they trashed the Hulk.
They trashed the Hulk so bad. I was like, you gotta be. And it was one of the best movies.
Norton's Hulk. They trashed, like I said, they trashed First Avenger. You know, Thor to them was okay. You know, or
they trashed Thor, because remember they said the battle in Thor looked like a big budget version of a Power Rangers fight.
Yeah,
I never heard that.
I remember that. That's why I'm saying that this revisited.
Remember the angles they had shot it in? Like it was almost similar to like a 90s movie. How they did, like, they had the angles. Like, there's a movie, what was that movie that John Travolta was in with the aliens? Battlefield Earth.
Oh, Battlefield Earth. Yeah, like I remember the trash they talked about Thor, because they said it looked like a big budget Power Rangers fight. Some people said it looked like a big budget version of a Xena Warrior Princess fight. They trashed Thor. So when they come out now talking about Phase 1 was perfect, and they shut the fuck up. Y'all didn't love it like that. Quit playing. It's all cap.
Facts.
I was one of the folks that was crazy about it. I loved every movie from start to finish. But
you know what carried Phase 1 of Marvel? The hardcore fans. The general audience did not show up until Avengers. They didn't
exactly. They didn't. They really didn't.
The general audience didn't show up, did not show up until Avengers. And like I said, Sandor loved Captain America, the first Avenger. But what MCU fans now, they did not. And that's the whole thing about
matter of fact, Matter of fact, let me show you how fickle. Let me tell you how fickle they really are. So when Avengers comes out, no, I'm gonna go back to Captain America First Avenger. Captain America First Avenger, and here go women that I know talking about that suit that he wears. That thing is terrible. I hope he got something better or something eventually. Maybe they'll change the suit in a later movie. Avengers 1 comes out. These same women, girl, I'm watching Avengers 1. You are, girl, Captain America in these tight joints right here. Shut y'all fake ass up.
Yo. Exactly.
Fickle.
I'm gonna be honest with you, right? Here's another thing. I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is where I wish there was an alternate universe, because if Iron Man and Man of Steel had came out during the same time, you'd be having very different discussions now.
Yes.
If they started at the same time, you would be having very different discussions, and that's what I'm saying about Superman being difficult. Like, I even had the chance to meet Brandon Routh, man. Let me tell you how cool this guy was. So he came out here to UAE for our Comic-Con, right? And he had done it. It was a long day. I came like right before they were going to close for the day. And so my homeboy took me, backstage where the celebrities was chilling or whatever, man. Brandon Routh had his feet up and he was knocked out. And that, I don't know how he knew, but that man jumped out of his sleep just to shake my hand, have a 10-minute conversation with me, and sign my stuff. And I was like, and the funny part was, I was like, I know you're going to be Superman again, right? And he was like, let's see. And we were talking about Superman Returns. I was telling him my ideas for sequels to Superman Returns. And I was like, I know it in my heart you're going to be Superman again. And then turn around, and he's on the CW, and you know what I'm saying? And the Kingdom Come Soon. And so for me, and like I said, and so for Warner Brothers, and to Mel's point, right? So Brandon Routh represents the version of Superman that Mel likes. And what did fucking Warner Brothers do? Okay, it didn't. It didn't shatter records. It didn't do this. So we're gonna scrap it and we're gonna reboot it.
I didn't really like Superman Return either too. It was good, but I didn't think it was a great movie either too. Because why would you want to redo a in between Mequel, change things from the other two?
Because they had to
from in between. That was stupid also too.
Like
they wanted a cash cow. They treated him like a cash cow. Let's make some good cash cow with a franchise that think you got a big IP. Boom. Let's make some
because they keep looking for a short cut instead of doing the long game. If you do the long game, that was Superman Returns is a shortcut because they're like, well, basically this is Superman 3 if you use Superman 1 and Superman 2 as the basis for the movie. No, start from the beginning. And here's my issue with Superman Returns. The problem with Superman Returns is it's so much like the Christopher Reeve Superman movies.
That's why they hired Brandon Routh, because it looked similar to Christopher Reeve. That's how he beat the role for Henry Cavill. And so first, but I'm like, why you want to continue that vision of Superman? Like, do another Superman vision. Like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
When you watch John Campion and all the people that are associated with him, right? Not John Campion himself, but a lot of people that are associated with him or have been associated.
Rob, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Christopher Reeve is what they want. And like I said, so I'm not arguing with John Campion.
John Campion and what's his name, Rob? They love Man of Steel. Like I said, they big Man of Steel fan, just like Charles and Yarn.
That's what I'm saying.
Even they admitted themselves. I just posted a link in the back. I just posted a link in the back. They have to actually say why. You know what? Why Warner Brothers regret bringing out the Snyderverse cut of Justice League. They had regrets, and they also have to admit it too in that video. A mass majority of people did not like Man of Steel because it did not have heart. Yes, he was still defending Man of Steel to this day. Underrated movie. He defended the heart, but even he had to admit, like, yo, it didn't have the heart. It's true.
And again, like I said, that's why. Again, we now live in the world. This is my problem with audiences in general, aside from what Warner Brothers did. We now live in a world especially for these superhero films, where sequels and stories are now a part of the thing. So you're, for the most part, when you're looking at a film now, it's damn near episode one. Like, for example, when I was arguing with people about Black Adam, and people are, well, I wish there was a backstory for this and a backstory for that. I'm like, fam, when you went to go fucking see Star Wars, you didn't ask for a Yoda backstory or a Han Solo backstory. They were characters that appeared in the film. And so now that we live in the world, especially now that these studios want to make their cinematic universes, right? Any part one of a film to me is really just the introduction. It's not the, like I said, it's not the entire story. The difference from Marvel and everybody else was that Marvel had balls. Marvel said, okay, Captain America bombed in the fucking movie theater, next film up. Okay, Thor got me. People didn't like the Incredible Hulk. Okay, next film up, Avengers, right? And so they earned it. They got the payoff, because it's just
people
like
have to understand.
You have to see this way, because Marvel has their own division when they do the
People
movie.
have to understand
Warner Brothers
that
did not.
Avengers
They were
was
trying
never.
to overlook everything and then let Warner Brothers do its own thing, like
When
they're
we was
supposed to.
kids, nobody was really
I mean,
talking about it.
DC, yeah, they didn't let DC do its own thing. Warner Brothers kept trying to look overhead too damn much, and that's the problem.
Just like Batman is
Yep.
I hear someone snoring.
Yeah, I think he was talking. He felt. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say, Mel. Is just at the end of the day, shout out to Marvel. And you know why I praise Marvel? Do you know why I praise Marvel? Because of the assholes. Because the assholes that WB are. If it wasn't for them, like, again, hate it or love it, if it wasn't for Kevin Feige, I wouldn't have the DC films that I have today, because they would have never made them. Never. So I will always.
Yeah, Kevin Feige created a formula, interconnected universe
Correct.
with the superheroes.
I will always, because it's like
that was the problem. DC wanted to play catch up, and that's what backfired.
That's what I'm trying to say. But Warner Brothers themselves, just like I told you, it was called Justice League Mortal. They could have made a Justice League film anytime they fucking wanted to, and they were about to do it. And when they shit canned it, they said nobody wants to see a superhero team up movie. That's what that again. So Warner Brothers.
Because remember the old curse about having so many characters in one movie.
Yeah.
Just like with Spider-Man 3, and I'm like, it's not really always so many characters, because if you looked at the Nolan Batman movies, they had multiple characters. They just know how to use them right and properly. The first one, the Dark Knight, the Batman Begins, Dark Knight, and even Dark Knight Rises and everything. All three of the movies had multiple characters from the comic books and each movie's like that, but they was used properly and stuff.
Correct.
So everyone want to say, yes, they have multiple characters in Spider-Man 3. No, you had characters that technically shouldn't even be in there. Venom was supposed to be in his own fight with Spider-Man alone in his own solo movie. He had to take care of the beef he had with Harry Osborn. And after they took care of that, probably 2 movies, then he gets the black suit. Then the part 2, then he becomes Venom, and he fights Venom solo. Not the way they rushed and everything. They actually put Venom in there because whatever his name was, he forced Sam Raimi to put him in there. Sam Raimi didn't even like Venom. Ross, a toy man is fat. Toy marketer. Yeah, like he was behind all the cartoons and stuff.
And so I think that's the point that we've been making. To your very point, Sam Raimi was like, to your point, Sam Raimi was like, they made me put Venom in Spider-Man 3. He said, to your point, he said, I didn't understand the character. He said, maybe if I would have had more time to study Venom or whatever, I could have done something. But the studio, and that's what I'm trying to say. And so shout out to Disney for giving Kevin Feige his own division, and said, as a matter of fact, Kevin Feige had a boss. I forgot his name. John Campia educated.
Bob Iser.
No, it was before him. So what happened was there was a boss, and pretty much Kevin Feige, because now Marvel is making money, and this guy was like
Now they
just
got Bob
fucking
Chapek, yeah.
something like that. He was fucking up
Bob
shit for
Chapek
Kevin
took the
Feige,
place.
and
Yeah,
Kevin
Bob
Feige
Chapek's
was like,
kind of like doing something stupid now.
yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
Kevin Feige
Bob
was like,
Iser, yeah, that was the original
yeah.
owner,
He
before
said,
Bob
if you
Chapek
make
took
me
over.
work with this dude, I'ma quit. And what did Disney do? They sent that motherfucker to TV with shields and fucking let Kevin Feige have the movies.
You see, like you kind of realize they overworking Kevin like crazy now, because you see what type of quality they putting out now with this phase and stuff. It's like damn, like you kind of overworking Kevin to his peak
But
now. It's like it's kind of backfiring.
Can I ask you this question, Mel? Because from my perspective, this is what my perspective was. What I would have done if I'm Disney as a whole. If I'm Disney as a whole, I would have never released Avengers and Star Wars and all of this shit at the same time. So for me, what I would have done was after Endgame, I would have told Kevin Feige, look, I want you to take Marvel. You're going to go dark for a couple of years, right? And then I want you to, you know what I'm saying? I want you to go dark for a few years. While you're going dark for a few years, we're going to run the Star Wars shit, right? Or whatever the case may be. And then, and like I said, and then give Kevin Feige time. I agree with you 100% that I believe that they are overworking.
But they don't need to do that with Star, because Star Wars is his own division. Despite it's on the Disney, they got that's another big problem right there. They gave it to Kathleen Kennedy, and she's treated as a cash cow. That's why the sequel trilogy they make his money the way it is. Like they handle their own division. The division is separate.
But let me ask you this
That
question.
can still do his Marvel thing and his Marvel division separate. Disney, they had nothing to do with running at the same time. Like,
the reason why I'm saying this for Disney, and I'm asking you a question, because maybe you're a different viewer than I am. So let's say if you're Disney, right, and you put out Star Wars, Marvel, Aliens, and all of the shit at once, do you think that you're not overwhelming an audience to an extent, like, or you say put it all out?
No, I'm not overwhelming the audience.
I say put it all out.
Each division is still separate how it's run. And so Kevin Feige's the boss of Marvel, even though everything's under Disney umbrella band. They own all of that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to movie, Kevin Feige handles Disney. Kathleen Kennedy handles Star Wars. You see, the problem is you got Marvel's still doing the type thing, but with Star Wars, I'm gonna talk for Star Wars.
Yeah.
Bought an IP and didn't know what the fuck to do with it.
Facts.
And that's the big problem. When you had the sequel trilogy, there was no proper planning at all for that storyline. So you start off good with the Force Awakens, but then look what happened with the last two. It's like what the fuck, like.
You know what, Mel?
And then all they could do, and you realize all they could do is, you know what, we're gonna tell backstories that take place in between the other series to get those money. It's like, why not start making stories that take place after the Skywalker saga, or try to redeem the characters from the sequel trilogy? You rushed and killed off most of the original characters now. So now you got
I agree with that one, because Star Wars fans are too flaky.
Yeah, you introduce these new characters.
You can't be too fast with Star Wars shit, because Star Wars fans are too flaky. They don't like anything. And Star Wars fans are hard to please. It's not like Marvel fans.
But you know what?
It's true, because that's one of the reasons why George Lucas sold it, because after the prequel trilogy and they had all these critiques the way he did, like, this is the man that created it, and y'all giving him a hard time about this. Yeah. He had the prequel trilogy planned years before he was even fit.
Yeah.
That's why you get people saying that the phase 1 of Marvel wasn't all that, but people got to understand Avengers wasn't really that group back then when we was kids. It was always Spider-Man and X-Men.
Exactly.
So, but because Marvel fans are more open, Avengers grew on people. Star Wars fans are just flaky as hell, and they always bitching and complaining. You're never going to do nothing good enough for Star Wars fans.
Not only that, I had a debate about this before. Like, if Marvel did not sell all their characters when they was going through bankruptcy and decide to do an MCU when they got all the rights to all their characters, guarantee Spider-Man would have been heading the MCU instead of Iron Man. Because Iron Man was a C-list character. He wasn't in that much big popular like Spider-Man.
Well, the thing is, they didn't have the CGI like they did now. The Matrix changed a lot of shit in Hollywood, but they didn't have the technology back then to really pull off some of this comic book shit. Blade was so successful because you didn't need much special effects.
Correct.
Yeah.
So a lot of the technology just wasn't around. You couldn't pull off these superhero movies.
Yeah, you got to understand. Marvel licensed their characters to different studios because they was going through bankruptcy. But they didn't go through that.
I understand that, but I'm saying.
Yeah,
but I'm saying, if you try to do if you try to do an MCU back then, it just wouldn't have worked. They didn't have the technology for it.
You don't need the.
That's why Batman movies always made money, because you don't need a lot of CGI for Batman. That's why Batman always made money.
No, you don't need a lot of CGI like that, like you think it is. Yeah, if they had all the money, had all the characters, and they didn't go through their bankruptcy, and they wanted to form an MCU. Yeah, Spider-Man would have been the first movie, and they would have been leading the MCU as technically as he does in the comics, because it's his franchise mascot, Marvel's mascot.
I don't see how you do a Venom. I don't see how you bring in a Venom character or a Sandman character or some shit like that back then. I just don't see it. Because you don't have the CGI.
There was CGI back then.
Yeah, but it wasn't good. It wasn't good. Marvel movies failed. That's what I'm saying. To his point, like lot of Marvel movies
started advancing. Yeah, after the when you first seen the first Blade, that was the late '90s. Yeah, that's when it started advancing.
So, like for us '80s kids, when they tried to make live action Marvel films or whatever, man,
I wasn't going that far. No, I wasn't even thinking that. I was thinking like the late '90s and stuff like that. Yeah.
I'm talking pre. I'm talking
remember, hold it. You remember when the first Spider-Man movie came out from Sam Raimi? They could do it around that time, but Marvel still have all their characters and everything. They did an movie with that first Spider-Man movie right there, and he would have been headlining.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is pre-Matrix, they didn't have the tech.
I'm not talking about pre-Matrix.
No, he's talking about from Sam Raimi forward. He's talking about from Sam Raimi forward.
From like early 2002 when
like 2002. 2002 was the first Spider-Man. Yeah.
Exactly. If Marvel had all their characters, then they go through their bankruptcy. Yeah, like they would have made an MCU movie, but Spider-Man would have been headlining the MCU instead of Iron Man. They had to shoot on Iron Man because that's the only characters they had left. So like let's take a shot on Robert Downey Jr. also too, and because that was a gambling chance. They didn't even want to hire him. Remember, he was going through his drug problem.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, man.
John Farrell had to speak up for him like crazy, and this was his comeback. So
that's what I think. That's what Terrence Howard's beef was too. Terrence Howard said that he stood up for Robert Downey Jr. too. You know what I'm saying?
He wanted more money just as much as he did. Yeah, like the second one. Yeah.
Well, the thing was, they paid Terrence more for the first Iron Man because Terrence had came off of that Oscar win. Yeah. So that's why they were paying him. And the thing was, they had made the contract deal that you're getting this much now, and then when we do Iron Man 2, you will get this much. So then when Iron Man 2 comes around after the success of the first one, they completely cut his money down. So I understand why Terrence had his issues, but I also respect the fact that Terrence didn't talk about it until many years later. And he came out and he talked about it because they had him on some show where they had people calling in, to ask him questions. And one girl called and asked him about, why he wasn't in the Iron Man or the Marvel movies. And he specifically said, okay, I have refused to talk about this because, I don't want to bring up drama. He said, but I see people going to keep asking. He said, so I'm going to answer the question on this show right here, right now. And after I answer it, I'm done talking about it because, again, I have love for Robert, and I have no bad blood, but we're going to go ahead and just settle it. And I'm going to tell y'all what happened. We're going to leave it alone. So I respect him for that. I was like, he hadn't come out and been like, fuck them and they did it. No, he just came out and said, hey, this is what happened. This is how it went. I went my way. They went theirs, and we're all doing good. So.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So let me ask you. So to Mel's point, right? So especially now that you have streaming services, right? You could actually. Here's the thing, and what the last brother said was that Star Wars fans, they're so fickle, because even when you look at the new Star Wars, right?
Mhm.
When you get to my approach would have been different, because my approach would have been 7, 8, and 9 would have featured the legacy characters, and I would have gotten them out of the way so I could tell new stories, right? Because you got to remember, Luke Skywalker and all these characters carried Star Wars for 40 years without a film. You know what I'm saying? So for me, that's what I would have done. But to Mel's point, right? But let's go with what they did. To Mel's point, this is where Star Wars fans have gotten it wrong. So when you go to like The Last Jedi and you see Luke and you say that's not Luke Skywalker and he wouldn't do this, he wouldn't do that, that's intellectually dishonest, because the problem is that, at least cinematically, I know there are books, but at least cinematically, the last time people saw Luke Skywalker, he was probably 20-something years old on a moon in Endor. And the next time you see Luke Skywalker, he's now 60-something, right? You know, he's older. So to Mel's point, if they were smart on their streaming services, you would get Mark Hamill to come in as Luke Skywalker, and have him recollect about what happened from Endor to The Last Jedi, right? And then you get Sebastian Stan, who looks just like him, to play the younger Luke Skywalker. And so now, to satisfy the old fans, you have the older Luke Skywalker sitting with new Jedi narrating that history, right? And so what you could do is you could use everything that happened to Luke from that moon of Endor all the way to The Last Jedi to redeem the prequels. I mean, the sequels. You could actually redeem the sequels if you were to have a Luke Skywalker series that takes you from that moon of Endor, the Death Star is blown up, take people from there all the way to The Last Jedi, and that's where you end it. And you could actually, then people could probably go back to the sequel and go, okay, now I get it.
You can essentially retroactively make them better.
Yeah, correct. To Mel's point.
That's not my point. Why are you saying that's my point?
Oh, I thought you were making that saying, okay, then I misunderstood you then. So and then to my point, you could actually make the sequels better because again that's where the break in the story is because again, when you see, like for me, I was in the Army, right? When I was 20-something years old, when I was a cadet, I drunk that red, white, and blue Kool-Aid, America and freedom. You come to me now, right? I'm 45. I'm like, man, that bullshit, right? So look at how much I've changed in 20 years versus Luke Skywalker changing. Luke Skywalker changing in 40 years since you last seen him.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
I would never change him to that. What we saw in Last Jedi. That was
but what I'm trying to say is that
period. That wouldn't have been right either, too, because you know what? That's the whole problem. When George Lucas said himself, he says the thing like this movie is like a rhyme, a river repeats itself. Sometimes you know what? You need to break out of that. I don't want to see it repeat itself. They was trying to redo the original trilogy again.
Yeah,
and it didn't come out right. That's no problem. I was fine. I was like fine when they killed off Han Solo because Harrison Ford been wanting to kill him off since Empire Strikes Back.
The original trilogy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when they killed him, I wasn't even surprised. I was like, damn, he finally got his wish. But it brought more depth in that. Yeah. Ray should have either, well, I can understand not a Kenobi. She could have been the long lost daughter of Luke. Going with the height and everything. She finds out in the Last Jedi, she did the training. Introduce Mary J. Skywalker, because she's popular from the expanded universe. Now they became Star Wars. They took characters from the expanded universe and put them in there. Kylo Ren. I'm sorry, I didn't really like Kylo Ren.
That's the biggest That's the biggest problem with the sequel trilogy is that you've had so many expanded universe novels and stories and video games and books that have come out in comics since then that you had a plethora of history to pull from, and you touched none of it.
Exactly. It's
You
like they
didn't
try
use
to
any
recycle
of
the
it.
original trilogy. They bring back Palpatine, like for what? Even after Thor, he was still dead. I'm like, and they didn't even mention how he came back. It was like a guess, but it's like, yo, clone tech. I'm like, they shouldn't. They didn't even have a montage mentioning how he came back. It was
Not
stupid.
only that, and then he came back ridiculously OP.
Exactly.
I'm like,
this is a clone of Palpatine. He got strong like this.
I'm like when it gets to the part where he's using force lightning on battle cruisers, and I was like, man, if y'all don't get out of here,
I'm like, nah, man, nah, he ain't that like a
he ain't never been
devil like type. Like
he ain't never been that powerful. If he ever had been that powerful, Luke would have been fried.
Hell yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it. Luke and fucking Vader would have been fried.
Thank you. He was powerful enough to pin battle cruisers in space, and not just one or two, several and smaller spaceships. He got a whole fleet in his boy. If y'all don't get out of here with that lazy writing,
you had what was John Boyega's character in that Poe? No, Poe was the
not Poe. What's his name?
Finn.
Yeah.
Starts off like going, all right, leaving as a stormtrooper, but was going crazy over Rey just to shove him with that Chinese girl, and like throughout the third one, it's like he's like he never confessed his love for her. Waiting, so they shoved Rey with Kylo Ren. I'm like,
man,
what the fuck? Like this
Finn was
make her seem slutty because when she kissed him after she resurrected her and shit with the force, I'm like, and you know what? And another problem, she used her force powers like so easily. It was no struggle like that.
No training.
Was her heritage. Find out where she's from, but struggle to use the power. The way that Luke was, that was perfect. He trying to learn his force abilities, and he went through some struggle training. She got it so damn easily, like way too easily.
Man, Finn was supposed to be the Black Jedi. I don't care what nobody says. That's what it was. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
They should have made him a Jedi. At least made both of them Jedis. Fuck. You know what? If you're trying to stray away from the original Jedi Order, they should have hooked up. Because remember, Jedis can't fall in love, right? So you know what? This is new Jedi Order. We can still fall in love and not be falling to the dark side. That would have been perfect.
When that trailer came out and you see Finn pick that lightsaber up and he lights it up, it's like, are you telling me y'all finna let one of us be a Jedi? Wait a minute now. What are we doing?
He was gonna be a Jedi, but like that fight with Kylo Ren, like almost had him, but like, damn.
And then of all ways to take him out, they let Kylo pretty much slice that boy's spine. I was like, my God. Y'all ain't had to let him go out like that.
I see so many SJW male emasculation moments in that film. I'm like, damn, man. It's like, and then they bring back a director who should have stayed to do the last two anyway, but he's being a cleanup guy, but it just didn't come out right and shit. Like, damn.
And the SJW.
God rest Carrie Fisher, man.
Oh my God, right?
Exactly. God rest her, man. She just her birthday was like 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago? Yeah.
I think 2 days ago. Yeah.
My daughter's about to have a second child. I was like, I didn't even know she was his mother already. Like,
right.
So the legacy is gonna continue. Like, damn, I'm still surprised about that. Like, she passed away, now mom passed away like 2 days later after that.
Man, I'm gonna tell you, from what I understand with a parent, it's one thing for a child to lose a parent, but when a parent loses a child, man, they can't handle that. That's hard. That's hard enough on a parent when a parent is still fairly young. I can only imagine how hard it is on an elderly parent.
Oh man, I'm like, damn. Oh man, God rest their souls, man.
Oh yeah.
But That's all they can't do is like they was improper planning. So let's do sequel series, all this stuff with backstories of telling story in between the sequel and the original trilogy and everything. I'm glad they redeemed Luke. The Mandalorian. That's the Mandalorian and stuff. Yeah.
Oh man, that's classic.
Exactly. I just wish his ended outcome was better.
Me
later
too.
years was better. Like, yeah, because it's like y'all trying to repeat. Okay, we do it again when they form the new Jedi Order and then it gets destroyed again. I'm like, you're doing the same thing. I'm sick of seeing that. No, I want to see an army of Jedi fight an army of Sith. No more, no rules being changed and broken for a new generation. It used to be the rule of 2 for the Sith, right? Nah, no more. They changed their rules. Remember that? You remember that video game? That Knights of the Old Republic or the old,
yeah.
When there's like a third trailer when they fighting at the Jedi Temple.
Yeah,
that shit crash when they got a group of Sith coming in. They find a group of
man.
that's what I want to see in the movie. Like a whole group like damn, that would been fucking
shout out to Xbox for making Knights of the Old Republic from the original Xbox backwards compatible with the Xbox Series X.
I had that game, man.
Shout out to Xbox on that one.
That second one, that second one, the trailer, like, damn, like, sure, this is a Jedi Sith fight. I want to see a gang in them, like, Urge. We got that with the Geonosis battle with all the Jedi, but like, you know what? I want to see a gang in them fight like that. Like,
I want to see some straight up gangster type stuff. But no, but that's the thing. Everybody wants Marvel's success, but no one wants to do Marvel's work. Ironic, isn't it?
Exactly, because they got an IP and like, it's a money maker itself. We got an IP and cash. Like, you can't treat money making cash cow as a money making cash cow like that because you defame the quality of it. That's why it became a money making cash cow because they brought out quality of it.
Because at first, the idea of the MCU TV shows was not a bad idea. WandaVision was actually pretty decent. Loki, I loved it.
WandaVision.
But then, let's see, Loki, loved it. Falcon and Winter Soldier, still good in my book. But as you keep going, the quality starts to thin itself out. That becomes a problem.
Like all these shows and movies in 1 year, like they overworking them too much. Like that, what I did. And like I said, with the Blade movie, you got Blade. It's been made like 3 years ago since his announcement, and you don't even have a proper script. Did you hear? Were you hear the story about the script they had for this Blade before the?
I heard it had. I heard that John had 2 fight scenes, and both of them were subpar.
Fight scenes. Oh my god! And only
in a Blade movie, baby. What's wrong with you?
Like, ain't movie scripts longer than this? And you got 2.
I'm like the Facebook meme. Is it crack? Is it crack that y'all on?
I see
it
why
must be crack.
Like I see why Rehearsal is mad. Like he's frustrated. Like I'll be frustrated too because I got other projects I want to do, but I'm waiting on y'all. So what the hell? Like you gonna have to pay that man extra for this wait.
but that quality is definitely going down. So now that Marvel has realized that they should turn some more of these original series ideas into one shots and movies. Now we're getting somewhere because
Werewolf by Night.
Werewolf by Night. Man,
like that was a Blade movie. But how you gonna introduce the world of vampires with so many worlds of superheroes and everything like that? It's like, okay, maybe Werewolf by Night will probably introduce that.
Werewolf by Night does a great job of introducing the supernatural side of Marvel, and with it only being a one shot like it was, it gets in and gets out, accomplishes what it needs to do, and it works. And if Marvel is going to start doing that,
the only part we got was, I would say, the interest of supernatural was the witches, the WandaVision. We know there's witches out there, but what about the other demons? Like maybe Moon Knight a little bit because the mummified, with the Egyptian gods.
A little bit.
Yeah, but that's what we were talking about, Mel. Like when you look at studios, right? So guess what? So Disney Plus probably came to Kevin Feige because remember they need content, and that's a different division, right? And so Disney Plus probably came to Kevin Feige and was like, "Yo, crank, we need subscribers and subscriptions, and we need you to come here and crank some shit out." And it's like what you said. And so for Kevin Feige, right? Because remember, streaming services, especially during COVID, were major disruptors, right? And so now for Kevin Feige,
everybody was home.
you have this other thing called the streaming service that's now going into your model or your storytelling, and that, like you said, that impacts everything. Whereas
Because everybody was home, and we had other streaming services. They're trying to compete with Netflix. HBO was coming out with their streaming service and everything. Yeah, so it's like they just bought Fox, so they got their products. They bought back that. They got the Simpsons, the other sports shows, Family Guy. Yeah, so now we need to make a streaming service to make extra money. Behind all that stuff. Yeah, so we need some content added to the content we already have for people that want to see classics and everything. Like,
yeah, but that's what I'm saying, man. Again, like I said, studios and money versus art, and that's that's the problem, man. That a lot of creators face. Like I said, throw away DC, right? To your point, Universal with the monster films. So the Mummy doesn't. The Mummy doesn't make any money, and all of a sudden they shit can it. No, you keep going.
But the problem is, the Mummy, it didn't make a lot of money, but it didn't just totally fail. Exactly. But there was no way you were gonna get $1 billion on the first film.
Exactly.
So it was not possible.
So you have all of these.
But then again, how much money did it make for them to make a profit also too? They don't have to make $1 billion, but even that too, also too, you gotta think about it from that point. How much money they spent on it, not just making the film, but the marketing and everything, campaign, all of that plays a part. And if they can't double what they made back behind that, and they don't have to reach $1 billion numbers, and at least a 70% good critique, they're not gonna do They're not gonna do a sequel or continue off. Remember the new Power Rangers movie that came out?
But
they made money on the merchandise.
But with the Power Rangers movie, that Power Rangers movie was actually pretty good. It was better than it deserved to be.
But
I want to see more of that.
Mel, the first, so the Mummy, Tom Cruise's Mummy, which was the universe, right? It made $410 million, right? So when you look, it made $410 million, and then when you go to let's say Captain America, the First Avenger, it made $370 million, right? So again, you're talking about you're that's the difference, is that Marvel earned the audience, right? You know what I'm saying? Again, over time, a lot of these dudes wanted to damn cross the starting line. They thought the starting line and the finish line were the same thing. So the MCU wasn't making top dollar like that. Like just like I showed you, it wasn't making top dollar.
We're talking about other critiques and audience also too. Yeah, Marvel has a critique and audience that's still more positive than the Mummy, than the Universal Monsterverse they were trying to do. That's why they discontinued it. Marvel may have created a format and they could have did the same thing, but they still didn't crack it.
Yeah, but people destroyed Captain America, the First Avenger. They hated it.
Not really. Not as much as you think you did. They think you did, yes. People still love that movie like crazy, yes. And of course, their top favorite one is Winter Soldier. That's my top favorite. Yeah, also.
Yeah, that's your top favorite.
Out of the trilogy, yeah. I would say Winter Soldier, then Civil War, then First Avenger and stuff.
Yeah, but that's it. Yeah, but now, guys, I'm a bounce, man. It's always good, man, grooving with y'all, man, Mel, and TD, man. It's a blast, and I guess and that's my closing thing. My thing is that again, there are a lot of things. Again, when it comes to certain genres, like I said, I've become accustomed to different creative teams coming in and doing different things with these characters, because that's what happens from the most part from the comic book perspective, right? Or at least in a comic book perspective, it happens. I think it happens quicker, maybe, or more often than it does probably with television and some of the other stuff. So, but nah, man. But that's it, man.
Oh,
Peace, y'all, man. And like I said, hopefully, I'll get the chance to get up with y'all again. Black Adam was fucking fire. I
I'm gonna
hate
see it
that.
this weekend. I'm gonna see it this weekend. Yes.
Matter of fact, Mel, the next time you come up on the panel, man, and I'm there, man, I'm dying to hear what you thought about it, man. I loved it. Again, it's not perfect, but I loved it, especially in the environment or the atmosphere and the content that we've been getting recently. I fucking loved it.
Oh, yeah. If you want a good action movie and stuff, yeah, that's definitely a movie. Yeah, I started having low expectations. Like I don't have no expectations. Let me just enjoy it for what it is and stuff. Yeah, and for what it's supposed to do and stuff. Yeah, because if I put a high expectation the way it is too much, I ain't gonna enjoy it so much. Then I'll be nitpicking like crazy.
Like I said, Hawkman was hard like baby shoes up in that joint.
Hell yeah, I like Hawkman. Hell yeah. You know what I'm saying? But with that, brothers, man, I'll bounce, man, and peace and salute to all of y'all, man. Much
all
love.
right, bro.
All right.
Y'all fellas take it easy, man. I'm out of here.
Same here. Have a good night, y'all. Good morning.
I know, right?